जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Good morning and welcome to the India Governance Forum 83rd SKOCH Summit on State of Governance. And greetings for 75th Independence Day, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. India Governance Forum is in its 20th year and is the oldest governance leadership summit in the country. Its recommendations have had a profound policy impact across the center and state governments and continues to be so. It also happens to be one of the few conferences where the focus is on field research-based, knowledge-rich arguments that bring felt needs to the discussion table. We firmly believe governance is what is received and not just what is delivered. Our ongoing field research and conversations across thousands of projects in a year give us a deep insight into what is working and how it can work even better. And there are learnings for the others as well. And we bring together an ecosystem of academia, industry, economists, policy experts, practitioners, and most importantly, the voice of the civil society. Honestly, there is nothing else that comes even close to it. And we have the pleasure this morning to kick off the summit with conferring of SKOCH Orders of Merit. And I have the pleasure of sharing my screen and invite the recipients of semi-finalists SKOCH Orders of Merit. Let me invite Mr. Hukum Singh Meena, Additional Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India for National Generic Document Registration System. Mr. Meena. Meena, please unmute yourself. Can I request you to unmute yourself? You are muted again. Yes, Mr. Meena. We're not able to hear you. Meena, would you like to say a few words? Watch team, are we able to hear Mr. Meena? Well, we move on to the next one and we'll have the pleasure of interacting with Mr. Meena in our inaugural session. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Meena, for joining us. And now invite Mr. Naveen Jakhar, Assistant Director General, Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, Haryana LS, for COVID-19 Quarantine Alert System. Jakhar. Do we have Mr. Jakhar with us? Mr. S. Satyaprakash, District Planning Officer from Anapuza, District Administration for Karutham Kurunin, Care Our Kids. Ms. Nandini K.R., Chief Executive Officer from District Administration, Ballari. from Bala Chaitanya Children Wellness Centers.
Mr. Dhanjal, are you able to hear my voice now?
Could you identify yourself, please, as I can hear?
I am Hukum Singh Meena, Additional Secretary in the Department of Land Resources.
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Mr. Gursan Dhanjalji. I am honored. Really, I am honored to receive this merit of certificate from SKOCH Group on this morning. And briefly, I will introduce that this initiative we have started in the year of 16-17 and is one of the important initiatives to unlock the economy of the country, in the sense that any business you want to start in the country, you require at least a piece of land, and for that you require conversion of land. So in this, our endeavor is that to set the global benchmark for registration system in the country. And not only that, we have tried to reduce the cost of registration, the processing of the registration, and of course, number of visits which are required from both from industry as well as citizen. And I'm happy to share that we have evaluation cum impact assessment study from the World Bank. They have stated that the number of processes which were required earlier was 9, which has been reduced to 6 in the country. And the cost which have been incurred was 7.5% in the previous system. Now it is 6.5 to 5.45 across the country. And the amazing things which we have received the result, because we have got it evaluated by 2 independent agencies, that the revenue increased more than 20%. That is about 20,000 crores in a year. And we spent on only 4 crores in the development of the software and 12 crore for training our sub-registrar officials across the country, which is spreading length and width of the country, and they are all total 1,225. And it is self-sustaining in the sense that the officers who are supposed to man it, they have been trained and they are operating the system and everything. And most of the offices which are there in the system, which require to complete the process of your registration, they are all about 6-7 in number. They have been integrated to each other, and only thing that you have to fill up the information in the sub-registrar officials in the appointment portal, and the other information which are required, like your dues of electricity, your dues of water city, your dues of any income tax is paid, anything which is required, that your ownership details, everything will be automatically extracted from the consent portal. That is that you need not to go any office to complete your registration process. It has been successfully rolled out in 19 states out of 36 state and UTs in the country. And so far we have already, I have the MIS system. I have the information of till today. It has been already completed in all respect in 1,066 registrar offices, and more than 35 lakhs documents have been already registered across the country, collecting about more than 20,000 crore revenue. So that is all, and now I wish that it will be rolled out across the country by the end of March 2023. It has been already honored by several awards by different organizations, including Prime Minister Award for Excellence in Public Administration, the Digital India Award 2020 given by Honorable President, the international award, that is Geospatial Excellence Award for Land Administration, which was given in the Amsterdam. Our country has been ranked number 1 in the world as far as this registration process and the land governance are concerned. So this is a good initiative, and I hope that most of the states are on board. and already now we are planning to roll out in the next year in another next month, another 6 to 8 states. And it has been accepted so much so that in most of the states it has been launched by the Honorable CM, and from our side it has been launched by the Honorable Minister of Rural Development. You might be remembering that it has been so appealing that our Honorable Prime Minister has given reference in his speech in the budget announcement. And there was a post-budget webinar wherein it was an important parameter. And by expert empowered committee, which was there for assess the Prime Minister Award for Excellence in Administration, they have assessed that this is one of the most impactful reform in the country, which has been undertaken since a decade. So this is very initially it was started with a very small scale, but of course during the period it has taken a very big role to play in the country, especially for the economic growth of the country. And I have given a detailed presentation while in the initial assessment of this award, and it is my expectation that most of the states will complete this process by the end of 2023. And while designing, I was heading the committee when it was developed in 2016-17, and it started rolling from 17 to 18. Because there's a large-scale mapping of the data across the sectors. And while designing this software, we tried to set the global benchmark that it is one of the best software application that it will take the country to the top in the world. So once it, of course, I do admit that it has been not completed. It takes slightly longer period because you have to connect the income tax database, especially the PAN card and the TDS deduction with the registration office, which is not a very simple job. Initially, you have to fill up all the rates, circle rates, the valuation of the property,
point is
individual projects.
So
it's a very comprehensive exercise which takes place, which has to take place before it is being implemented in a particular region. Right. So initially it takes slightly longer time, but once it is completed, it is excellent in the sense that no other country has such an exhaustive system, especially for registration of property. Especially my compliment to the SKOCH Group for taking up this subject as in this forum, and especially spreading the awareness among the citizens of this country. I hope that this will give an impetus to the department especially for implementing it, and especially its outreach to the citizen of this country. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Gusanji and your team, your colleague. They have supported me like anything. Thank you very much.
Congratulations once again, and in the next session we will have an opportunity to interact. We would like to find out as to what has been the impact of not only these activities that is done by the government, land governance, including this. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Jakhar with us, or we move on.
Good morning, respected sir. Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Jakhar. Good morning.
So, thank you so much for recognizing the COVID-19 quarantine alert system, for the semi-finals, and providing us with the SKOCH Merit Award. Somehow my video is not starting. But I'll just share my thoughts, which have gone behind in the conceptualization and the implementation of this COVID-19 quarantine alert system for the country. When this COVID-19 pandemic wave just started, the state government and the district administration, they started developing their in-house applications, and those in-house applications were rolled out on the smartphones of the users. And then using the GPS technology, they were trying to track the patients whether they were following the quarantine norms or not. But then we realized that we need to have a comprehensive solution at the national level, and which should not only be useful for the smartphones but also for the feature phones. So we designed this COVID-19 quarantine alert system, which does not require any app to be installed on any smartphone. It basically uses the back end of the telecom technologies and the location based services of the telecom network for calculating the approximate location of the target, and to ensure that whether he is breaching the geofence or not. This was done during the first, second, and third wave of the COVID pandemic. And when during the second wave of the COVID pandemic, what happened? Due to the outbreak of the Delta variant, suddenly the oxygen demand supply that rose exponentially. We were having GPS fitted trucks, but somehow there were no API level integration of those trucks at the national level interface. So again, our team took the challenge, and we designed the back end of this oxygen tracking system also. That is the oxygen digital tracking system. We ensured that we were able to track the real time movement of the truck every 15 minutes. The information was captured and shared with the concerned district administration and the state government authorities, so that they could plan in a proactive manner to which hospital they wanted to send the supply of the oxygen. And within within a span of 7 to 8 days, we were able to completely handle the pan India supply of the oxygen level. So this is how CQS has evolved itself, and we hope to see that if we face any disaster in the near future, we'll be able to basically evacuate our citizens in a very proactive manner using the telecom technologies. Thank you so much for rewarding CQS this SKOCH Award in 2022.
An excellent
I'm feeling
initiative.
honored. Thank you.
Congratulations. We have Mr. Satyaprakash, District Planning Officer from Alappuzha. Nandini KR, Chief Executive Officer from Ballari, Bala Chaitanya Training Wellness Centers. Dr. Owais Ahmed Rana, Deputy Commissioner from District Administration, Bandipur, Panchayat Development Index. Mr. Rajendra Kumar Katara, Collector, District Administration, Bijapur, production of chili by the community. District Administration, Bokaro, District Commissioner, Mr. Kuldeep Chaudhary for Swanidhi Yojana. District Administration, Bongaigaon, District Collector, Dr. M.S. Lakshmi Priya for Project Saubhagya. Sampurna, again from District Administration from Bongaigaon, Dr. M.S. Lakshmi Priya, District Collector. From District Administration, Kachar, Kirti Jali, District Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner for Water Conservation. District Administration, Coimbatore, Dr. G.S. Samiran, District Collector, Namma Kovai. District Administration, Pooch Behar, Mr. Pawan Kadian, District Magistrate for Livelihood Strengthening of Women SHG members through poultry farming. District Administration, Deoria, District Magistrate, Mr. Ash Ranjan, Prashasan Janata Ke Dwar. For digital financial literacy through Amar Bank, Amar Dwar, District Administration, Dhamtari, Mr. Padam Singh Alman.
Yes. नमस्कार टीम स्कॉच। हम लोगों ने कोविड पीरियड में डिजिटल पेमेंट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के लिए काम किया, काफी अच्छा। हमारा जो जिला में करीब 370 ग्राम पंचायतें हैं और 640 विलेज हैं, और इसमें करीब 45% जो एरिया है वो पूरे फॉरेस्ट से घिरा हुआ है। हमारा टाइगर रिजर्व एरिया भी आता है इसमें। तो करीब 10 किलोमीटर के अंदर पे कोई बैंक नहीं है। उन एरिया में हम लोगों ने बैंक सखी और बीएलई एसएचजी वुमेन्स के साथ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के लिए काम किया। इसमें खास तौर पे जो बैंक सखी हम लोगों ने बनाया, और हमारी जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की एनआरएलएम टीम है उनके साथ इसको कन्वर्जेंस किया है। और उसके बाद कियोस्क जो मॉडल होती है, इसके साथ एनआरएलएम के जो बैंक सखी है उसको करीब 68,000 के रूप में उनको पर मंथ उसको देने की हमने उसमें काम किया। और दूसरी उसमें माइक्रो एटीएम और पास मशीन के साथ इनको एसएचजी, वुमेन एसएचजी, बैंक सखी और वीएलई जो और सीएससी कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर के साथ इसको इंक्लूड किया। और हमने जगह जगह पे बैंक पॉइंट बना के इनको ट्रेनिंग भी दिया है। वीएलई मॉडल और जो हमारी आरसेटी है, इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ रूरल बैंकिंग, जो फाइनेंस के साथ इनको इंक्लूड किया। और जो पर्टिकुलर जहाँ जहाँ पर 10 किलोमीटर के दायरे से बैंक नहीं थे या हमारे बीसी नहीं थे, उन जगहों पे हमने पॉइंट करके इनको ट्रेनिंग दिया है। और इसमें जो उनकी एसएचजी की या जो ग्रामीणों के खाते बंद थे उसको हम लोगों ने चालू कराया, और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में पूरी बैंकिंग फाइनेंस का जो सुविधा हम लोग दिलवाया। इसमें जो विशेष जो हमारे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के प्लान थे, जैसे पीएमएवाई प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना, मनरेगा, पीएमजेजेवाई, पीएमजेडीवाई, पीएमएवाई मतलब प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षा योजना, अटल पेंशन, प्रधानमंत्री श्रम योगी मानधन योजना, प्रधानमंत्री जो जन आरोग्य है, इस तरह के जो मेजर हमारे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के थे, ई श्रम कार्ड, पेंशन योजना, आपके छात्रवृत्ति, डिजिटल सर्टिफिकेट, ये सारे चीजों को हमने इंक्लूड किया। और हमारे जो कोविड पीरियड में भी हमारे गांव के आम जनता को सभी लाभ हमने दिया है, जिसके परिणाम यह है कि आपका जो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन था जो उसको साकार किया हमने, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की थी। ग्राम स्तर पर जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के माध्यम से सारे इंडिविजुअल खातों को हमने ठीक करवाया। पैसा निकालने के लिए और जमा करने के लिए गांव वालों को दिक्कत होती थी, तो बीसी सखी और जो बीएलई और सीएससी थे उनके माध्यम से डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट हमने उनको पूरे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के सारे जो स्कीम्स का इनको डायरेक्ट हमने बेनिफिट दिलवाया। नियमित रूप से जो अनियमित रूप से जो खातों में ऋण वगैरह थी उसको हमने कंटिन्यू करवाया। और इसके बाद जो बीमा के क्लेम्स वगैरह थे या पीएमजेजेवाई के क्लेम्स थे, इनको नियमित रूप से दिलवाया। आवर्ती खाते, समावर्ती खाते हैं, इनको कराया, जिसके कारण जो हमारा फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन है, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी है और सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, ये सारे चीजें हमने उसमें कराया। इस योजना को हमने अप्रैल 2019 से लागू किया था, और करीब 90 हमारे एरिया में बीसी सखी थे, जो करीब 590 ग्राम में काम किया। और करीब सारी जो योजनाओं मिला के 2 वर्ष में जो बीएलई और एसएचजी थे, इन लोगों ने 56 करोड़ 14 लाख रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन ग्रामीणों को पहुंचाया है। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत बढ़िया काम किया आपने। आपके काम को और बढ़ावा मिले, यही हम दुआ करते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
Good morning, all the distinguished guests. Congratulations on receiving this Order of Merit. Thanks to the SKOCH team for recognizing our initiative from Coimbatore district in Tamil Nadu. Coimbatore is already very well known for philanthropic people and very inclusive businesses. So this project Namakova is bringing all the philanthropists and the businesses, government and the people in a single forum so as to ensure a citizen-centric governance in this emerging city. Thank you so much. I would not take much more time as all the other guests are waiting. Thanks and congratulations to all present here.
Congratulations. Dr. Venu Raj, District Collector, District Administration, Ernakulam, for Pratyusha. Mr. Naman Priyesh Lakra, Deputy Commissioner from Giridih for RT-PCR Result Management. Malnutrition Free District, Kallakurichi, District Collector, Mr. P.N. Sridhar. Mo Upakari Bagicha from District Administration, Kandhamal, Mr. Ashish Ishwar Patil, Collector and District Magistrate. Ms. Varnali Deka, Deputy Commissioner from Kokrajhar. Innovations and Jan Bhagidari in the implementation of Poshan Abhiyan. Varnali Deka, Innovations and Convergences in One District, One Product. Varnali ji, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I was told there were 3, so I told Shivam that I'll speak in the end after all the 3.
Okay. Let me move on to the next one as well, which is COVID-19 vaccination management. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dhanjal ji. And I convey my sincere gratitude and appreciation to Mr. Sameer Kochar, Mr. Dhanjal, and the entire SKOCH team. It is always, every year, it is a great motivator for all of us to apply for these awards, and we also get to hear of the initiatives of other districts, state level departments and various government of India departments. Currently, ODOP, One District, One Product and Poshan, these are all priority areas of Honorable Prime Minister. And in the state, COVID had, in 2020, 2021, we had a very tough time due to COVID. And then we had to overcome, various pockets of resistance in various parts of the district. So these projects are all about how we could, within the limited resources, optimize our resources and achieve desired results. So thank you so much for this recognition to all of you at SKOCH. Thank you. My colleague Posha is also here. She's joined this ceremony, and I would like to thank all my colleagues also. They have put in magnificent work in in all of these 3 projects. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, Varnali, and congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you.
Mr. Prasad Sankpal, Disaster Management Officer from District Administration, Kolhapur.
Hello, sir.
Public Address System.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for giving us this opportunity. Just I would like to quote few words. As we are aware that disaster system and disaster management machinery is the important phenomena in current scenario, current days. We have developed this centralized public address system in Kolhapur district, and this is our innovative project, and this is the unique one for entire India. We have developed a GSM based centralized public address system through which we are reaching to the last citizen of my district during any kind of disaster situation. We have used this system very effectively during the flood situation last year in 2021, and also we have used a very effectively during the COVID pandemic also. We have made a very important use for the vaccination drive of COVID-19, and I am very thankful to you, the SKOCH team, who have given us the opportunity to put this entire project in front of entire country. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. Collector cum District Magistrate, Mr. Pushpendra Singh Meena from Kundagaon for project Nangat Pila and Maya Madai. Dr. Jayashree P. Krishnan, District Collector. District Administration Nanded, Dr. Vipin Itankar, District Magistrate and Collector for Decentralized Liquid Waste Management System.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
This is Municipal Commissioner Sunil Lahane here. There are n number of nalas in Nanded city which emerge from various points and meet the Godavari river, which flows from center of the Nanded city. These nalas are polluting the Godavari river, And to overcome this problem, we have moved for treatment of this wastewater with new technology. There are decentralized prefabricated wastewater treatment system which can be shifted easily at any given point. It requires very less space. For example, treating of 1 lakh liter, you need only 200 square feet of space. This is totally natural treatment and no chemical is used. The system is totally controlled by PLC, so very low manpower is required. Installation time is also very less. We can set up system just within a 1 month. After treatment, after treatment of this wastewater, the parameters we have checked about pH, oil and grease, BOD, COD, TSS. These are according to the norms given by Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Board. This is MBBR technology. Previously, this was invented by Norwegian technologists in late 80s or 1990. Nowadays, we can spend only 30 lakh rupees to treat 1 lakh liter per day wastewater. This water is being used for gardening, washing the streets, building and constructions, washing of vehicles. And we have much overcome this problem of pollution in Nanded city. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. It's been a wonderful implementation. Thank you for joining. Mr. Varun Ranjan, Deputy Commissioner from Pakur, Kutu Galang Kalyan Trust, a micro enterprise of PVT women.
A very good morning to all. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, actually, I'm representing Mr. Varun Ranjan, the Deputy Commissioner of Pakur. Sir, Gutu Galang Kalyan Trust. First of all, we are really glad and happy to receive the Order of Merit in the SKOCH Summit. Sir, Gutu Galang Kalyan Trust is the first registered trust of PVTG community under the Indian Trust Act 1861, and we are really happy to say that when we started this Gutu Galang Kalyan Trust, it was just a small group of PVTG family, and now we are running it and covering approx 5,000 farmers from the region of Rajmahal Hills. And Sir, Gutu Galang Kalyan Trust's main objective is to provide the rice bags under the Dakia scheme, which is run under the Department of Public Good and Consumer Affairs. And also, Gutu Galang Kalyan Trust is working for the people, and it acts like a bridge gap between the forward and backward linkages. And the people of the community, the PVTG community, which is considered as one of the most deprived community in the society. And we are really happy to work for the people. And Gutu Galang Kalyan Trust is really honored and very thankful to the whole panelists to just give us an opportunity to speak in front of in such a platform. I'm really thankful on behalf of all the team, and thank you once again. All the best to all.
Congratulations. Mr. Sujal Kumar Jayanti Bhai Mayatra, District Collector from Panchmahal, Chitta Bike Express.
Good morning, sir. I am Dr. Hemant Patel, representing on behalf of the collector, sir. I would like to thank the SKOCH for providing this opportunity to encash our innovation at a national level. I would be very brief about the initiative and what it has helped in scaling up. This initiative was just to address the COVID vaccination delivery at the last mile, considering the district challenges of the hilly terrain and the festive season and sowing season during the Diwali time, to reach to all the eligible cohort in a speedy and efficient manner. And this is a very compact unit of vaccine service delivery, which has helped in reaching to the far-flung areas at a speedier rate, considering the larger team that was used earlier. This model was also replicated in the 3 other districts of the Gujarat state. Moreover, the government of Gujarat themselves has adopted and modified model of this as a mobile medical unit. So this has been scaled up by the government of Gujarat from the learnings of this. I would like to thank again Scotch for providing us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dr. Singh Chandra Shekhar, District Magistrate from Patna, Model 24/7 COVID vaccination.
जी नमस्कार, मैं चंद्रशेखर सिंह बोल रहा हूँ। कोविड वैक्सीनेशन पूरे देश में हुआ था और बहुत ही अच्छे से हुआ था। हम लोगों का जो स्पेशल था वो ये कि हम लोगों ने शुरू में ही कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर के कुछ स्पेशल सेंटर्स हम लोगों ने बनाया और उसमें हमारा 24/7 कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर इंक्लूड था। पटना चूंकि कैपिटल टाउन है और बहुत ह्यूज डिमांड थी और जो इन्फेक्टेड एरिया था हमारा स्टेट का, उसमें पटना का कंट्रीब्यूशन 25% अराउंड था और जो डेथ हुई थी वो भी पटना का कंट्रीब्यूशन से बहुत ज़्यादा था, बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभावित क्षेत्र था पटना। तो उसको देखते हुए हम लोगों के लिए वैक्सीनेशन बहुत बड़ी चुनौती थी और डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा थी। चूंकि लोग प्रभावित अधिक थे तो बहुत ज़्यादा डिमांड थी और उतना हम लोग उसको सर्व नहीं कर पा रहे थे। इसको देखते हुए हम लोगों ने स्पेशल कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर बनाया और कुल 16 हम लोगों ने पूरे टाउन में बड़े सेंटर्स बनाया। तो एक सेंटर्स की हमारी कैपेसिटी 200 हुआ करती थी। हम लोगों ने बड़े बड़े सेंटर यूनिवर्सिटीज में, केंद्रीय विद्यालय में, इस प्रकार के बिल्डिंग्स में बनाए और लगभग 3000 कैपेसिटी पर डे पर सेंटर हम लोगों ने किया और डिमांड जो थी उसको हम लोगों ने मीट करने का प्रयास किया। और जो स्पेशल कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर्स थे उसको टाइमिंग के हिसाब से भी हम लोगों ने मैनेज किया। जो वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन हमारी थी उसकी डिमांड थी कि ऑफिस टाइम के बाद वो लोग टीका लेना चाह रहे थे। उसको देखते हुए हम लोगों ने 24/7 सेंटर शुरू किए और उसके बाद 9 to 9 सेंटर्स भी कुछ शुरू किए। और इसमें जो बाकी जगहों पर लोग काम कर रहे हैं उसके अलावा भी हमारे जो वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन है, टेम्पो चलाते हैं, रिक्शा चलाते हैं, इस तरह के काम करते हैं, डेली बेसिस काम करते हैं, उन लोगों के लिए भी ज़्यादा जरूरी था कि वो लोग ऑफिस टाइम के बाद या काम के बाद आकर के ले सकें, कोविड का टीका ले सकें। इसको देखते हुए हम लोगों ने 24/7 और 9 to 9 सेंटर्स, कुल 16 स्पेशल सेंटर्स चलाए हम लोगों ने। तो कोविड वैक्सीनेशन मैनेजमेंट में द रोल ऑफ स्पेशल कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर हमारा जो है उसमें 24/7 कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर्स था और इसका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन हम लोगों का था लगभग 80 लाख हम लोगों ने डोजेज जो है वो किए, एडमिनिस्टर किए और उसमें से हम लोगों ने देखा 18,83,000 डोजेज जो है स्पेशल कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर से दिए गए और पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट का हम लोग देखें तो 23.51% होता है और अर्बन पॉपुलेशन का देखें तो मोर देन 50%, 52.18% ये वैक्सीन टीका लोगों ने इस कोविड वैक्सीनेशन, स्पेशल कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर से लिया। तो बहुत अच्छा इसका कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा पूरे हमारे वैक्सीनेशन ड्राइव में और इसका इफेक्ट हुआ कि बहुत जल्दी बिफोर टाइम हम लोगों ने पूरे जो हमारी पॉपुलेशन थी उसको वैक्सीनेट कर दिया और जो थर्ड वेव आई उसका प्रभाव बहुत ही कम रहा लाइक अदर सिटीज। लेकिन ये चैलेंज था सबको विद इन द टाइम वैक्सीनेट करना और उसको देखते हुए, लोगों की डिमांड को देखते हुए हम लोगों ने स्पेशल कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर बनाया और उसमें हमारा 24/7 कोविड वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर भी इंक्लूड था और स्कॉच टीम ने इसको रिकॉग्नाइज किया है। हम बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं, बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपके काम की और सराहना की। डॉक्टर नितिन बंसल, District Magistrate from Pratapgarh, One District, One Product Scheme, Amla Products. Dr. Bansal, please unmute yourself. Bansal, can you hear me?
Yeah, this is not mine. This is...
Okay. Sure. We'll come back to it. Ms. Kavita Ramu, District Collector, District Administration, Pudukkottai for Aran movement.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kavita here, District Collector Pudukkottai. I firstly thank SKOCH for this honor and recognizing us through this order of merit, sir. I would like to very briefly talk about the Aran movement. Aran in Tamil means a protective wall. So this movement typically aims to help and offer support to children and young people in respect of their rights, needs, safety and protection, and also to handhold them in their various activities in respect of their physical and mental health, their academic career, sexual and reproductive health, and if there are any issues at their homes and so on. We have formed several teams at the block and district levels, sir, and the target audience being, as I already mentioned, children and youngsters below 25 years. The base of the movement is to be conducting awareness programs on a weekly basis, and we have also trained the teachers to aid and support the students and children, and also sensitize them as to how they should approach children with special needs and special attention that they rightly deserve. So we have formed helplines, both an exclusive WhatsApp number and a toll-free number, and children are open and more forthcoming now to voice out their problems and their challenges, especially the rural school children, especially the government school children who have not had an outlet so far to express their grievances, sir. We have trained teachers in respect of child rights, safety, gender parity, mental health, legal and academic support. As I already mentioned, the helpline has also been formed, and we have about 3.4 lakh students and students, both school and colleges, have taken the Aran pledge, where they have reiterated their rights and their duties and responsibilities, and they have said that they will stand for their equality and rights, sir. So this is just about the Aran movement. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Dr. Mahendra Kalyankar, District Magistrate and District Collector, District Administration, Raigad, Sapta Sutri Program. Dr. Arun Mahesh Babu, Collector and District Magistrate from Rajkot, for Step Towards Inclusion, first ever batch of LGBTQ plus community in skill ecosystem of Gujarat. Dr. Mahesh Babu. The next one also goes to Rajkot for Swayam Siddha. Yet another one for Rajkot, Mukhya Mantri Bal Seva Yojana. Shivam Verma, District Collector from District Administration, Shiopur, transformation of Dubri Village. The next one also goes to the District Administration, Shiopur, for promoting people's participation in Poshan Abhiyan. Mr. Pulkit Garg, Chief Development Officer, District Administration, Siddharth Nagar, for ODOP Kala Namak Rice. Mr. Garg. Mr. B. Murugesh, Chairman, Collector and Chairman, District Rural Development Agency, Tiruvannamalai, District Administration, Catch the Rain Campaign. Scientific water conservation from District Administration, Tiruvarur, District Collector, P. Gayatri Krishnan.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Right. Thank you so much for selecting our project for the prestigious SKOCH Award of Merit. I would like to thank each and every one of you. And very briefly, very quickly, I would like to just highlight a couple of points about our project. So Tiruvarur is one of the delta districts of Kaveri River. And our district has a unique problem where during the rains, we have floods. And during the summer season, we typically experience a lot of drought and lack of water. So what we thought was that we could probably have a more of a scientific approach to water conservation. We have various departments doing a lot of things towards improving our water systems, but we were not getting enough results because they were all kind of disjointed and working as silos. So what we tried was we integrated everything, and using our engineers, our environmental engineers, and we did an assessment of the entire district's water networks and groundwater systems, and then we identified which are the areas which we need water recharging structures and which are the areas which need more water harvesting structures. And so accordingly, we classified all the firkas as safe, critical, semi-critical, overused, overexploited, and things like that. And some were saline firkas, which we really could not do anything. And for the remaining firkas, what we did was that we devised two kinds of approaches. One is a water harvesting approach, whereby wherever there was excess water, we tried to harvest all of those water, and without letting it just result in a flood, we were able to channelize it, and then we were able to use it productively to irrigate more areas and improve our agriculture. And at the same time, we also had some water recharging structures and more of rainwater catching oriented areas in the water lagging, in the areas which are lacking in water and which are typically experiencing drought. So in those areas, we planned such structures. And as a result, what happened was that when the heaviest of monsoons happened last year, we were not much affected by floods. We had very minimal floods. And also during the summers, we were able to manage it without much of droughts because the water levels had significantly grown up and the groundwater table had risen across the district. And we were also able to irrigate areas which had typically not received irrigation in a long time. And due to planned, systematized desilting and opening up of canals and channels and river water canals, and we were able to do some typically wherever it required small civil works and other things. And because it was done as a holistic thing, villages where there was no water, no irrigation for years together were able to receive water, and they were also able to do one season, extra season of paddy. And the water level in the other areas also had risen up, and the overused or overcritical areas were brought back into semi-critical, and some of the critical or semi-critical areas were brought out into safe forecast. So that is basically what we did in our district, and this was appreciated at the state level, and also we had the state team visiting us and learning our systems for replication across the state. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayur Dikshit, District Magistrate from Uttarkashi, solar energy-based irrigation scheme for hilly areas. Next one, also from Uttarkashi. Response to
audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. SKOCH team, can you spotlight Mr. Dikshit? Dikshit, we are losing you. Can you be spotlighted? SKOCH team, is he with us?
Sir, Murugesh here, Collector Tirunamalai, sir.
Okay, Mr. Murugesh, please go ahead. SKOCH team, can he be spotlighted?
Thank you, sir. Thanks. opportunity given to us, sir. Will not take much time at my regular college, sir. Yes, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
I'm spotlighted, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are. Can hear you.
Sir, am I audible, sir? Yes, sir. Thanks for giving the opportunity, sir. First of all, this all started the cash grain campaign under National Water Mission, sir, to harvest and conserve the rainwater. The motive is to catch every drop of water to achieve self-sufficiency in our water. Basically, Tirunelveli district is labeled as most exploited underwater categories. So, what the district administration has decided that 1,021 were created in 541 panchayat, village panchayats within 30 days in 12/8/2021 to 10/9/2020 at the estimate cost of around 2 crores. So this was recognized by our state administration, and we have created a world record and given appreciation certificate from the 4 world record agencies. So apart from that, not only this we have initiated, sir. Other than that, boulder check dam, community dug well, farm pond, individual wells, percolation pond, all such initiatives done, sir. Due to this initiative, I have to say proudly, sir. The scientifically proved that some 3 feet of groundwater level has increased in our districts, sir. So this is the achievement in our districts as far as Tirunelveli district is concerned. And again, I thank the SKOCH team for giving us the opportunity and motivating us to do such.
Congratulations to you as well as the entire team. Mr. Chanchal Rana, Collector and District Magistrate from Balangi. Jal Shakti Abhiyan for Sustainable Water Management and Climate Resilient Livelihood.
Good morning, Dr. Dhanjal, and I'll really thank Dr. Dhanjal and Samir Kocherji for guiding us and for this recognition in this SKOCH Order of Merit. So as you know, this Jal Shakti Abhiyan under the Government of India program and the state government initiatives, Balangir has actually been a drought-prone, migration-prone region of the KBK region of the Odisha. And under the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, I'll be very brief, sir. The water table management was done. Automatic groundwater recording stations were set up in all blocks, and then the action plan was made for every block and urban local body which was there. There was a convergence of schemes from various, from almost all departments, right from rejuvenating the water storage structures to beautification of the same. It also included the massive NREGS works, crop diversification, where crop diversification including the promotion of non-paddy crops like cotton. In fact, Balangir has become now the largest producer of cotton in the state after these initiatives. Also, sir, the traditional practices of growing millets in the region had started, because it was a time when millets were grown massively in the region, and now almost 10,000 families are doing the millet cultivation, right from they're growing the seeds also. They have their farm seed banks as well. And other than that, also the entire the Jal Shakti Abhiyan has been made livelihood. This livelihood component has been intertwined with the Jal Shakti Abhiyan, where around 22,000 self-help groups they have been given they've been allotted tanks for the purpose of pisciculture and other livelihood activities. So it is actually this water management which not only includes the water recharge structures or the rainwater harvesting structures. It is beyond that. It has taken into account the livelihood. It has taken into account scientific water management and sustainable and improved agricultural practices. And I believe it will with this continuous convergence of various schemes in this particular campaign over a period of 5 to 10 years, there will be a massive change in the overall water management in the district. Thank you again, Dr. Dhanjal, for giving an opportunity to present the Jal Shakti Abhiyan in Balangir district. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Sir, from District Administration, Kottayam, Kerala. Can I speak?
Can you go back to yes. Dr. Krishnan.
Good morning, sirs. First of all, let me express my thanks and happiness in being selected as the finalist of the SKOCH Order of Semi-Finalist of the SKOCH Order of Merit. And as all of us know, Kerala has been in the forefront in many of the developmental indices in the country, and the Sustainable Development Goal indices, Kerala has achieved a great advancement in most of the fields. As per the multi-dimensional poverty index released by the Niti Aayog, Kerala has 0.71% poverty, poor population, and Kottayam had a very poor, very low percentage of the poor poverty. And as per the MPI index, it was stated that Kottayam had 0% poverty. Instead of resting on this appreciation, the district administration decided to probe into the needs and necessities of the people, and the critical survey of among the households proved that out of the 4,87,296 families in this district, 1,071 were extremely poor. As per the assessment of poverty, we define poverty as the presence of various deprivations and absence of capabilities. While extreme poverty is the absence of capabilities, basic necessities, and the fundamental minimum capacity to survive. Based on this concept, we developed the major 4 indices for us. We took it as the basis: the food availability, health, income, and place of residence. And based on these 4 main indices, we defined difficulty index and extreme difficulty index. For food availability, while if there are children in the family below 6 years who have severe acute malnutrition, it was a difficulty index. But if in the same family, if there are age-old people being physically or mentally challenged people who are unable to cook food or bring food from outside, destitutes depending on free food availability, etc., that is an extreme difficulty index. Regarding health also, the families having no employable members, maybe due to accidents or lost properties, etc., that is a difficulty index. While if the employable member is completely laid down and is mentally challenged, etc., it is an extremely difficult index. Regarding income, if the primary running member died or left the family and the livelihood is in disaster, it is a difficulty index. But if in the same family, the families have no re-employable members, and the family includes only senior citizens above 70 years, then it is an extremely difficult index. regarding the place of residence also. If the people are living on encroached land, beneath bridges, in marketplaces, waste dumping areas, etc., it is a difficulty index. But if they are leading a wandering life for over more than 1 year with no permanent shelter, it is considered an extremely difficult index. Based on these considerations, the families were again reassessed, and we could probe into their physical and social situations, and that is how we identified the 1,071 extremely poor families. Rather than feeling satisfied with the ranking that Kottayam has zero poverty, we probed into these details, and we found out the ultra poor citizens, and we have almost completed 50% of the preparation of micro plan for each family, depending on the health status, their economic status, and their needs. If they can be re-employed, if they can be involved in some enterprises, etc., we are providing that as livelihood, or else we will give the complete 100% support for the senior citizen family. Likewise, the micro plans are getting ready, and we are moving forward, sir.
Thank you for this speech. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
B. Gayatri Krishnan, District Collector from Tiruvallur, Scientific Water Conservation. Jaskiran Singh Modi, Senior Technical Director, National Financing Reporting Authority, Ministry of Corporate Affairs for NFRA-AQR, which is Audit Quality Review. Modi.
Thank you, sir. I'm here. Audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Thankful. Good morning, Dr. Gushanji, and to all the panelists. I'm Jaskiran Singh Modi, Scientist F from National Informatics Center, and we are in the working for Ministry of Corporate Affairs, NAFRA, which is also a statutory body of MCA. So this initiative was the initiative of the NAFRA to have a faceless interface for this audit quality review. In this endeavor, we developed this application for NAFRA to have an faceless interface, so that all the stakeholders of this review can have an faceless interface, so that they can able to interact with the department. Actually, audit quality review has been taken against a company to review the quality of the audit by the auditor. So it can be taken up as a suo motu case, or it can be taken up as directed by the government, or it can be an outcome of the complaint. So in this process, we developed this application so that they have their in-house approval system of the documents. They can work effectively and efficiently, and team can manage the whole process without any problem. And also they can leverage these features of this application, and they should not be dependent on other applications for processing the case. So in this process, we developed the tools for the NAFRA, so that they can get the response from the auditor and the auditee without any problem. So we developed a new tools for them, so that they can manage the SFTP servers through their application only. And we also developed the interface for the auditor and auditee, so that they can interact with the NAFRA as per the respective audit quality review, and they can able to submit all the papers, documents that is required for the review. And NAFRA even interact with the auditor and auditee through this application, and they submit the questionnaire and other documents through this application, and get the comments also online. So this is a application which has been developed for the NAFRA, I'm thankful to the SKOCH team for recognizing our efforts for development of NAFRA audit quality review, which is a product for the NAFRA cohort application software. Thank you. Thanks a lot. On behalf of my team, which worked on this application, and all and the officers of the NAFRA, on behalf of the NAFRA also, I thank the SKOCH team. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you and the entire team. Thoragarh District Magistrate, Mr. Ashish Chauhan, token-based queue management system with feedback mobile app.
Namaskar, sir. My name is Gaurav Kumar, and I am representing here District Magistrate, District Administration Thoragarh, sir. It's my honor to take this opportunity for receiving this order of merit certificates. Actually, sir, किसी भी हॉस्पिटल में एक ओपीडी रूम्स पे क्राउड में हॉस्पिटल्स की जो फूड क्वालिटी और सैनिटेशन क्वालिटी को मेंटेन करना एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होता है सर, जिसको हम लोगों ने ई गवर्नेंस के थ्रू टोकन बेस्ड क्यू मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम और फीडबैक मोबाइल ऐप बना करके हॉस्पिटल पे क्राउड मैनेजमेंट पे कंट्रोल किया है सर। जो ओपीडी रूम्स पे जो पेशेंट्स की जो क्राउड्स बढ़ती हुई क्राउड्स को हमने मैनेज किया है 90% तक। और इससे हमारा एक फीडबैक मोबाइल ऐप जो हमने बनाया है, जिससे हमारे हॉस्पिटल्स में जो फूड मेन्यूज दिए जाते थे और जो सैनिटाइजेशन के लिए के जो भी अरेंजमेंट किए जाते थे वो सारे के सारे उससे हमने ओवरकम किया था। थैंक्स, मैं स्कॉच टीम को थैंक्स कहना चाहता हूँ सर कि हम लोग हमारे इस प्रोजेक्ट को रिकॉग्नाइज करने का और ये अपॉर्चुनिटी हमें देने का पूरी एंटायर टीम को धन्यवाद। और अपनी एनआईसी की जो टीम्स जिन्होंने इस प्रोजेक्ट को डेवलप किया है उन सभी को मैं कांग्रेचुलेशन बोलना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। Nitin Bansal, Chief Commercial Manager from Southern Railway, Ticketing Peripherals Management System. Bansal.
Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Gusharan Dhanjal from SKOCH. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank SKOCH Development Foundation for recognizing the this project of Southern Railway and awarding us the Order of Merit. There are, and I also, on this occasion, I also want to congratulate all other Order of Merit awardees and best of wishes to the semi-finalists for the final award. Regarding these two projects of Southern Railway have been identified by SKOCH Foundation for the Order of Merit. The first one, that is the TPMS system, that is the ticketing peripheral management system. It's basically an operational efficiency enhancement and asset management application which has been developed in-house by our own staff without any technical or financial help from any outside agency. As you know that ticketing system on Indian Railways is a very vast system. On Southern Railway, we provide around about 800 million passenger tickets to in an year. That comes around serving around about 25 passengers per second with the ticketing systems. So it requires a huge amount of hardware and network management systems, which are around about 15,000 on Southern Railway. Before this application, these all systems were being maintained and their record was kept manually. So through this application, we are able to integrate the full life cycle of these equipments, starting from the procurement right up to the condemnation and replacement through an IT-based application. This has helped us in maintaining of this vast network efficiently. The second project, which was the database center on Chennai station, full Indian PRS and UTS system, that is the unreserved ticketing and the reserved ticketing system, is being served by 4 data centers across India. Out of which Chennai is one of it, which serves all the systems for ticketing systems for southern India, which includes around about 6 states. This system, this data center, the previous data center was established in the year 1987 when the PRS system started in Indian Railways, and after that there was no replacement or enhancement in any of the facility which was done. Over the period, with the increase in the advancement of the technology and the increase in the number of passengers, and for that the requirement of the servers, that data center was not able to cope up with the pressure of the present day. So we replaced that data center with a new data center which is tier 3 certified standard, up to the tier 3 standards of the data center. As you all know that there are only 4 tiers, that is from tier 1 to tier 4 as the level of complexity and the facilities which are provided. So we have commissioned it for the tier 3. And the main thing is that we have provided it with all the necessary modern facilities for the data centers, like precision air conditioning, automatic fire suppression system, waterproofing system, rodent system, integrated building management system, and all those systems. And it will be able to cater to the requirement of PRS and ticketing system and other IT-based systems of Southern Railway for next 25 to 30 years. So once again, I want to thank SKOCH Foundation for awarding us with this Order of Merit, and congratulations to all other participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bansal. That's quite an interesting intervention. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of the announcement of the first round of final
Bandipur,
order of
District Administration Bandipur.
There we go. Dr. O. Ahmed Rana, Deputy Commissioner from Bandipur.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Team SKOCH, for recognizing our initiative. This is the. Hope I am audible.
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
This is the initiative is about. This is the digital initiative of the District Administration Bandipur, wherein 22 government departments and PRIs have been roped in, and a vibrant index known as Panchayat Development Index has been framed, which actually ranks the Panchayat in various developmental parameters. There are actually 81 developmental indicators on which the monthly ranks are issued for each Panchayat. This initiative has also been awarded in the National E-Governance Award in 24th of its conference. We are highly thankful to the Team SKOCH for recognizing our initiative. This index has actually revolutionized the developmental transition at the Panchayat level. That makes its vibrance more visible. We are achieving the saturation targets more faster. Our schools are now having drinking water facilities, the electricity, the toilet facility. Our health and education parameters are moving very fast. Our district NIC team also provided great support by making a vibrant dashboard that was also applauded across the country in the National E-Governance Award. This is all from District Administration Bandipur. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. I've actually been to a couple of the election by the district administration in the town.
Thank you.
So that was the announcement of the first round of semi-finalist Scotch Order of Merit. And ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all once again to the State of Governance India Governance Forum. Is the Indian economy out of the woods? Is the mood question everyone is asking. RBI data shows robust credit offtake. Banks non-food credit shows growth of 11%, while agriculture and allied activities have expanded by 10.6%. Personal loans have accelerated to 14%, primarily driven by real estate and vehicle loans. India's gross tax collection has beaten all expectations, aided by better tax compliance. Higher capital spending on infrastructure and asset building projects is likely to boost growth multipliers in the medium term. Amidst all this, IMF has lowered India's GDP forecast by 0.8 percentage point to 7.4% for the current fiscal. FICCI is estimating it to be between 6.5 and 7.3. India is, while focusing on infrastructure, public expenditure, which has a huge potential for multiplying economic growth. In the budget of 2022-23, the central government has proposed to raise capital expenditure by 35.4%. Schemes like Gati Shakti, Jal Jeevan Mission, revamping the power distribution sector have got huge potential. On the other side, on the global front, IMF projects the global economy slow down further to 3.2% in 2022 from last year's 6.1%. Russia-Ukraine war is not easing, while Taiwan and US have been added to the list. This reflects stalling of growth in world's three largest economies, the US, China, and the European area. And slowing down of global economy to 3.2%, down from last year's 6.1, is not a very good news for the Indian economy. This is impacting us very, very badly. As it is, we have high employment rate, 7.9% as of 15th July, up from 6.80 as of 15th August, up from 6.80 in July. Interest rates have gone up, rupee has depreciated further, and new investments have shown poor growth. This is compounded by fracture of interstate relations and widespread youth disillusionment. All of us have seen Agnipath and the way it has gone. State finances are also under stress. Debt to GSDP ratio is 33%. Debt to GDP ratio is 89%. Social sector is resource guzzler, while power sector is bleeding. So we have a mix of from either side. Within the same, where is it that we find a savior? Infrastructure. So there's a huge push to fix the economy, employment, and GDP ahead of 2024 elections by focusing on infra projects, speeding them up. India Governance Forum, which started on 18th June, culminating on 17th September, is delving on several such areas of governance, its impact, and the way out, and is returning actionable policy recommendations. There is need for tech adoption for infrastructure. There is need to launch mission mode projects towards silo busting both at the center and states, mission mode employment and hiring, and channelizing youth energy. We are looking at the confluence that we have today of central government, districts, municipal corporations, smart cities, and police organizations to deliberate on different issues of national importance and make recommendations so that at the end of the day, we are able to come up with a document that can feed into the policy. Ladies and gentlemen, for the inaugural session, we have Mr. Hukum Singh Meena with us, who is Additional Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development. He's a 1992 batch IAS officer, served as district collector, like many of you. at Dumka, Bhojpur, Jahanabad, Nalanda, and Madhubani. He's been with the department since 2015 and received several accolades, including international awards. As DM Nalanda, he was adjudged the best collector for rural development, and he's also the recipient of Prime Minister Award for Excellence in Public Administration in 2021 for his initiative of National Generic Document Registration System. So we have heard him speak briefly about the project. I would like to invite Mr. Meena and hear him speak about the governance challenges from his perspective and how is it that we overcome these. Mr. Meena.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Meena.
Yes. Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much giving me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. The subject is, although sounds very small, but it's a very wide connotation. It includes everything of the governance system, right from the day-to-day work to the even your business, your service, even your manufacturing sector as well. I will be more speaking from the perspective of my subject, dealing with the governance, rather than speaking in general. So basically, in the department, I am dealing with the land regulations, including the registration system and the land for the developmental projects and infrastructure projects. So when I joined in this department 2015, the immediate problem which we were facing, that the person, in order to know the details of the property and to do the transactions in the property, he has to visit number of offices, and that is a sign of the bad governance, because unless until you provide an alternative option to the citizen for accessing the information and for accessing the basic documents, it leads to somewhere corruption also. That is my understanding. So in order to curtail, even when I attended a training program in 2007, they have taught us that unless until they are multi-mode for the services, there has to be corruption in the system. So in order to curtail this, initially we started reforming the registration system, because our country, as far as ranking in the ease of doing business, we were lacking behind in the case of transaction in the properties, because there are 7-8 parameters for ranking of any country. So because of these parameters, our countries were dragged behind in the ranking. So we have been told that why don't you reform your registration process in the country? Then we started studying 3-4 countries which are leading in this arena, especially the UK. We invited their IGR, Inspector General of Registration, gave a lecture to us and explained their system, how they are doing it. And then New Zealand, Denmark, many countries we invited online and even physical also. So whatever we have learned from them, department, we constituted a committee under my chairmanship in the department, under the chairmanship of the then additional secretary in the department, and I was member secretary to that. So how to reform this registration system in order to improve the governance, land governance in the country. So the immediate problem which we had is that the system should be such that a person should have we should empower the citizen in the sense that he should have the capability, or he should have a facility that he should access all the information from sitting in the home. So he need not to go to the offices to collect those information, even contacting the officials in the office, and wasting much of time in that period, because they are assisting and transacting the property. They are not the main activities. So then we started developing a software, because at that time, this software, how we developed, how this idea came into our mind, that there was a conflict between registration, this Land Acquisition Act and IT Act. According to Land Acquisition Act, there will be no income tax deduction for the compensation which is paid for in lieu of the land which is acquired. And as per the IT Act, they have to pay the TDS in respect of the place, except that for agriculture, less than 2 lakhs compensation. So then we have been asked by the PMO and the higher level that can you give the idea that how much stamp duties we have collected during last 1 year so that we can take this decision. So then I contacted my technical officer. They said that, sir, it is doable, but it will take another 7 days. So I said, why 7 days? Why we don't have this information right now? So they said that each state has their own software applications for doing the registration process. That's why it will take 7 days. Then I told them that can't we have a single software for the nation, one software for the registration system, so that at the click of the button, can't we have the all information regarding the transaction of the properties in a day or in a year, so that we can take informed policy decisions? Then we started building it. Of course, we conducted rigorous exercise, like conducting 20-24 meetings with the states, going physically there and asking their requirements. Then we collected all the requirements of the all countries, and we generated a software wherein it is incorporating all requirements of the all states in the country. That is one. Second, that we introduce an element that it is directly empowering the citizen. Empowering in the sense that whatever the person has been given an opportunity that you take pre-appointment of the pre-registration appointment, and you upload your all documents, and whatever decision is being taken, not even at the final stage, but at any point of time, that has to be communicated to the citizen, the person who is applying for the registration of the properties, and he has the right to appeal against it. If the decision is actually, consider that decision is not according to the provision in the act or rules. So in that sense, we have empowered the citizen. And second, that after registration process is completed, he has been compulsorily asked to give his feedback so that we can correct our system. And third, that all the informations which are required for complete of the transactions, the person need not to go to any office. It is available as soon as you will fill up the details of the properties, including land and buildings. It will automatically extract those information from the corresponding database. For example, if you need the detail of the disputes and the bank dues on a particular property, then it has been already linked to the corresponding bank database and the court database. So it will automatically display the disputes and the mortgage or kind of loans which is pending against the particular property. So the person who is actually intending to do the transaction on a particular property, he should have all the information in hand without going into the office. So it is an informed policy decision. It's an informed decision of a person to do a transaction on a particular property. So that has been sure completely. Second, that earlier there was a flexibility that, of course, for simple properties like land, there is a fixed formula that how much stamp duty, how much registration fees will be levied or will be collected. But the properties like building in Delhi, so there's a lot of variation depending on the location of the building. Now, because mapping is completed, the rates, the valuation, the mapping of the property is completed. So there is no subjectivity in decision making of the valuation of the property, and thereafter the registration fees and the stamp duties on the property. So as soon as you will fill up all the details of the properties in the portal, you are supposed to create an account through your mobile. So as soon as you will fill up all the details, it will automatically give you the information that this is the proper value of the property. If you want to appeal against this decision, you can appeal. But if you accept it, then next he will ask that this is the stamp duty, this is the registration fees, and they will display the mode of the payment. Here that person has to physically collect the rate, the amount of the stamp duty and registration fees, and he has to physically go to the banks or the e-grass or the system which is available in the state, and he has to deposit that amount. And then He has to take a physical receipt and submit to the sub-registrar officer. So lot of wastage of time. And it has been reported by the World Bank that a person used to take about 80 to 85 days to complete the whole process. Now it has been reported after whichever state this has been implemented, World Bank has reported that now it will take 21 days to complete transfer the title. And as far as registration is concerned, because other countries registration means transfer of title, but ours registration is separate and transfer of title, that is mutation, is separate. So the registration only takes 6 to 8 days. That is all. So from 85 days, it has been reduced to 6 to 8 days. So that is one achievement. Second, the number of processes which were there earlier, 9, which has been reduced to 4 to 5 only. And there's a substantial reduction in the cost in terms of the operational cost, in terms of the registration and stamp duty. That is another. Third is that empowerment of the citizen. We have received, already executed documents more than 36 lakhs since the implementation of this application, software application. So 36 lakhs people have already given their feedback, and more than 90% citizens, they have given positive feedback that, of course, there is a substantial reduction in terms of harassment, in terms of number of days it takes, in terms of number of cost to the registration. So this is a kind of empowerment. And second, that the earlier when a person used to go to the registration of the property, even the officials from the sub-registrar, they used to levy the flimsy backgrounds and rejected the registration process, and it's a lot of embarrassment for the person, because you know that once the deal is completed, the transaction is agreed between the buyer and seller, it is difficult to even delay for a day, because delay for a day may cost him a very high. So he has to buy even 2-3 witnesses to identify himself. Now there's an option that he has been given an option. If he gives the consent of Aadhaar-based authentication, then he not to go. He's not supposed to bring any even witnesses to identify himself. Of course, for legal requirement, they have to be there, but government will give a guarantee if he gives a consent that he can be identified through the Aadhaar authentication. Then government will give a guarantee that the person has really transacted the property. So that's a sure shot guarantee that there will not be impersonation as far as transaction of properties are concerned. And you might have already heard that there's a speech by Honorable Chief Justice of the India that about 67 disputes are related to the land, and out of 67, about 20-25 disputes are because of the double registration or triple registration of the same property with other persons, with the buyers. So in order to check those disputes, it has been already reported by Government of Punjab, Government of Jharkhand, and there are many other reports from other governments that after implementation of this software applications, there's not even a single dispute based on the registration of a property. So that's a great achievement. And you might have heard that there's a McKinsey report that about 1.3% of the GDP is logged in the land disputes cases. And person used to run from pillar to post and from court to court. So I think this is a great achievement of the department and great achievement for the country, that if we reduce land dispute to the zero because of the registration. So there's a great actually relief to the farmers also. And even myself, I visited J&K and Jharkhand and 3-4 states, and I really interacted with the citizen, and they have been so much happy that after implementation of the software applications, although I do agree that because they are not technological savvy, so they used to take help of some of the technical knowing person, but that is readily available nowadays because WhatsApp and Facebook, every village you have 3, 4 or 10, 20 students who are going to the technical colleges. They know better than anybody else. So they take even support of their own villagers, the fellow villagers, and they complete all the process. And whenever they come to the sub-registrar office, it takes 10. This is also a great achievement. Earlier, the actual process for completion of this registration process, it used to take 75 to 90 minutes it is 1.5 hours, 1.5 hours. Now it is 10 to 15 because it's online. You can calculate how much time it is taking for completion of the transaction in the sub-registrar offices. That 7 days is complete when you start start preparing for the transaction of the property. And this 15 minutes is actually when you execute the document, when you have reached to the office and everything is ready, and when you execute the document. So earlier it was 1.5 hours, 1.5 hours. Now it is 15 minutes. So on the one hand, it is ease of living for the citizen. On the other hand, it is ease of doing for the government officials. Because earlier when they used to complete the transaction of say 100 documents, now they are able to complete the transaction of more than 200, 250 documents. So there is an enhancement of the efficiency and effectiveness of the government officials as well. And there is a check on the corruption, there is a check on the impersonation. So these are the 5 objectives that empowering the citizen through pre-appointment for the registration. There is a empowerment that there is a post feedback after the registration is completed, that is compulsory. So based on their feedback, we used to actually correct even our software, our system. Somewhere actually even UP, when I visited, I think Barabanki and Agra, they have reported that the software application is so, the speed is so slow that the farmers are getting agitated. So then we started upgrading the system, and we have already instructed the government of UP that you kindly upgrade your server also, so that the speed gets corrected. So based on their feedback, we take a lot of corrective measures for improving our system. And this is our endeavor, that we should be top in the world, that after implementation of this software fully in the country, it should be unparalleled, and we should have a name in the world. Thank you very much. And this is my aim and objective of this department, that as far as land governance is concerned, we should improve, and we should provide facilities and ease of living to the citizen and ease of doing to the government. Thank you very much.
Well, it's an excellent intervention, and as you rightly said, that out of 67 disputes, in the court of law, 50% are actually relating to land, and the amount of GDP which is locked in the land disputes is astronomical. And the way, if it is,
and it's outreach, Gorsanji, Dhanjalji, it's outreach. Actually, it has already covered more than 40 crores population. And our aim is that by March, we should cover 130 crores.
Excellent. Congratulations. And I'm sure I look forward to that day. And again, speak with you, and wherein, we sit in front of each other with great pride and say that, this was the target and we have achieved. And we have unlocked the value which is locked in the land system. Congratulations.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And with this, I now invite Mr. Naveen Jakar, Additional Director General, Communications Network Security, Haryana LSA, from Ministry of Telecommunications. He conceptualized, designed, and implemented Astra, a tool for proactive communication intelligence for weeding out the fraudulent SIMs, even before financial fraud or cybercrime. As a result of his efforts, cybercrime syndicates of Mewat were neutralized in 6 months, disconnecting more than 500,000 SIMs. He also designed and implemented COVID-19 quarantine alert system. We already heard him speak about that, for real-time monitoring and enforcement of quarantine and detection of breaches. It's been used now by 18 states, which handle more than 35 lakh targets and detected more than 21 crore quarantine breaches. Mr. Naveen Jakar.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to thank SKOCH Group for inviting me here to share my views with the august audience. I would like to say that we are from that fortunate generation which has witnessed two basic extremes where technology has empowered a common citizen. We have seen our parents, our grandparents, running here and there for submitting the bills, for getting the government services. And now what we have seen with the digitalization and the technology in place, that common citizens are getting the services sitting at home. And even when the electricity bill is getting generated, right, then and there we get the notification. We are just simply doing the UPI payments even before the physical or the paper bill actually reaches our home. So this is the power of technology, which has completely changed the landscape in the last 2 decades. Now, if we see that during the COVID-19 pandemic, when everything was shut, communications was the only medium which was not only keeping everyone connected, but at the same time it was keeping the economy up and running. So what we have seen as a department in the industry, and how we are going to change or shape the lives of our citizens. So I see that cybercrime is one thing to which my 140 crore Indians are directly susceptible to. So we need to create something which can save their precious hard-earned money from those fraudsters. And fake SIM is one medium which is directly attacking those innocent citizens. So we thought of it, try to design something innovative using which we could identify the fake SIMs and just neutralize these SIMs and the cybercrime syndicates in total, even before the SIMs are being used for carrying out the cybercrime. So we have been able to do that in Mewat and also in Jamtara. I'm very glad to share that the cybercrime syndicates of Jamtara and Mewat, they have been totally neutralized, and we are on to a mission that we will be carrying out the 100% SIM verification of the telecom subscriber base of the country, so as to ensure that every single SIM is identified and it is bona fide in nature and it is used for the purposes for which it has been subscribed to. Now, coming back to how we are empowering the citizens, National Broadband Mission is one mission of the Department of Telecom, through which we are ensuring that high broadband speed fiber connectivity reaches to the last village of the country. And we are able to provide the telecom services to even the rural areas. So far we have been able to connect more than 1.5 lakh villages, gram panchayats, and now we are looking towards connecting all the villages from village panchayat. Now we have moved to the villages actually, and we need to make sure that by the time 5G actually comes to India, we need to have total fiberization in place so that we actually get the true potential of 5G. Because sometimes we see that we are not able to get the connectivity and the speed, even the quality of service. That is, there are some issues with the core connectivity. So we need to understand those issues, and we need to make sure how actually technology can be made utilized and how the citizens can reap the benefits of it. Next, what I see that the state governments, they are doing fantastic works. The district commission, the district chiefs, they are doing fantastic works in providing the e-services to the citizens. And we have seen the wave of how digitalization is taking India ahead in the terms of ICT development. But we need to make sure that how this data is being uploaded on the portals, and how this data is being accessed by the not only by the citizens but also by the fraudsters, and how we need to make it more secure, and we need to have seamless end-to-end connectivity of the services. I have seen some of the portals, there are some manual interventions required. So we need to check, as techno administrators, we need to understand how we can pitch in and how actually we can deliver the true fruits of the ICT. That's from my side. Thank you so much.
Well, that's quite interesting because, going by the way, your interventions have actually checked the financial frauds using mobile phones, and you have deactivated more than half a million, and I'm sure there would be another maybe a couple more million.
It's more than a million now.
Yeah, so that's what I was assuming, that it's more than a couple of million which would be there by now. And the speed of the watchful eyes have to be always superseding the speed of crime. And I'm sure going by the way, so we are looking forward to having your area of influence is the state of Haryana, and I'm sure you have done your best to secure it. And going by even the number of financial frauds, and particularly the cyber frauds using mobiles, over a period of time in last 6 to 8 months, the number has really reduced dramatically. And I'm sure, a lot has been contributed by you. And thank you very much for joining us and sharing your views. So with this, we come to the end of our inaugural session. And my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Hukum Singh Meena, as well as Naveen Jakar, Mr. Jakar, for joining us and sharing your views. Thank you very much for being with us.
So much.
SKOCH team, can we have a small video in the meanwhile before we get into our next session?
मैं नितिन जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
उस समय मुझे मेरी माँ की याद आ रही थी। मुझे हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं का स्मरण हो रहा था। उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, उन नेताओं को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने वाले और कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक है जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के। वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता है। नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था। पहले हिंदी और बाद में अंग्रेजी मीडियम की शिक्षा सरकारी स्कूल में पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने GS कॉलेज से M.Com और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया। लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला।
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति बहुत खराब थी। लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी, मैं खेती भी जाता था, पर परिस्थिति अड़चने रहती थी। पर प्रतिकूल से माँ का मुझे प्रेम मिला। माँ बहुत सोशल थी, गरीबों के लिए थी, लोगों की सेवा करती थी। मुझे याद है मैं लॉ में गया, मैं लूना चाहिए थी। बहुत पीछे पड़ा माँ के कि मुझे लूना ले दो, लूना ले दो। पैसे नहीं थे। उसने अपने सोने के बैंगन, बड़ी जाड़ी एक पाटली बोलते हैं, उसको निकाल के दी। और मैंने शिक्षक सहकारी बैंक के गांधी बाग शाखा में वो गिरवी रखकर, मुझे उस समय 4-4.5 रुपये मिले थे, उसकी मैंने लूना खरीदी की थी। वो माँ ने मुझे दी थी। मेरे को माँ कहती थी कि, लोगों को कहती थी कि ये अपना परिवार का नाम बहुत बड़ा करेगा, बड़ा होगा। उसके आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ थे।
देश में आपातकालीन स्थिति युवा नितिन के राजनीतिक जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ था। वो भूमिगत राजनीतिक गतिविधियों में सक्रिय थे। उनका घर विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए भूमिगत आधार था। वे आपातकाल के खिलाफ पुस्तिकाएं मुद्रित करते थे।
और उसी के बाद में लोकतांत्रिक युवा मोर्चा करके जनता पार्टी की एक ऑफिशियल विंग तैयार हुई। उसका मैं फिर विदर्भ का प्रमुख बना और उसके कारण बाद में जनता पार्टी में एक्टिव था, जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करता था। और वही मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत है।
RSS और ABVP के साथ उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी और सहयोग ने उन्हें इस स्तर के नेता के रूप में विकसित करने में मदद की। राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा करना उनका मुख्य लक्ष्य था। 28 साल की उम्र में उन्हें पश्चिमी नागपुर से चुनाव टिकट मिला।
चुनाव तो हार गया, पर मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि तुम बहुत अच्छे नेता बन सकते हो। मैं काम करते गया, दीवारों पर लिखने का काम मैंने किया, पोस्टर चिपकाए। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस दोनों का मेरे ऊपर प्रभाव था। अटल जी का स्वभाव, बड़ा दिल, स्टेट्समैनशिप, इनसे बहुत सीखने के लिए मिला।
मंत्री के रूप में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में उनका प्रवेश उनके दृष्टिकोण और सपनों को लागू करने का एक आदर्श अवसर था। उन्होंने विधानसभा में विधायी सदस्य और मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया। बाद में उन्हें महाराष्ट्र का बीजेपी प्रमुख नियुक्त किया गया। अंत में वो पार्टी की वरिष्ठ जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने के लिए दिल्ली पहुंचे।
और इस प्रवास में मेरी कमिटमेंट देश के साथ है, समाज के साथ है, गरीब के साथ है और विचारों के साथ है। मैं एक बार मंत्री बनने के बाद टीवी खरीदने के लिए गया, कलर टीवी। फिर मेरे मन में आया कि टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट में मिलता है, एम्बेसडर गाड़ी मिलती है, तो टनल और ब्रिजेस क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। उसी से विचार करते करते फिर PPP, BOT विकसित होगा।
वो ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास के पूरा होने में मुख्य रूप से संलग्न थे, जो बीओटी मॉडल पर आधारित देश की पहली सड़क थी। बांद्रा वर्ली सी लिंक, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे और मुंबई में 55 से अधिक फ्लाईओवर उनके द्वारा शुरू किए गए थे। उन्होंने इन परियोजनाओं को पूरा करने के लिए बाजार से भी धन आमंत्रित किया। उन्हें इस बात का एहसास था कि सरकार के पास पर्याप्त धनराशि नहीं है, इसलिए बुनियादी ढांचे का निर्माण कर टोल एकत्रित किया जा सकता था। नागरिक इन सभी सुविधाओं के साथ यात्रा में समय, ईंधन और पैसा बचा सकते थे।
मैं जब आया तो 403 प्रोजेक्ट 3,85,000 करोड़ के लगभग एनपीए की स्थिति में थे। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बर्बाद हुए थे, पर मेरे डिपार्टमेंट ने और मेरे सहयोगियों ने और हमने मिलकर इस देश को, हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। जो 2 किलोमीटर पर डे पर रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन आया था, वो 29 किलोमीटर पर डे पर, और अगले साल 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट पूरा करेंगे।
पिछले 67-68 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में 5,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे का नेटवर्क था। अभी गडकरी जी ने 15,000 किलोमीटर का एडिशन उसमें किया है और 5,000 किलोमीटर और ऐड उसमें कर रहे हैं।
इतिहास में पहला बार ट्राइबल के एरिया में निकोबार डिस्ट्रिक्ट, छोटा सा जिला जहाँ 30,000-40,000 वोटर्स है, आज नितिन गडकरी ने उस निकोबार द्वीप में नेशनल हाईवे घोषणा कर दिया 45 किलोमीटर्स।
डेवलपमेंट ओरिएंटेड अप्रोच, फास्ट ट्रैक डिसीजन में मैं फटाफट निर्णय करता हूँ, हाय में बात करता हूँ। दूसरा टीम वर्क, सबको साथ लेकर काम करो। और चौथा ट्रांसपेरेंसी, करप्शन फ्री सिस्टम।
श्री सुंदरलाल पाटवा ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री थे जब नितिन गडकरी महाराष्ट्र में थे। वे सड़क, बुनियादी ढांचे के निर्माण और अन्य चीजों पर चर्चा करने के लिए मिलते थे। एक दिन नितिन जी ने उनसे कहा,
पटवा जी, आपको कुछ करना है तो गाँवों को जोड़ो। और फिर उन्होंने मेरे अध्यक्षता में अटल जी को बोलकर एक मीटिंग हुई। अटल जी ने मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी, कमेटी बनी। नाबार्ड के उस समय के अध्यक्ष थे। 1,10,000 करोड़ का जीडीपी बढ़ेगा, ऐसा उस समय रिपोर्ट आया। उस सवाल को अटल जी ने स्वीकार किया।
2009 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेतृत्व में बदलाव की तलाश में थी। लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी ने सुझाव दिया कि पार्टी नेतृत्व को युवा पीढ़ी के नेताओं के हाथों में सौंपा जाना चाहिए।
तो 4 नेताओं के नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी जी, शिवराज सिंह चौहान, मैं और मनोहर पर्रिकर। और बाद में शिवराज जी मध्य प्रदेश में आवश्यक थे और मोदी जी गुजरात में आवश्यक थे। और फिर मनोहर और मेरे से मेरा नाम का चयन हो गया। और जब मुझे निर्णय पता चला तो मैं आडवाणी जी के पास गया और सबके पास गया। मतलब मुझे अध्यक्ष क्यों बनाते हो? मैं तो कभी दिल्ली आता नहीं, मुझे दिल्ली का अनुभव नहीं, यहाँ की राजनीति पता नहीं। सब ने कहा कि नहीं, अब तुम्हारे सेवा पर रहने, तुमको बनना है। अटल जी को मैं अध्यक्ष बनने का आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गया तो मैं उनके पैर छुए, आशीर्वाद दो। तो उन्होंने आंखें घुमाई और हाथ हिलाया। वो उनका मुझे आशीर्वाद मिला, ये मेरे जीवन का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है।
2014 में जब बीजेपी सरकार को ऐतिहासिक चुनावी जीत मिली तो नितिन गडकरी को विकास की राजनीति करने का अवसर मिला।
मोदी जी ने मुझे पूछा था, तो मैंने कहा मुझे रोड का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काम दो। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम 3-4 प्रमुख लोग हैं, तो फाइनेंस, डिफेंस, होम, इसमें से भी आप सोचो। तो मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे कौन से नंबर पर है इसके बजाय मैं जो अच्छा काम कर सकता हूँ मुझे दीजिए। मुझे आप रोड का काम दीजिए, रोड शिपिंग का काम मुझे दीजिए।
भारत में सड़क मार्गों और जलमार्ग परिवहन क्षेत्र में माननीय मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में काफी बदलाव और प्रगति हुई। सागरमाला कार्यक्रम के तहत 572 परियोजनाओं की पहचान की गई और इसीलिए बुनियादी ढांचे पर निवेश के लिए 8 लाख करोड़ रुपए एकत्रित किए जाएंगे। इस कार्यक्रम से सालाना 35,000 से 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत बचत में मदद मिलेगी। ये कार्यक्रम घरेलू जलमार्गों की आर्थिक स्थिति को दोगुना कर देगा। इसी प्रकार भारतमाला परियोजना के तहत देश भर में 64,000 किलोमीटर सड़कों का नेटवर्क बन रहा है।
इसमें 50% हमने 24,000 किलोमीटर का काम लिया है, जो 7.5 लाख करोड़ का है। और मैं आने वाले दिसंबर तक 7.5 लाख करोड़ में से करीब 3.5 लाख 4 लाख करोड़ के काम शुरू कर दूंगा। और इसमें कम से कम भी 10 लाख करोड़ के काम मैं शुरू कर चुका हूँ।
गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग प्राधिकरण ने 135 किलोमीटर के इस ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे के माध्यम से जिस नई कार्य संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने का कार्य किया है, वह अन्य सभी कार्यदायी संस्थाओं के लिए अनुकरणीय होना चाहिए
कि उन्होंने 9 नेशनल हाईवे हमारे मंजूर किए, लगभग 35,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत उनसे आएगी। तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जितना हरियाणा में बढ़ेगा, जितना उत्तर प्रदेश में बढ़ेगा, दोनों राज्यों की प्रगति होगी।
4 धाम के ग्रस्तों का काम पूरा करना चाहता हूँ। मेरी कोशिश है कि वो पूरा होगा। गंगा को और गंगा की 40 ट्रिब्यूटरी और नदियों को मैं शुद्ध और बनाना चाहता हूँ। इस मार्च के बाद अगला मार्च आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से 100% गंगा क्लीन होगी। 3 हाईवे मैंने अभी लगभग पूरे के, मेरठ हाईवे का पूरा होगा, दिल्ली का रिंग रोड पूरा हुआ। अब शिपिंग में 7,000 करोड़ हमारे पोर्ट को प्रॉफिट मिला है। ये देश में कमी है न पैसे की न टेक्नोलॉजी की, इस देश में कमी है सही दिशा, सही विजन की।
मैं आज गर्व के साथ कहता हूं कि हमारे नितिन जी ने 15 महीने की छोटी अवधि में जो काम पिछले 10 साल में नहीं हो पाए थे, ऐसे अनेक नए इनिशिएटिव लेकर के पूरे पोर्ट सेक्टर को नई ताकत दी है, नई ऊर्जा दी है और नई गति दी है।
एक सामाजिक उद्यमी के रूप में वो अभी भी देश में स्वदेशी प्रौद्योगिकियों और उत्पादों को बनाने और बढ़ावा देने के लिए सक्रिय रूप से अपना सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
बांस को गाइडलाइन में ग्रास लिखा है, तो मैंने पूछा ग्रास तो काटने की परमिशन लगती है क्या? नहीं। बोला आप ऐसा क्यों करते हैं? हमारे यहाँ गलत नीति आई। इस देश को और बेरोजगारी को अगर जिम्मेदार कोई तो हमारी गलत नीति है। 40,000 करोड़ का लकड़ी इंपोर्ट करते हैं, 4,000 करोड़ की अगरबत्ती की काड़ियाँ इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हम वेस्ट लैंड पे बाम्बू लगा के कर सकते हैं, बाम्बू से इथेनॉल बनेगा, क्या नहीं बनता? अप्रोप्रिएट विजन फॉर डेवलपमेंट, स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल, अगर 2 बातें आ जाएगी तो फिर इनोवेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी सब कुछ आ जाएगा, देश बदल जाएगा। अब हवाई जहाज चल रहा है, यहाँ नागपुर में 35 बसेस इथेनॉल पर चलती है स्कैनिया की, और अभी स्कूटर, ऑटो रिक्शा भी आई है। देश का किसान इस देश का पेट्रोल डीजल का पर्याय दे सकता है, बिजली बना सकता है, ये मेरा विश्वास था। आज सब जगह ये एस्टैब्लिश हो गया, और इससे 2 लाख करोड़ अगर ग्रामीण इकोनॉमी में जाएंगे तो 50 लाख युवाओं को रोजगार मिलेगा और ग्रामीण भारत का चित्र बदलेगा। मैं कभी स्कूटर पे चला जाता हूँ, गलियों में घूमता हूँ, लोगों में जाता हूँ, तो ये मेरे अच्छा लगता है। मुझे सिक्योरिटी के कारण मुझे बड़ी अड़चन होती है। 50 पुलिस वाले मेरे साथ चलते हैं बंदूक लेकर, थोड़ा अनकम्फर्टेबल। मैं फुटपाथ पे खाता था, मक्के का कनीस खाता था, पानी पूरी खाता था, तो मुझे बड़ा इसके कारण अड़चन होती है। रात को होटल में खाता था। देखिए मेरा जीवन मुझे जीना है, और कैसे जीना है वो मेरा प्रश्न है, उसका समाज का, राजनीति का कोई लेना देना नहीं।
1984 में नितिन गडकरी जी का विवाह कंचन जी से हुआ। अपने व्यस्त राजनीतिक जीवन के साथ साथ नितिन गडकरी परिवार में पिता, पति और नेता के रूप में अपनी जिम्मेदारी बखूबी निभा रहे हैं।
हमारी शादी 18 दिसंबर को थी और नागपुर में 23 दिसंबर को लोकसभा का चुनाव था। तब हमारे शादी में इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए आए, इतने लोग खाना खाने के लिए कि बाप रे, मैं भूल नहीं सकती। पूरा अनाज खत्म हुआ था,
क्योंकि वो इतना रिलेशनशिप मेरे लोगों में थी कि लोग मुझे इनके घर की शादी ना अपना ही है ऐसा समझ के आए।
जब पीडब्ल्यू मिनिस्टर थे, जब बच्चे छोटे छोटे थे, तब बच्चों की और इनकी 3-3, 4-4 समय में मुलाकात नहीं होती थी।
मेरे बच्चे ने एक बार रात को सोया था, मेरे पैर बांध दिए थे, ये कल न जाए मुंबई करके।
पिता की भूमिका, माँ की भूमिका, दोनों भूमिका मुझे निभानी पड़ी थी।
अब मुझे थोड़ा लगता है कि अभी मैंने उनके साथ अन्याय किया, अभी थोड़ा न्याय करना चाहिए। मेरे बच्चे कोई राजनीति में नहीं, मेरी पत्नी नहीं, मेरी बेटी नहीं। मैंने उनको कहा कि देखो मैं अपनी सब बातें आपको दे दूंगा, अपनी विरासत दे दूंगा, संपत्ति दे दूंगा, पर मेरी राजनीतिक अधिकार मेरे ऊपर मेरे पार्टी और मेरे कार्यकर्ता में। मेरी राजनीतिक विरासत कार्यकर्ता के पास जाएगी, बेटे के पास नहीं जाएगी। हम जितना काम करेंगे, जितने मोदी जी से हजारों लोग, मेरे हजारों कार्यकर्ता काम करें, तो भी समस्या नहीं सुलझाने वाली है। और लोगों को ये काम करना होगा, पीढ़ियों से पीढ़ियों तक चलेगा।
हे प्रभु, नितिन जी को इतनी शक्ति देना कि उनके हाथ से भारत देश का गरीब लोगों की सेवा हो, स्वास्थ्य मिले और 2 टाइम का खाना उनको अच्छी तरह से मिले।
मैं समझता हूँ ये देश मेरा है, तो ये मेरा व्यवहार, ये मेरा कैलकुलेशन नहीं है, मेरी स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, ये मेरा नैसर्गिक स्वभाव है। मैं अपने स्वभाव से जी रहा हूँ। अब उससे क्या परिणाम होते हैं, अच्छे होते कि बुरे, आप जैसे लोगों का काम है। आप अच्छा कहें तो भी मुझे चिंता नहीं, बुरा कहे तो भी चिंता नहीं। मैं कोई कैलकुलेशन से कुछ करना नहीं चाहता, जो है जैसा है। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता, मुझे कहाँ पता कहाँ मेरी मंजिल। मैं तो चला जिधर चले रास्ता।
Welcome to our session on the state of districts. And I have the pleasure of inviting our moderator for the show, Dr. Shefali Das, who is Distinguished Fellow, SKOCH Development Foundation and former Director General, National Informatics Center, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. She is a PhD in physics and former Deputy Director General, National Informatics Center, prior to her role taking over as the Director General. Her area of specialization are planning and implementation of management information systems and decision support systems, development and implementation of e-governance programs, down to the level of districts, informatics development services, and setting up of computer centers, local area networks, and computer communication infrastructure in rural areas. This, I hand over the mic to Dr. Das to run our State of Districts panel discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Gusharan. Good morning to everybody, all our panelists. Recently we had our Independence Day celebration, where the clarion call given by the Prime Minister in his Independence Day speech, he charged all of us with the task of making India a developing nation in the next 25 years. And that would be possible with Sabka Prayas, along with Sabka Vikas, his old slogan of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas. We must ensure to meet this goal of building Atmanirbhar Bharat by the time we celebrate 100 years of our independence. Good governance, especially at the district level, is very important. To achieve this, as district administration is the interface between the local governance at the villages, blocks, and jilla with the central and state government for dissemination and implementation of policies. With this background, I must now invite our panelists. So let me first introduce the panelists. We have Miss Barnali Deka. She is the Deputy Commissioner Kokrajhar. She earlier served at TCS and ANZ Bank as software engineer, business analyst, and consultant in global consulting practices, and ex-IPS officer of 2007 batch. She has additional charge of Director, Bodoland Administrative Staff College, and Secretary. Sorry. Secretary, Bodoland Territorial Council. She headed the flagship missions like Assam Skill Development Mission, Assam State Rural Development, State Rural Livelihood Mission, and Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Urban Mission Director. So, with this wide experience of her, I invite her to tell us how she has leveraged her expertise and experience as a software engineer, police officer, and administrator to fulfill the challenges of becoming a developing nation through inclusive governance. Ms. Deka.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all present here, and I thank everybody for this opportunity. I have a presentation, ma'am, if you kindly allow, and I'll go through it. How much time would I have?
You can take about 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. I'll finish it
and
off.
Then if you have, and then we'll have more time for discussion, or maybe you can do it in 5 minutes if you like. So we have more discussion depending on you.
Okay, so I'll take about 10 minutes, ma'am, because there are two initiatives. Is the screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm changing the slides. Are the changes visible now?
Yes.
Okay, it's visible. So I take this opportunity today to present on Kokrajhar on certain initiatives of my district Kokrajhar, mainly two initiatives, Jan Bhagidari in Poshan, how we've created a sense of Jan Bhagidari in Honorable Prime Minister's one of his key vision areas, Poshan, and the other is One District, One Product, or ODOP. I've gone to the next slide. Is the slide change visible on the other end?
Yes, is the area slide, right?
Yes, yeah. Sometimes it gets stuck. So
I know.
Just a little about the district. My district is Kokrajhar, area 3169 square kilometers. A lot of us would know about the chicken's neck. So Kokrajhar is the entry point to India's northeast from the mainstream India, from chicken's neck to India, and Kokrajhar to northeast India. Kokrajhar in the recent past was extremely insurgency prone. We would have heard news of insurgent activities in Kokrajhar. District has a very heterogeneous population mix, and it is lagging in most of the HDIs, high dependency on agriculture. So why had we taken up Poshan as an initiative? Because in NFHS 5, our indicators had further dropped down. To start off with, our parameters in health were never very good, but in NFHS 5, it had further dipped down. Stunting had, increased by 4%, wasting, severe wasting, underweight, and MMR of Kokrajhar is much higher than the state average. Assam is at one of the highest MMR states of the country, and Kokrajhar is it's much higher even than the state average. So the intervention was in terms of data-driven methodology and a lot of brainstorming, consulting all the stakeholders and so on. And we developed these 6-point interventions: Poshan Club, Zothon Khangnai, Smart Papa, Poshan Vatikas, Convergence with ODOP, and Uneni Narsan. And in all our initiatives, we have been using a data-driven approach. We measured the key parameters. We've done a lot of data analysis. And our approach has always been two-pronged. A, it has been in terms of meticulous scheme implementation. Whatever are the government schemes, we have tried to implement these in letter and spirit. And B, it has been in terms of various innovations through which we have tried to do problem solving. So the first initiative I would like to talk about is Poshan Clubs. When I first joined the district, I found that there was a lot of apathy in the community for Poshan-related targets, and also the children, they did not have too many role models available in the community. So we thought, why do we not use children as key leaders and drivers of societal, attitudinal, and behavioral changes? And with a key to develop the overall personality of children, we launched Poshan Clubs in all the schools of the district, all 1611 schools, and within a few months we saw phenomenal results. Of course, the outreach was to about 1.5 lakh enrolled students. We have 16,000 plus active members, and these children conducted Bal Sabhas and Bal Sansats and various nutritive outreach programs in all the 1068 villages of the district. This initiative is a massive exercise of convergence. As you can see, all the departments are tagged, their field officers are tagged to certain schools, and the initiatives of the government, the initiatives of the department are also tagged to the children. For example, when a girl child is born, the local NHM unit informs the concerned CRCC, that is the Cluster Resource Coordinator of the Education Department, and also the Social Forestry Department, and through the school headmasters and the principals, they ensure that children of these Poshan Clubs go and do plantation in a household that has welcomed a new female child, to create a sense of And these are fruit-bearing and valuable trees, to ensure the nutrition of the girl child. So many such initiatives under Poshan Clubs, and we have incentivized this with the best performing club every year, every month, winning a trip to DC office, and they get a chance to interact with the Deputy Commissioner and senior officers of the administration. The second was Zothon or Khangnai. Zothon in Boro language means care, and Khangnai means a form of guardianship. So we told in terms of severely acute malnourishment and moderate acute malnourishment, we had a sizable number of children. So we asked our government officers that why do you not adopt a child, take care of the nutritive needs of the child for a certain period till the child comes out of malnourishment. And we had a very good response. On the left are the posters. We had circulated this through our social media, and we had kept it limited only to the government officials to start off with. And a number of them came forward because especially in the younger generation, one can see that there is a sense of, of wanting to give back to the society. So this is another initiative. The third is in terms of Smart Papa, often in not only in rural areas, often in urban areas also, we see that the parenting responsibility is disproportionately on the mothers. So Smart Papa initiative encouraged the fathers to take a role in the parenting of the child, in the nutrition of the child, in the healthcare, in the nutritive needs of the child, education of the child. And through Smart Papa initiative, we conducted a number of community events and sensitized about 1,000+ fathers. Just as Smart Papa relates to fathers, Uneni Narsan, which essentially translates to Sneha Sparsha, it relates to the mothers. And under Uneni Narsan, we have identified, because there is a study, there are in fact a number of studies which show that the nutritive results of the child's health in terms of nutrition are closely linked to the education of the mother. If the mother is, say, 12 pass, there is a greater possibility, a greater likelihood of the mother giving a more balanced kind of diet vis-a-vis a mother who is not 12 pass, who is more likely to feed the same kind of food to the child. So we identified the mothers of these SAM-MAM children, and we conducted various institute training, 6-day training, right from menstrual hygiene to nutritious cooking with local ingredients. A number of times these SAM-MAM children are not only from the BPL families, some of them come from, relatively well-off families, but because the child is, not enjoying the change in taste and so on, the child doesn't eat. So we taught them nutritious cooking with whatever local ingredients are available, and so many other things under Uneni Narsan. Then another thing, when I would go to the field, what I saw is that while the child refuses to eat vegetables at home, he does so when he is amongst his peers in the midday meal. So keeping this in mind, through local crowdsourcing, through local CSR, we started developing Poshan Vatikas in all of the schools and Anganwadis. So within a very short time, we increased from 300% to 1,611, that is covering all the schools and most of the Anganwadis. The last is convergence with ODOP. So there is a separate, some slides on ODOP. I'll quickly go through those slides. And these are some of the results. Yeah. So ODOP, One District, One Product, is a particular initiative of Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister has said that every district of our country has a potential that is equal to a country itself. And in terms of developing in terms of balanced economic development of the various regions of the country, why do we not have a product which can capture the essence of the district and, take advantage of economies of scale? So in Kokrajhar, we took up mushroom as the ODOP. In fact, we almost missed the ODOP bus, because when I joined about a year back, there was we had not even finalized the product. But after a lot of consultation with various departments, with stakeholders, with community organizations, with farmer groups, we decided to pick up mushroom. Why did we select mushroom? Because agroclimatically, mushroom is well suited to Kokrajhar. Mushroom also is an answer to our problem of agro waste, because number of us may not be aware that mushroom cultivation does not need land. It is enough to have a substrate, and this substrate can be agro waste. So we can use the agro waste, we can use it as a substrate for the mushroom. We don't even need land, and mushroom can provide, it is one of the most high density producers of protein. So because of these various reasons, we decided to take up mushroom. Also, it's easier to handle. So we felt that, for our women self-help groups, it could be a very viable a viable product for their livelihood development. So these are some of the benefits of mushroom, and we developed a zero waste model. And another benefit is in terms of year-round cropping. We could sync in and out with two different varieties of mushrooms, one which was done in summer months and one in winter months. And these are some of the problem solving at every stage of the value chain, in terms of inputs, in terms of production and processing, and in terms of output. Some of the impact that we could generate. And one thing I would like to point out is that we have been trying to achieve convergences with the various government schemes and departments. Through the National Rural Livelihood Mission, we are trying to train the SSGs that are already into cultivation. Through Poshan Abhiyan, we are trying to encourage the schools to take up mushroom, because mushroom has been proven to be a very nutritious food. And we are trying to encourage the schools to take this up as an additive with the midday meal. Also, since mushroom has a short shelf life, and often it is not, in terms of the child's palate, the child may not like it that much. So we have developed, with the help of the technology incubator department of the biotech department of Borland University, we've developed a range of about 13 high shelf life mushroom products, like mushroom soup powder, mushroom rasgulla, mushroom cake, mushroom biscuits, mushroom noodles, and so on, which are proving to be very popular amongst all age groups. So some of the problems and how we have identified these, I'll not go into detail. I think, I've finished up my 10 minutes, but these are some of the photographs. It shows that a revolution is being achieved with engagement of the self-help groups. Some of the high shelf life products, we even have mushroom chocolate here, and this Cordyceps militaris is if you Google it, you'll find that it comes to about the costing of it is about 32 lakhs per kg, if you go for the naturally occurring variety. But here we have developed it on a brown rice substrate, and we are able to sell these capsules for only about 2,000 rupees per box. This is the summer mushroom, winter mushroom, across annually across the year. We have oyster mushroom, which can be done in the winter months, and milky mushroom, which can be done in the summer months, which also provides greater disaster resilience to our farmers. We are also trying to market it in our neighboring countries, like here I'm talking to representatives from Bhutan. We are also trying to get the farmer associations so that they have better negotiating and bargaining power. Some of the mushroom producers, R&D, how we have overcome various problems that we face, because we are not a very resource-rich district, but in spite of that, how we've been able to optimize our resources. So these are some of the facilities that we have at Kokrajhar for mushroom. And two success stories I've given here. I can share later on these stories. So with this, I'll wind up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Varnali. It's a very interesting presentation. And
thank you.
See, the Poshan Club and all that, they're quite good initiatives, because involving children at the stage and excuse me, and making them interact with each other to eat the food which they're supposed to eat, not for taste. It's a very good intervention. But most important is the way you have done with the mushroom. It's a high protein and very nutritious diet. But as you said, they're very bland. They don't have their own taste as such. But making them into sweets and chocolates and cakes, I think this is, I wouldn't have thought about it. It's very, very innovative. And I must congratulate you for getting into this idea. Well, thank you very much. You must now propagate this, not only Bhutan. The product should be marketed elsewhere also. You should do it, proper after patenting. It should be, marketed across the world. I must say, because they will be surviving, and with Amazon and others, delivery shouldn't be a problem. So, thank you very much for a very nice presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
I go to my next speaker. So I invite Mr. Wagmare Krishna Prasad Krishna, who is the Deputy Commissioner Lohardaga. He is a medical doctor by profession and by training, and a administrator by profession. So he has served as Joint Secretary Health, Medical Education, Family Welfare, etc. And also has had a stint as tourism director. Now, this is a very eclectic mix of experience and expertise. So I now invite you, Mr. Prasad Krishna, to make your presentation and tell us how and what you have achieved in your stint as the district collector.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I first of all express my gratitude. It's a great honor to be here. Today I am here to speak about one of our projects. First of all, let me start by introducing my district. It's a small district in state of Jharkhand. It's tribal dominated, and also we are very badly hit by left-wing extremism. So a large, substantial part of the district is affected by left-wing extremism, and also it is tribal dominated. So whenever we work within these limitations and constraints. And one of the major challenges is in such areas is to develop sustainable livelihoods for the people who stay here, and the notions of development of indigenous population can be very different from people like me, for example, who have very urban backgrounds. And it's very important to balance between the two notions of development. So I would now like to present one of our projects. So this is a briquetting plant which we established in Kisco block. Kisco is also one of our forest dominated area, and it's also affected by left-wing extremism, also tribal dominated. So before I start the presentation, the concept is very simple. The dry leaves, they are compacted in our plant, and we produce something which is known as briquette, and this briquette is used as fuel in majorly brick kilns, etc. And this fuel is very efficient because it contains calorific value of nearly 2/3 of that of coal. And we produce it entirely out of the dry leaves which are collected. So this was the need of the project that we felt. We are in the summer seasons, we are faced with a lot of forest fires, and that ends up destroying a lot of flora and fauna in the forest, and many of the fires are of human origin. And we found that one of the reasons why the fires were starting because these dry leaves which were there on the bed of the forest, and they used to get torched somehow. And one of the reasons why they get torched is when tribals, they try to pick mahua from the forest ground in order to clear the leaves so that they can see the mahua. They usually, we're starting these fires. So this idea came about, and we thought of this plant that it gives solution to both the problems. One, the leaves which are there, the dry leaves which are there, Now the villagers are incentivized to pick them up and bring it to us in our plant, where we pay 2 rupees per kilogram of leaves to the villagers. And here what it does is it creates a new livelihood opportunity and an additional income for the family. And while they clear the forest land of the dry leaves, they can see the mahua seeds or whatever they wanted to pick, mahua flowers, and they don't need to torch them, or anyhow the incidence of forest fires have come down. And this briquettes that we produce in this particular plant, these are very efficient as fuel, and the demand is very, very high amongst especially the brick kilns operators, for whom the coal is substantially more expensive than our briquettes. And we have seen the demand such as we are not able to fulfill the said demand with the current capacity of our briquetting plant. And we are establishing 2 more briquetting plants in 2 other blocks this year. And this model is very, very efficient. This whole operation is owned by a cooperative that we formed. The owners are tribal families themselves. So whatever is the profit that is earned out of the briquetting operation, it also goes back to the families who are operating this plant. And it is if the first year that we operated it ran into loss, because whatever raw material that we collected, it got wet in the monsoon months, because we didn't have a storage facility. So that was a learning for us, and we established a good storage facility after that with the help of CSR. And now we store the raw material for the entire year during the months of summer, when the dry leaves are available, and we use that throughout the year. And as I said, the demand is much higher than what we are able to supply right now. And apart from the 2 blocks where we have already sanctioned these plants this year, the demand is coming from other parts of the district as well. So this project of ours, I feel it is a successful model for us, and we are looking forward to replicate it further. Lastly, I would like to conclude by again underlining that in tribal areas especially, one needs to look at different models of development, models which don't really fit into our traditional sense or definitions of development, which includes majorly urbanization is what we mean when we say development. But in tribal regions, their lifestyle, their culture, their traditions, and this lifestyle is so intricately intertwined with the nature, the forest, the land, and the water itself, so that we need to look at these different models of development. And I feel our current project, which we are presenting, the briquetting plant, fits perfectly into that concept. And we are also looking forward to replicate this same idea in many of our future projects as well. This year, we are also planning to establish a plant which will manufacture the bamboo crafts, furniture, and various crafts such as that. Also, we are planning to establish a plant which will produce disposable plates and bowls out of the green leaves. The Dona Pattal plant that is also coming up this year. We have already sanctioned it. So this I think such kind of projects also have a great reception from the tribal communities, and we will be definitely able to take many of these success stories forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna. It's actually very interesting to see that you have done a project which actually doesn't need much of an investment. So you allowed the people to do what they normally do, but instead of setting the fire, collect them and bring it for getting some employment. So it's a win-win situation for everybody. The forest gets cleared, the fire doesn't happen, and then the people get employment. And all this by forming a cooperative, which again helps in employment generation as well as financial inclusion. So you can, like one can say that you have killed, with one stone you have killed many birds, if I may say so. And it's really good because it's very simple and it can be done in any of the forest dominated areas. You don't need much infrastructure to do it. You just need to have some, thinking process going on, thinking out of box. Thank you very much. Very innovative and very nice.
Thank you so much.
So with this, now I go to the next speaker. I invite Miss Kirti Jani. So let me make a small introduction about the next panelist. Miss Kirti Jani is the District Collector Kachar. She has excelled in public administration for the year 2019-20 when she was DC Hale candidate. So she has also done a lot of convergence projects and worked closely with grassroots level. So Kirti, may I now invite you to make your presentation?
Ma'am, good afternoon. Firstly, thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to SKOCH as well for giving us this platform to even check and verify from other peers as to what best practices can be emulated across the country. I was told a presentation was not required, so I haven't made one. I'd like to speak briefly on our flood management exercise that we've taken up.
Doesn't matter, those who have done the work and don't really, unless it is facts and figures, you don't really need to make a presentation in a PPT file.
Thank you, ma'am. So in Kachar, what we, as administrators, some original jurisdictions still exist with the Deputy Commissioner, like revenue, like elections, like disaster management. And one of the opportunities I had gotten here was during the flood of 2022, in which Kachar had seen history-breaking records of all kinds. We've never before seen a flood of this kind in this kind of situation. And
did we lose Kirti? Kirti, we lost you, it seems.
Shefali ji, in case
I think we lost her.
No, Shefali ji, I have a request. Let's not ask them to run the PPT and.
That's okay. No, she is not having it, so it's okay.
No, we are also not discussing the project. Project is already discussed.
That's right. That's what I told her, that she can speak, but I think we lost her.
Anyway, we can move on to the next speaker. And
we go to we wait for her to join. Maybe in the background your team can check whether she has lost connection or what.
We will do that, and let's stay focused on the state of districts rather than the
projects
that we are not discussing projects.
Okay, so then let's now go to Mr. So well, I think we'll wait for her to join when she comes back. So we can go to now Dr. Bipin Itankar, who is the DM and Collector Nanded. Dr. Itankar is a doctor turned IS officer. He comes from Naxal affected Chandrapur district, and he has worked at the district as well as sub-district level extensively. So let me invite Mr. Bipin Itankar to make his interventions, a short intervention. Maybe we can go for about 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes. Mr. Itankar.
Yes, good afternoon, Team SKOCH. I am Dr. Sunil Lahane, Municipal Commissioner Nanded, on behalf of District Collector Vipin Itankar. Actually,
sorry
this
about
project.
that. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. So,
this
so
project.
actually, your name, the name is still Vipin Itankar. That's what I.
Yeah. I have joined on behalf of him because the project is actually implemented district in the whole district as a municipal corporation, in the municipal councils and other institutions. That is decentralized wastewater treatment system. Nanded city is situated on the banks of river Godavari, and the Godavari river flows in the central part of the city. About 18-19 nalas which carries the wastewater. This water is carried and flowed added in the river Godavari, and the river was getting polluted. Actually, this municipal corporation has system of treating the sewage waste, but centralized sewage waste treatment is one part, and wastewater treatment was not attended ever before. So the river was getting polluted. Pollution Control Board was much worried about it, and there were a number of notices to the municipal corporations and other planning authorities. So we have moved to this system, that is MBBR technology, for treating of decentralized treatment of wastewater. This system, in this system there are decentralized prefabricated wastewater treatment systems which can be shifted easily. That at any given point it requires very less space. For example, for treating of 1 lakh liter, we need only 200 square feet of space. It is totally natural treatment. No chemical is added for this system. In this system, it is totally controlled by PCL, so very less manpower is required. Just only one person is required to operate. That is for switching off and switching on the electric button. No other manpower is required for treatment of this one. We were very surprised before putting this system, because it took only around 30 lakh rupees for treatment of 1 lakh liter of wastewater. Till now, we have mapped the city, whole city, put on some systems, and outside municipal corporation there is medical college. From that side also, that Nala carries wastewater from medical college, and that was being added in the dam which is on the upper stream of the city. The dam was also getting polluted. That system which is put in the medical college also have provided a very well result, and no wastewater is now flowing, because after treatment this water is being reused. In the city, we have a Visava garden, a good garden that is being maintained. Whole garden is maintained on the wastewater treatment. Municipal corporation has a stadium. We are putting another wastewater treatment plant for maintaining the lawn in the stadium. It is very well maintained stadium lawn that can be. We can play international matches also. That type of ground is here. We are planning to block all these nalas and treat this wastewater, and treated water can be reused. Till now, this water is being used for gardening, for building construction, for washing roads, and for washing cars. There is no wastage of treated water, because when we go for a centralized system of wastewater treatment, large quantity of water, wastewater is to be carried to the treatment plant, and after treatment there is no use of that water. That water is just flowed in the river, and that is of no use for the city. So this decentralized system, we are in so much benefit that we have in benefit of saving electricity for carrying the wastewater, and after treatment this water is being used. wastewater treatment plant, if I have no presentation now here, I cannot upload now, but we can see that it is very beautiful system. It is a type of 200 square feet land that can be occupied for the setting of the treatment plant. That is the structure of just like a generator, and that is space is very beautified. There is a garden. There is only one person sitting. There is no smell. If we can analyze the treated water according to the norms of Pollution Control Board, the pH, oil and grease, BOD, COD, total suspended solids are within limits given by both Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Board. This is a moving bed biofilm reactor system, MBBR system, that is previously it was invented in Norway in 1980s, 1990s. But after so many developments and innovations, now it is being used in our state, and Nanded Municipal Corporation is on the way to get the Godavari River pollution free. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Lahane. It's a very nice intervention because river pollution has been posing a very, very big problem for all of us across the country. So these are small initiatives taken in pockets can go a very long way into building Atmanirbhar.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So
yes.
Thank you very much for your brief intervention, and we really appreciate. Maybe sometime you will be able to make the presentation which you already have with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, are we getting Ms. Jali back? She is here. No, her connection is still not on. Okay, we'll wait for the next speaker. So now I invite Dr. Renu Raj, another doctor by training actually. She has been a sub-collector in Devikulam and Thrissur. Now, in a very short time, she has got a lot of appreciation from wide range of people for her, bold decisions and upright administrative actions. So she was earlier district collector in Alappuzha district also. Now I invite Dr. Renu to make her intervention.
Thank you, Dr. Shefali. A very good afternoon to Team SKOCH and everybody who is participating. I also do not have a presentation. I'll just talk for a few minutes about the background in which Project Pratyusha was launched and is being run. So Kerala is considered as one of the most literate states in the country, but the thing is not everyone is getting a full access to good quality learning. So keeping their financial instabilities and related matters aside also, many students do not actually get the right educational facilities to enroll themselves or avail themselves into many benefits that are being provided by governments and NGOs and otherwise. In addition to the lack of financial support, there may be many other reasons, the most important one being a lack of awareness about the available opportunities and a lack of proper guidance. So we had a report that nearly 70% of the population of students hail from government schools in the district. And even the best performers of the schools were failing to participate in competitive exams. These exams are actually just in their hands reach. But many of them do not even know much about the exams and how to participate in it and how to win the competition. So, and then there are large numbers of private schools which have generally driven attention of the general public as well as the authorities away from the public educational institutions. And in addition, we had the adversity of the pandemic also. The schools were shut down for almost 2 years and the classes were being conducted online. And there was inadequate resources which created a drift between the effective interaction as well as the communication between classmates and between students and their teachers. So we examined these drawbacks in detail, and the District Administration of Ernakulam, End School Learning LLP and Petronet LNG came together for the rescue of such students who are very bright and active, but who do not, who lack the opportunity to participate in such competitions. And we came up with a project Pratyusha to give the unprivileged a bigger window of more opportunities. So the project was found in the year 2021. And Pratyusha is a project that paved the path for around 300 students, 300 selected students from public education system in the district, and helped them to achieve the dream of better academic excellence, especially through the National Means Cum Merit Scholarship Scheme. So as you all know, the National Means Cum Merit Scholarship is a central government sponsored scheme, and it aims at providing financial assistance to meritorious students belonging to economically weaker sections of the society. And it also helps to arrest their dropout rate at class 8 and to encourage them to continue studies to the secondary stage. So we basically made use of this program, and the number of NMMS scholars from the government schools in the district of Ernakulam in the past 5 years was very low. It was as low as, say, 37. Against a quota of nearly 80 to 90, which is approximately calculated for the district. And the project focused on bringing up the students who do not have the right tutoring for these competitive exams. And with the help of a line of professional teachers and mentors, we successfully coached around 300 students from various parts of the district through various use of easy aids for all students to get access into. And we focus on the various phases of the project, etc. We have already discussed in detail when we submitted the project. And the result is, out of the 300, 250 students became eligible for the scholarship with the minimum amount of eligibility criteria and the marks they were required to. And this year, 85 of our students qualified the scholarship, and we have got around 40 lakh of scholarship money in the district as a result of over the past 1 year of work that we did through the program. And the program is still continuing, and this year we expect to double our results and bring in more students into this opportunity and arena of attempting for not just NMMS, but other scholarships provided by the central as well as the state governments. So that is in brief about how Project Pratyusha came into existence. Thank you so much.
Yes, great work, Dr. Renu. I must congratulate you for not only more than double the number of students who got the scholarship, but actually brought in kind of a competitiveness among them. So awareness generation is one, which you have done, but more than that, you have brought in competitiveness. So people out of the 380 got the scholarship, but the remaining students also try to come into the 300 group.
Very true.
That is also another layer. You are trying to percolate down the competitiveness and awareness among the children. And school children are the building blocks of our nation. So congratulations for such a nice job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
So now we finished 4 of our panelists. We are still, shall we wait for Ms. Kirti Jali, or she is not connected yet?
She is not connected yet, so we can start the discussion.
Okay. So now the forum is now open for all our participants. You have heard the, I would say 4.5 presenters, because Kirti has made a small intervention in the meanwhile. So any of you have some questions, because we still have another 10 minutes to go. So anybody has anything to ask the panelists? Or maybe the panelists can make some intervention regarding others' projects? Well, I think there is, the presentations were so nice and self-explanatory. Probably nobody wants to ask any questions. So, Dr. Gursharan, I hand over the session back to you now.
Well, I guess we have still 10 minutes for this session.
Anybody wants to say anything in between? because we still have 10 minutes left of our allotted time.
Okay, no issue. We'll close this session a little bit early. We'll run a small video now.
Or could it be because the mics are off for all the speakers by the administrator?
No, it's not like
Is
that.
that why nobody is able to speak?
They can unmute.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll start. We'll run a small video. We'll break for the lunch, and we'll meet post lunch for the next session of Order of Merit. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Das.
So I thank all the panelists as well as the participants, and I hope you will be having a much more fruitful discussion in the next sessions. Thank you very much.
When I wanted to join politics, my uncle took me to one Mr. Anam Venkat Reddy, former Congress minister, who is close to our family. So my uncle told him that this boy is going to join some party. So he asked me what party it is. I said, I have not joined any party, but I like somehow Janasangh, Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani and all. He said, Janasangh? Yes. So he said, this is a North Indian party. Then he said, it's a urban party. Then he said it's an educated party. Then he said it's a Brahmin Banya party. Then he said it's a vegetarian party. I laughed at him and told him, sir, there is no such thing. So I became MLA in 1978. In the election, there was a Indira wave. 10 seats went to Congress in my district. I alone won on behalf of Janata Party. I was very active in Assembly. And then in 83, second time, the Congress people wanted to defeat me. Indira Gandhi came all the way to my constituency by a helicopter. They could not succeed and I won with double majority. In 1985, I was made state president of the BJP. There they wanted to make somebody from South as All India General Secretary. Pramod Mahajan and all suggested, why not Venkaya? In 96, when first BJP government came, Vajpayee became Prime Minister. All my other colleagues went to government. At that time there was a discussion, who will look after the party? I volunteered. Again, when BJP government was formed in 98, then also the issue came, who will look after the party? I volunteered. In 2000, Rangaraj Kumaramangalam, he died. So Atalji and Advaniji called me and told me, there is nobody senior from South in the central government. He asked me, you become power minister. Because Kumaramangalam was holding the portfolio of power, energy. I said, Atalji, I'm sorry. They said surface transport. And I said, sir, I don't know anything about engineering. Then Prime Minister called me next day morning. He was looking at it rescue. He said, Krishi. Then he called Brajesh Minister. Bhai, Krishi. He said, sir, Nitish Kumar is the agriculture minister. So Atalji said, bhai, he is our ally, we can't disturb him. Then, aur batao. Then I said, Gramin Vikas. As I hail from village, I thought, what about our roads? Because I used to walk 3 kilometers a day to go to school. The original idea came because the Prime Minister told us one of the days saying that he is coming out with a new scheme called as a Golden Quadrilateral. Then I discussed with my colleagues. They all said it's good, but how can you think of rural roads from Delhi? That has to be done by state government. We went to the cabinet with a proposal. It was not favoured, but there was a discussion. Then in the next meeting, I argued very strongly, emotionally. Then Nitish Kumar supported me. Yashwant Sinha, who was a little earlier firm that this should be done by state, he was getting reconciled. Then halfway through, Atalji said, "Bhai, isko bhi dekh lijiye na, acha hai." Some people like Chandrababu Naidu, they were of the view the money should be given to states. I was not in favor of it.
Within the Planning Commission, there was a lot of fear about this scheme, that this is too much of centralization and everything is being decided in Delhi. Why not just give money to the states and let the states decide and they will construct roads? And I said that, look, let us start with this.
Venkaiah came all the way to Konkan, my constituency that time, launched this program. I can see the huge benefit that has accrued to the people.
ग्राम सड़क योजना ये अपने आप में अद्भुत और क्रांतिकारी कदम था गांव के विकास के लिए, समग्र विकास के लिए.
It has created very good impact. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana.
We have prioritized the entire scheme. In this scheme, naturally the poorer states got more funds.
In the 30 years up to 2003, agriculture production in Bihar was less than 0.5% per annum. 0.23% in fact, that was the rate of growth, which means it was almost stagnant. And between 2004 and 2014, it has been growing at 6% per annum.
We have come to this level can be solely attributed to such leaders like Venkaiah Naidu, who just not only handholds you, but he also grooms you to take positions and responsibility.
The reform is a software which has to be marketed, has to be accepted, it has to be implemented in a manner that the reform will not be seen as a threat, but will be seen to be as an enabler for helping you to do business better. So Venkaiah understands that very well.
His foresight and his imagination has shown that a lot of poverty has declined because of PMGSY.
There is not a district in the country he has not visited. There is not a people's issue on which his heart doesn't throb. I feel proud to see him as an efficient leader of national stature.
हर रूप में उन्होंने न केवल पार्टी की मजबूती और पार्टी की सेवा की, बल्कि देश को मजबूत रास्ते पे ले जाने का एक संकल्प और उस लक्ष्य को लेकर आगे बढ़े.
He puts up his 100% effort on that and make it a success. That time he was there as a rural development minister. He is responsible for all those programs of Vajpayee. Now as an urban development minister, he is doing all these urban housing.
In the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, there are three distinctive features. One feature is that the house, particularly if it's a new construction, it should be preferably in the name of a woman. The second important issue is we are making it mandatory that whatever the dwelling unit is going to be set up, it must have a toilet.
We are going to fund the housing for the urban poor in a big way, 6% interest subvention, something unheard in the history of the country. We are now coming out with this program of smart cities, where you are enhancing the urban facilities and also creating economic opportunities for the people. Atal Mission for Urban Regeneration and Transformation. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, uplifting the poorest of the poor.
For the first time, I would say there is emphasis on every household should have water connectivity, every household should have a sewage connectivity. So these are all fundamentals which need to be incorporated in our urban scheme of things.
Suddenly, my father became sick. Our relatives told, no, it's your duty to take care of father. How can I take care of my father? So then they said, you better get married. In such a family, who will be taking care of your father? She has helped me to fulfill my responsibility towards her by that Pitru Dharma, whatever you call, and also enabling me to have the dream of my mother to study law.
ప్రజాసేవ చేయాలని నిర్ణయించుకునే ముందు నన్ను అడిగినప్పుడు తెలుసుకొని సరేనని చెప్పాను. మా తల్లిదండ్రుల సహకారంతో ఆయన నాకు దగ్గరగా పిల్లలు నేను ఇప్పుడు ఆలోచన లేదు. దేశానికి ఉపయోగపడే పనులు చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మా బంధువులందరికీ పిల్లలకు సర్ది చెప్పాను.
I must tell you, I could not do justice to her individually, to the family, even to the children also.
Myself and my brother, what we used to do is like we used to carry his clothes to the airport or to the bus stand or to the railway station, and we used to spend some time where he used to change his clothes and get ready and take the luggage again to go for another journey.
We used to see our father who was sticking posters of the party on the walls in the Nellore this thing. From that stage he has come to such a big stage. It is only due to his hard work.
With the support of my brother and my husband, we came together to work for the empowerment of the rural masses. And this happened when father was the rural development minister, because one day when we were discussing, we did this, that and all for Nellore or for the public. I said, Nana, fine, you have done this as a minister, but what are we going to do? How are you going to be remembered as an individual in the future? We are working towards education, empowerment and health in these three fields, and to support it, we have started a foundation called Muppuvarpu Foundation, which is our house name, which supports the activities of Swarna Bharat Trust.
He initiated social service. It is going on very well. Number of centers is starting. This is where I appreciate him. Service is his motto.
His dedication to the people's cause stands truly exemplary. This dedication led him to launch Swarna Bharat Trust in his hometown Nellore and Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh. It is also imparting employment skills to women and youth, enabling them to get good employment.
మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాడు. తర్వాత వాళ్ళ అమ్మ నాన్నతో గమనంతోనే డెవలప్ అయినాడు, ఎక్కువచ్చాడు. ఈ ఆటో కూడా వాళ్ళ అమ్మ నాయన గమనంతోనే ఉన్నాడు.
పెళ్ళైన తర్వాత 2 సంవత్సరాలు లాజాతో విశాఖపట్నం పోయినాడు. 2 సంవత్సరాలు ఇందిరమ్మ జైల్లో పెట్టింది. అప్పుడు దాకా బిడ్డలు తల్లి మా ఇంట్లోనే ఉన్నారు. తర్వాత కాపురం పెట్టుకున్నారు.
9 years అప్పుడు వచ్చినప్పటి నుంచి 9 ఏళ్ల వరకు ఇంచుమించు పైనే ఇంకా ఎప్పుడు వచ్చినా నా బిడ్డలాగే పెరిగాడు. నేను నా ఉద్దేశంలో ఒకే ఒక్క మాట చెప్పగలుగుతుంది. మాకు తెలిసింది తెలుగు తల్లి గర్వించదగ్గ బిడ్డ అంటారు పాట కదా, చాలా గొప్ప బిడ్డగా పెరిగినందుకు నాకు చాలా 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 హ్యాపీ.
This is a fulfilling journey. It's been 23 years since I joined him. I don't go to temples, I don't do puja, but he's a living God to me.
We have a hero and we call him Tatya.
My Tatya is a hero for me. Despite his busy schedules, he finds times to spend with us, takes us to movies, holidays and many more. He's too disciplined and wants us to be the same like him.
He's very youthful, energetic, and we play badminton regularly with him.
I love him so much that I cannot express in words, but if you ask me to say it in one line, I would say he's my center of my universe.
Born in a small village of Chavatapalam in the Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh. Having then moved to the Nellore town and becoming a school leader, and then to the VR college for further studies. But as a child, the loss suffered was beyond imagination.
My father had a friend by name Mr. Venkat Reddy. Both of them used to go to different places to purchase Ongol, oxen for competition, etc. So he sent a vehicle to fetch my father to my village, Chavatapalam. And my mother called the Dhobi to fetch her his Angavastram. That fellow delayed, so my mother went to the backyard and started calling him. She didn't notice there was a buffalo. She just pushed it aside. While coming back, the buffalo hit us, and the horns have gone from this side to the other side. She was just carrying me in her arm, and she dropped me. Then my grandparents took me away to their native place. I was 3 months, 6 months exactly, I don't know. Though I lost my mother, earlier it was my grandmother, later my wife, then subsequently my daughter, who is taking care and substituting the role of my mother. I love my mother like anything because she has given me this beautiful life. I drew inspiration from my mother's wish, and then people used to say how my mother used to talk about me, saying that my son will become very great, he will become a good advocate, he will get a good name. Like that, you know, villages, they talk among the family members.
एसिड हो उसको एसिडिटी होती है जब हम लोग लॉग आउट तो उसका बिल है ना कि उसके बाद की 5 आवर्स क्लियर थे 449 के 459 के वो बिल इसमें रखे हुए हैं।
Municipal corporation. Special कार्यक्रम next award next हो गया the person like
वो कहाँ चला गया? वो कल एक लेख वेख दिया था, वो कहाँ है? वही दिया था इनको, वो मैंने पढ़ भी लिया था एक बार।
Good afternoon and welcome to this post-lunch session, which is being kicked off with the announcement of the second round of semi-finalist SKOCH Order of Merit. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Abhijit Chaudhary, Chief Executive Officer from Aurangabad Smart City Development Corporation, for Lighthouse Skill Development Project. Mr. Chanchal Rana, Collector and District Magistrate, Balangir. Livelihood through Dairy Development in Balangir, Cooperative Milk Producers Union, District Administration, Balangir.
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you.
Sir. This is Dr. Suraj Kumar Sahu on behalf of District Administration, General Manager, Milk Union, Weekend Milk Union.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Sir, this is the livelihood through dairy development activity in Balangir. Cooperative Milk Producers Union, District Administration, Balangir is qualified for the semi-final of the SKOCH Award 2022. Sir, what we have to do, sir?
You have to accept it and express your heartfelt regards. That's all.
Sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Dr. Kumara, Chief Executive Officer from Dakshina Kannada Zilla Parishad for Pustaka Guru. Little Ms. Sonika, Chief Executive Officer from Dehradun Smart City for Parade Ground Rejuvenation, E-Bus Green Building. Dehradun Smart City, Water ATM, SCADA Augmentation, Ms. Sonika, Chief Executive Officer. Yet another one for Dehradun Smart City for Home Integrated Command and Control Center. District Administration Bahraich, Dr. Dinesh Chandra, District Magistrate, Parali Prabandhan.
नमस्कार सर, सबसे पहले तो मैं स्कॉच ग्रुप और उससे जुड़े हुए तमाम विषय विशेषज्ञों को आदर अभिवादन करते हुए ये बताना चाहूँगा कि पराली प्रबंधन ये कृषि अवशेष को किस प्रकार से जलाने के कारण पर्यावरण और हमारी एग्रीकल्चर क्रॉप्स और मिट्टी को क्षति पहुंच रही थी, इसके बारे में माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय और एनजीटी द्वारा 10 दिसंबर 2000 को ये प्रोविजन किया गया कि फसल अपशिष्ट को जलाना किसी भी दशा में दंडनीय है और इसके लिए एक प्रोविजन बनाया गया पर्यावरण क्षति को वसूली के लिए। और इसमें ये प्रोविजन किया गया है कि 2 एकड़ तक जो भी किसी प्रकार से पराली या फसल अपशिष्ट को जलाएगा उस पर 2,500 रुपए का पेनल्टी होगी, और साथ ही 2 से 5 एकड़ के बीच में 5,000 और 5 एकड़ से ऊपर 15,000। इस प्रकार ये संवैधानिक प्रोविजन एनजीटी के आदेशों के क्रम में बनाए गए। क्योंकि एनसीआर रीजन में विशेषकर हरियाणा, पंजाब, उत्तर प्रदेश, दिल्ली और राजस्थान और देश के अन्य बड़े शहरों में पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के कारण जनजीवन के साथ साथ वहां की हर प्रकार की गतिविधियां अवरुद्ध हो चुकी थी। उसको दृष्टिगत रखते हुए उत्तर प्रदेश में सैटेलाइट बेस्ड चिन्हीकरण किया गया और डाटा बेस ये किया गया किस क्षेत्र में पराली की घटने की घटनाएं अधिक हो रही हैं और उसको किस प्रकार से टैकल किया जाए। इस दिशा में हम जनपद बहराइच ने ये प्रयास किया। भारतीय संविधान की धारा 48 और 51 में भी यह व्यवस्था दी गई है कि यह हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम पर्यावरण को सभी प्रकार से शुद्ध रखें, परंतु संवैधानिक व्यवस्था होने के पश्चात भी कोई इस पर विशेष ध्यान नहीं दिया जा रहा था। इसलिए ये एनजीटी ने कड़े निर्देश देते हुए पेनल्टी के प्रोविजन किए गए और इसमें सैटेलाइट बेस्ड चिन्हीकरण के आधार पर हम लोगों ने फिर ये, क्योंकि पराली प्रबंधन को रोकना, पराली को जलाना या फसल अपशिष्ट को जलाना, ये मानवीय व्यवहार से ठीक करके ही इसको किया जा सकता था। जनपद बहराइच में 92% पॉपुलेशन एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड है और टोटल यहाँ पर हर प्रकार की फसल होती है जिसका अपशिष्ट जलाया जाता था। हमने इस दिशा में कार्य किया और विलेज लेवल से डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल तक इसको रोकने के लिए कमेटियों का निर्माण किया। साथ ही साथ चूंकि ये ऐसा इशू था कि किसानों पर उस समय किसान आंदोलन भी चल रहा था और हम लोग पेनल्टी वसूल नहीं कर सकते थे, ना उसको जेल भेज सकते थे, तो इसका एक ही विकल्प था उस समय कि कैसे उनका व्यवहार परिवर्तन करते हुए उनको ये बताया जाए कि पराली को न जलाने के विकल्प भी हैं और उनको उनकी आय का साधन भी बन सकते हैं। हमने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो एक विजन था आत्मनिर्भर भारत, और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के माध्यम से किसानों की आय में वृद्धि करना, हमने उस विषय को उनके सम्मुख रखा और बताया कि पराली के जलाने से नंबर 1 पर्यावरण क्षति होती है, क्योंकि ये सीधे तौर पर मनुष्य को नहीं दिखाई देती है, लेकिन जब हमने बताया कि पराली के जलाने से उनकी कृषि की जो भूमि है उसकी 6 इंच परत खराब हो जाती है, जिसमें जो मित्र किस्म के जीवाश्म हैं वो नष्ट हो जाते हैं और शत्रु किस्म के जीवाश्म की वृद्धि हो जाती है, जिसके कारण उनको कृत्रिम खाद डालना पड़ता है। साथ ही साथ हमने फिर उसके लिए जन जागरूकता फैलाकर ये प्रयास किया कि इसके विकल्प हैं और हमने प्राइवेट सेक्टर के माध्यम से एक विपुल इंडस्ट्रीज को यहाँ पर लगाया जो किसी भी प्रकार के फसल अपशिष्ट को खरीद सकता है और उसको खरीद के उसको एनर्जी पैलेट्स के रूप में विकसित किया, जिसकी एनटीपीसी
कि आपके पास कितने, आपने कहा ना 90% से ज्यादा जो है वो खेती हर है, जमीन है, तो उसमें कितने एकड़ जमीन है और कितने में पराली जलाई जाती थी, अब जो रोक दिया आपने?
मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि हमारा जो एग्रीकल्चर एरिया है उसमें 3,19,865 एरिया है और इसमें हर मौसम में किसी ना किसी प्रकार का ऐसा फसल अपशिष्ट होता है जिससे फसल अपशिष्ट उसमें पैदा होता है। मेनली फसल धान के हमारे जो हाईली प्रोन एरिया है उसमें लगभग 1 लाख हेक्टेयर के आसपास हमारा ये उससे प्रभावित एरिया है जो नेपाल की सीमा से जुड़ा हुआ है। तो उस एरिया में हमें विशेष फोकस करने की जरूरत पड़ी। वहां पर चूंकि जनजाति के लोग हैं और गरीब पिछड़े लोग हैं, तो उनको एक अवेयरनेस पैदा करने के लिए हमने अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम पैदा किया और 1 लाख हेक्टेयर क्षेत्र को हम लोगों ने प्रभावित फोकस करके उसमें से 21,000 हेक्टेयर की पराली को हमने विपुल इंडस्ट्रीज को प्रोवाइड कराई। तो उसका ये नतीजा हुआ सर कि वो जो पराली जलाई जाती थी जिससे पर्यावरण को क्षति पहुंचती थी या लैंड की उर्वरा शक्ति समाप्त होती थी, उससे हमने 1.5 करोड़ रुपए उन किसानों को फसल अपशिष्ट का आर्थिक आय के रूप में मुआवजा दिलाया। तो एक तो हमारी पराली का जलना बंद हो गया, बर्निंग बंद हो गई सर। दूसरा एनवायरमेंट प्रॉब्लम भी हमने उसको ठीक किया। तीसरा जो है सर, एक वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के माध्यम से हमने जो गेहूं की डंठल होती है वो हमारे जनपद का वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट है, और हमारे पीपीटी में सर उसकी सुंदर सोवनियर भी बने हुए हैं जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से लगाकर हमने जो भी विशिष्ट अतिथि हमारा प्रदेश या हम जिससे मिलते हैं उसको प्रस्तुत करते हैं। उससे हमने वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के अंतर्गत उन प्रोडक्ट को बनवाया, उसको अमेजोन पर ऑनलाइन रजिस्टर्ड कराया जिससे उसकी बिक्री हो और उनकी इनकम बढ़े। तो इसमें हमारे 150 सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप हमने प्रशिक्षित किए जो उसको वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के अंतर्गत उन उत्पादों को बना रहे हैं।
बहुत बढ़िया काम, बहुत बढ़िया।
और अवेयरनेस के लिए सर हमारा उद्देश्य ये भी नहीं है कि पराली को बेचा जाए, एनर्जी पैलेट्स किया जाए। हमारा विकल्प ये हमने विकल्प दिया कि डिकम्पोजर के माध्यम से जो फसल अपशिष्ट है उसको डिकम्पोज कर दिया जाए, और डिकम्पोज करके जो अपशिष्ट है उसको कंपोस्ट करने में खाद में बनाया जाए, जिससे हमारी लैंड की जो उर्वरता है वो बढ़े और हमारा कृत्रिम खादों से उसकी आच्छादन घटे, जिससे एक ये इस प्रकार से नेचुरल जो प्राकृतिक खेती है, प्राकृतिक खेती की ओर भी हम लोग
इसको बढ़ाइए आगे और इसका एक नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव तक बनने का।
इसके बारे में मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा सर, हम लोगों ने 60% बर्निंग को कम किया, 1.5 करोड़ रुपए की इनकम की, और जो पॉल्यूशन की क्षति को रोका है उसका चूंकि वैज्ञानिक मेजरमेंट मेरे पास उपलब्ध नहीं है, उसमें भी कम हुई है। भूमि की उर्वरता क्षमता को बढ़ाया और साथ ही जो कृत्रिम खाद है उससे उसको घटाया। और सर इसमें मैं
हमारी शुभकामनाएं आपके साथ हैं इस काम को।
एक लाइन अपनी बात खत्म करना चाहूंगा सर, ये प्रयास चूंकि उन ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों से संबंधित है जिनको बहुत पढ़े लिखे नहीं है, फसल वही उगाते हैं, वो उनकी नॉलेज इतनी नहीं, तो उनको समझाना एक बहुत कठिन काम था। तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा, बत्ती जो नहीं जलाता है रोशनी नहीं वो पाता है। और ये सारी घटनाएं उस पीरियड की हैं जब कोविड का समय था, उनको उस समय रोकना, तो हमारे अधिकारियों ने कर्मचारियों ने घर घर जाकर उनको रोका, जिस समय लॉकडाउन की परिस्थितियां, वो परिस्थितियां इस प्रकार थी, प्रभु रथ रोको क्या प्रलय की तैयारी है, बिना शस्त्र का युद्ध है जो महाभारत से भी भारी है, कितने परिचित कितने अपने आखिर यूं ही चले गए, जिन हाथों में धन संबल सब काल से चले गए, हे राघव माधव मृत्युंजय पिंगलो यह विनती हमारी है, ये बिना शस्त्र का युद्ध है जो महाभारत से भी भारी है। उस परिस्थितियों में हमने बर्निंग को रोका और एलजीटी के आदेशों का अनुपालन कराया, साथ ही इनकम जनरेट कराई, और कृषि में आय में वृद्धि के लिए जो प्रयास किया गया है वह सराहनीय है। और मैं जुरी से चाहूंगा कि हमारे इस ग्रामीण परिवेश के प्रयास को निश्चित रूप से सराहा जाए। नमस्कार, जय हिंद, जय भारत।
नमस्कार, बहुत बढ़िया, हमारी शुभकामनाएं।
थैंक यू।
आत्मनिर्भर ईस्ट कमांग, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ईस्ट कमांग, मिस्टर P.A. Polumatla, Deputy Commissioner.
A very good afternoon to all. Am I audible? Can I proceed with the description of the project?
You are audible to us.
Yeah. So, very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I would like to thank SKOCH for giving us this opportunity to present our project. This project is from Arunachal Pradesh. Unlike the rest of the mainstream India, we are a very corner state geographically. We are completely dependent on our neighboring states for all the primary commodities. So 2 years back, when I joined here as a deputy commissioner, I noticed this problem that even the basic primary commodities like agriculture products come from a neighboring state, and the local production is completely unutilized despite having a huge potential for agriculture, horticulture, animal husbandry and fisheries in our district. Our district has a very good subtropical to temperate climate zone. There are good water resources available. It's a hardworking tribe that is present in this district, but still development did not happen. So I realized that it's important to reform the entire agriculture supply chain, right from the back-end linkages at the farm level to the forward linkages in the market. And the sector that we have chosen in our district is to depend on the SCG women to create, to tap into that agriculture potential of our district and to make the most value out of it. And we feel that SCG women or the women of this tribal district will not only champion in reviving the agriculture, but their financial empowerment will also lead to greater social empowerment, their greater participation in Gram Sabhas, their incomes will be rerouted into investments in health and education opportunities. So that's why we have set a goal that for our district, SDG 5 will be the main platform through which we can achieve all the other sustainable development goals. So with that vision in mind, we embarked on a journey called Atmanirbhar East Kamen district through Nari Shakti. The model that we have designed was to connect all the small farmers, the small traditional artisans of our district, to the bigger markets using an SCG cooperative society. We created a district level SCG cooperative society called as the East Kameng Sangcha Ane Marketing Cooperative Society. In the local tribal language, Sangcha Ane means progressive mothers. So that is the name that the women have adopted for themselves. And they became the sole link, an organized supply chain link between the local farmers and the consumers. So on the farmers' end, we have given them converged almost 9 central sector schemes. And we have provided them training on all the scientific farming methods, organic farming methods. And that had helped in almost, encouraging more than 165 farmers and almost 700 SCG women to shift from Jhum cultivation to settled agriculture and that to organic farming. And whatever agriculture production is coming from there, we have set up a community warehouse. We also got a 40 metric ton cold storage. And under the NRLM, we have got around 14 Ajivika Express vehicles. So this sort of a supply chain infrastructure enabled women the China border. And today, even leafy vegetables from those villages are coming into the district headquarters. And this year, I'm very happy to announce that we have launched a centralized Vandan Vikas Kendra. We are going to launch a cafe with SCG women in one more month. And I'm getting immense positive feedback from the women that they are now demanding for regular convening of Gram Sabha meetings. They are voicing their opinions in the preparation of the Gram Panchayat development plans. And then they are investing their money on education and health of the children. And most importantly, the resistance that they face from their husbands. Even the husbands today are now encouraging the women to take activities. So through this model, we have been able to directly benefit almost 4,000 women. And they are very confident. We have also created women leaders. We have institutionalized the whole process. And similarly, with the traditional handicrafts also, we have given training in collaboration with Private and NABARD.
All I can say is that, this is really, really a very well thought out intervention, which is what you have led. And particularly, leading to the empowerment and putting all the women at the grassroots together is not an easy job. Particularly when you say that the practical challenges that you have faced. I must say, and I must add that this is tremendously notable achievement, which is what you already have done. Our best wishes are with you. May this scale all around the district, and you are able to pull in a large number of women into the livelihood, into the empowerment. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Mr. T. Butum, District Agriculture Officer from District Administration Lower Subansiri, Organic Certification of Fruit under MOVCD. Mr. Liagi Lasa, District Fisheries Development Officer, Innovative Project on Paddy cum Fish Culture in an Integrated Model, District Administration, Lower Subansiri. District Administration, Ayodhya for Operation Kayakalp. we have Mr. Butung with us. Please go ahead. Unmute yourself. You are muted. We cannot hear you. You still are muted. You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Butang.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I represent the district administration, Lower Subansiri district. My presentation was on QE productions and organic certifications in Zero. Zero is a district headquarters of Lower Subansiri in Arunachal Pradesh. QE is an exotic fruits and it has been value added. And the area productions has increased after we have introduced the Government of India sponsored schemes, MOBCD, a Mission Organic Value Chain Development Program for Northeastern region. So the kiwi is locally, it is a traditional crops of the area, but it was not cultivated in a commercial way. The farmers was unable to harness the potentials and generate income from the kiwi. But a decade ago, only few farmers, they took up this cultivated variety of kiwi, and after 15 years, the numbers of farmers has crossed more than 500. And the program which was started in 2016-17 under MOBCD, then after 3 years, we got organic certification. Now kiwi is a organic certified organic fruits, first organic fruits certified in the state and in the India. So, sir, we are very proud to inform that our Arunachal and the Lower Subansiri district in Zero, we are the first districts in the nation to have got organic certification on kiwi.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And sir, after this fruit has been certified as organic, we have from the unorganized marketing, we have able to market it to the Delhi, Bangalore, and outside states, where big buyers they have started coming up here. Because after branding of the kiwi as organic, the vast market has opened up, and there is a huge demands now. And the wasteland, mostly the wasteland, where other crops and other agricultural activities was not able to take enough, that wasteland has been converted into the kiwi orchard now. Now more than 500 hectares of the kiwi is under certification. It is already certified. And we have here locally this value-added production center, industrial center has came up in a form of winery. This Naraava winery kiwi wine factory is a first of its kind in the Northeast region, and maybe it is one of the unique kiwi wine factory all over the India.
That's
the Naraava kiwi wine factory run by one entrepreneur's lady.
Mr. Bhutan, if you can hear me,
sir.
really a very nice forward integration that you have done with your produce, and
Yes, sir.
to the next level. And congratulations to you and your team for organic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Liagin Lasa from Lower Subansiri, the gentleman with us. Ms. Anita Yadav, Chief Development Officer, District Administration, Ayodhya, for Operation Kayakalp. Mr. Basant Singh, Chief Medical Health Officer from District Administration, Balrampur, PVTG Health Camps. District Administration, Bijnor, Mr. Umesh Mishra, District Magistrate, EOFC Project. Mr. Harshit P. Gosavi, District Magistrate from Dahod, implementation of integrated command and control center and smart solutions in Dahod city. Ms. Sonika, District Magistrate, District Administration, Dehradun, Environment and Sustainability.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
I am Arpita from Aurangabad Smart City. Our certificate was displayed earlier, but we missed it. Can that be relisted? Yes.
All right. Aurangabad Smart City for Lighthouse Skill Development Project.
Yes.
Can you say a few words in acceptance?
Sure. So Aurangabad Smart City, in joint association with the Aurangabad Municipal Corporation and Lighthouse Skill Development NGO, we developed a project for the youth of low-income communities, and it was a project unique in itself because this was implemented at a time when there was COVID and there were job losses everywhere, and the low-income community was suffering the most. So this project was aimed at giving them an opportunity to feel empowered, not just about skilling, but also giving them the confidence that they can make it big in the corporate world or by earning themselves through various business models. And Lighthouse Skill Development Project is also unique in itself because we ensure for the next 3 months that the person who is placed in a particular organization continues to work there. So it is a sustainable livelihood project, and we also ensure that 80% of our candidates are women candidates. So we aim for 80%, but at least 60% candidates are women in our. So far, we have trained 1,000 youth in the last 1 year, even during the COVID, and now we have more than 250 youth who are now standing on their own, earning, and they are the families. So we have empowered 250 families through developing
Thank you so much.
livelihood options.
Very nice. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
From Dehradun Smart City, we have in place of Ms. Sonika, Mr. Padam Kumar, Chief General Manager Technical. District Magistrate, Ms. Sonika, District Administration Dehradun for Environment and Sustainability. Mr. Padam Kumar in her place, Chief General Manager. District Administration Erode for ERAM. Mr. H. Krishna Unni, District Collector.
Yes, good afternoon. I am District Collector Erode joining. So at the outset, I would like to thank the SKOCH Group for recognizing district administration's effort. So it's called ERAM. ERAM means water, moisture. So it refers to water. So it is the water management effort of the district. So it's like one of the most important aspects of an administration is to give a sense of direction and a convergence. So many a times we need not reinvent the wheel. Rather, we have to bring everything together in a very proper manner. So in that sense, this was an effort to bring all the efforts related to water, whether it is water conservation, management, restoration, everything. So under a single umbrella, and thankfully it has come out well. And thanks to SKOCH Group for recognizing and giving an opportunity to present this to an August occasion. So to say a few highlights of this effort, we could restore river systems like Bhavani River. The work is going on. Then we had water restoration of big tanks or water tanks to the extent of more than 300 acres. So which has not been done for several years, more than 20-30 years. And we catch the rain, of course, where our efforts have been saving at least our assessment is more than 28 crore liters of water. And then another vertical is improving the green cover of the district. So that we have planted around 1 lakh trees, and that too a proper tree management methodology, and still going on. And then we have improved, we have built check dams, etc., on a very scientific manner by integrating all the technical know-how. And we were happy to see the efforts where tribal farmers in the district are able to do twice their cropping in a year after, I don't know, maybe so many years. So in that sense, it is a highly fulfilling experience for the administration. And thanks to SKOCH Group again for this opportunity. And I should also thank you for giving a platform to gain peer learning. I think that has also been equally enriching. So thanks to all.
Congratulations. Mr. Divya Jyoti Parida, Collector and District Magistrate from Ganjam. Transformation of high schools under 5T initiative. District Administration, Bir Somnath. Mr. Ravindra B. Katale, District Development Officer, Smart Anganwadi for Child Development. K. Well, from District Administration, Hisar, Dr. Priyanka Soni, Deputy Commissioner. Ms. K. Diana Devi, Deputy Commissioner from District Administration, Impal. Inner Line Permit Record Management System.
Thank you.
District Administration in Pali East.
Am I audible?
Little faint, you have to speak a little loud.
Okay, so is it audible now?
Better.
So first of all, I would like to thank SKOCH for this wonderful initiative and giving us the opportunity. Actually, our team has worked really hard for development of this record management system. And then I'm happy to share that this system has been adopted by the state government also, and now it has been met fully on time. So while it's like it was not met on time as on that time. I'm once again grateful to SKOCH Group. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Abhijit Rajendra Rao, Collector and District Magistrate, Banana Exports, District Administration, Jalgaon. Mr. Somesh Mishra, Collector and District Magistrate from Jhabur.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Sir, I'm Anil Bokre, Deputy Director Agriculture, representing Honorable Collector Abhijit Rao, sir, from Jalgaon, Maharashtra. Sir is busy with another VC of CS, and then he told me to join this session. First of all, on behalf of Honorable Collector and myself, we are thankful to SKOCH for our giving this opportunity. Sir, as you know, Jalgaon in Maharashtra is known for the production of excellent quality of bananas, which are known for sweetness, aroma, and longer shelf life. And for that, we have received geographical indication GI also. Our cultivation is nearly about 52,000 hectares, but there were only domestic markets which our farmers were sending the bananas. But we administration thought of exporting the bananas. So district administration had arranged training camps of farmers with the help of Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Banana Research Station, and we took this movement on a mission scale. So we took all the training programs in KVKs. Then we gave technologies such as bud injections, then insertion of skirting bags, fruit bunch management, and especially we did very good work with the help of administration during COVID-19, because prior to that, some of the private exporters were doing exports, but we wanted that our farmers production companies to do the exports. So, and when we started that, but there was an incidence of COVID, but due to the intervention of our administration, we were totally dependent on West Bengal laborers. But we thought of training our local laborers, and that was the first intervention after training. Then we trained our local laborers for the export process, and due to that, we have done an export from 8,000 metric ton to 20,000 metric ton to the Arab countries and some of the Europe countries. So that was a very excellent intervention, and the economic reforms has been brought in the banana farmers. Not only that, now along with the exports, the material which is not able to export, we are undertaking many more banana processing units, that preparing of banana fig, banana powder, banana chips under PFME. So we are bringing very good conversions of the banana processing also. So which will contribute definitely in our gross domestic product, so GDP, because banana is our main cash crop after cotton. So general administration and agriculture department, with the help of scientists, with the help of exporters, and now I'm very much proud to say that more than 8,000 farmers are dealing with the exports. More than 32 exporters, farmers producing companies are exporting the bananas. And along with this, now under PFME, we have sanctioned more than 20 projects for banana processing also, and hence also we will be promoting our SHG groups for banana processing also. So this was our project which we submitted, and definitely we are doing very good work in banana exports with the help of our administration, Honorable Abhijit Raut sir. Thank you, sir.
So much. Mr. Somesh Mishra, Collector and District Magistrate. A.Se Akshar Abhiyan, District Administration, Jhabua.
नमस्कार सर, कलेक्टर सर अभी एक्चुअली सर मीटिंग अर्जेंट एक मीटिंग थी, इस कारण से उपस्थित नहीं हो पाए हैं सर। उनके बिहाफ पे सर मैं यहाँ पे हूँ सर। सर डिस्ट्रिक्ट झाबुआ ने जो अ से अक्षर अभियान सर चलाया था सर, बीइंग अ ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट सर, बहुत ही कठिन यहाँ पे होता है कि मतलब जो बचपन में ऐसे लोग कभी अपना बेसिक एजुकेशन सिस्टम का पार्ट नहीं बन पाए सर, उनको यहाँ पे जिले में टारगेट किया गया सर। और हमने फर्स्ट स्टेज में 13,000 से ज्यादा लोगों को ट्रेंड किया सर, जिसमें से 12,000 लोग जो है क्वालिफाई किए सर अंडर MHRD के गाइडलाइन के अनुसार सर, जिस पर सर सिक्योरिटी के गाइडलाइन में सारा कार्य हुआ सर। और बाद में सर जनवरी में मध्य प्रदेश शासन ने भी सर इसको पूरे प्रदेश में जो है इस मॉडल को लागू किया सर, अ से अक्षर अभियान के मॉडल को, जिसमें प्रौढ़ शिक्षा को सर बढ़ावा मिल पाया सर। अभी हम लोगों ने सेकेंड स्टेज में सर रिसेंट में ही रिजल्ट आया है सर, जिसमें मोर देन 85,000 जो है पब्लिक को सर हम लोगों ने जो ऐसे असाक्षर लोग थे उनको रीडिंग स्किल, उनको अक्षर पहचानने की स्किल, साइन करना बेसिक, अगर कोई उनके पास SMS आए तो उसमें जो लिखा हुआ चीज है अगर हिंदी में है तो उसको रीड करने की क्षमता, और फिर अगर कहीं पे सेल्स वाले सेंटर होते हैं जहाँ पे अनाज मिलते हैं उनको, वहां पे उसका वजन जो है कि सही मिल रहा है या नहीं मिल रहा है, इस चीज को भी उनको समझने में जो है सफलता मिली है सर। अभी जो सेकेंड स्टेज में सर जो एग्जाम हुआ था उसमें हमारे यहाँ पे सर 1 लाख से ऊपर लोग जो है उसमें पार्टिसिपेट किए थे सर एग्जाम में, जिसमें 85,000 से ज्यादा जो है 85,405% जो है सर क्वालिफाई किए सर अभी एग्जाम जो हुआ था उसमें सर। तो स्कॉच ग्रुप को सर मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं अपने जिले के बिहाफ पे सर, जिसने हमें मौका दिया कि अ से अक्षर अभियान को हम पूरे देश स्तर पे जो है इसका शोकेस कर पाए सर। थैंक यू सर।
मैं आपके साथ हैं कि इसको आप और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू सर।
Mr. Kanak Dev, General Manager, District Industry Center from the District Administration, Kutch. E-permission for industries.
Good afternoon, sir.
thank SKOCH and SKOCH Group for allowing this platform for showcasing this initiative. ये सब particular initiative लॉकडाउन के टाइम पे लिया गया था जब बहुत सारे restrictions थे, इंडस्ट्रीज को बंद किया गया था, वर्कर्स मूवमेंट अलाउ नहीं था और फेज वाइज बाद में परमिशन दी गई थी कि आप ऑपरेट कर पाए। बट कच्छ आप जानते हैं कि देश का सबसे बड़ा जिला है और इसमें यूनिट्स अक्रॉस द डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्प्रेड आउट हुए हैं, तो परमिशन लेने के लिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर ऑफिस पे आना डिफिकल्ट था, लॉकडाउन रिस्ट्रिक्शंस थे उस टाइम पे। तो एक लिंक बनाई गई थी और डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर वेबसाइट पे ये लिंक रखी गई थी, अपनी जगह पे रह के ही अप्लाई कर सकती थी। एप्लीकेशन में पूरी डिटेल्स ली जाती थी कि कितने वर्कर्स इनको परमिट किया जाए, कितने व्हीकल्स फ्लाई करने के लिए परमिशन दी जाए। और एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर साहब ने एक कमेटी बनाई थी, जो कमेटी पूरे दिन में जो एप्लीकेशन आती थी वो एनालाइज करती थी और मेरिट के बेसिस पे और जीआर के बेसिस पे जो अगर कंप्लायंस होता था तो उनको परमिशन देने के लिए डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर साहब को रिकमेंड करती थी। तो डेली बेसिस पे कमेटी मीट करती थी और जैसे बेस्ड ऑन रिकमेंडेशन कलेक्टर साहब अप्रूव करते थे तो ये ऑनलाइन ही उनको अप्रूवल लेटर उनके मेल आईडी पे चला जाता था। तो जो लॉकडाउन के टाइम पे जो एक ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस था वो ई परमिशन के बेसिस पे हुआ था, ताकि यूनिट के लोगों को दूर आना नहीं पड़े और इमीडिएटली यूनिट स्टार्ट हो जाए। और उसकी वजह से वर्कर्स को भी एक्सोडस जो बंद यूनिट जो बंद थी, अगर टाइमली चालू नहीं होती तो एक्सोडस होता, वो भी हम कर्टेल कर पाए, तो लॉ एनफोर्समेंट भी अच्छे से हो पाया। So this was a very particular initiative taken for this purpose only, lockdown period. Or we thank SKOCH for acknowledging this initiative on behalf of district administration. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. District Administration Khunti, Mr. Syed Riaz Ahmed, Sub District Nutrition on Wheels.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So Syed Riaz Ahmed is not present, so I am Deputy Development Commissioner on his behalf. So the point was nutrition on wheels. So nutrition on wheels was an initiative which was started around a year back, primarily because of the reason that our district is suffering from the menace of malnutrition. So malnutrition, when we look at the types of malnutrition, we have SAM, MAM, and CMAM. So most of the problems which we face, most of that belongs to the CMAM group, where the treatment can be done at the community level. So this was an initiative in which we had a vehicle which had trainers and which had the materials, so that, and plus we have doctors and ANMs and Sahiyas. So they basically used to go to the villages, take the survey of the all the kids who were then the catchment area of that particular Anganwadi. And then based on the assessment, they would categorize kids as whether they were properly nourished or malnourished. If they are malnourished, then what was the nature of the malnourishment? And accordingly, community-led intervention was there. So accordingly, treatment was provided to them. If the condition was serious, in that case, the kids were referred to MTC. Otherwise, the treatment was done at the community level. So if MTC already exists, then what was the need of nutrition on wheels? This was the major issue which we were, and the reason behind this was, first, the treatment of the kids, it takes minimum 21 days. So for those 21 days, since this area, it doesn't have industry, majority of the people are dependent on either daily wage or agriculture. So the family, the mother, she was not willing to go to the hospital for 21 days. Firstly. Secondly, the treatment cost, the opportunity cost which they had, which they would miss by going to the hospital, that was not being compensated. So this was the purpose. And third was that even after going to the hospital, this was not going to be maintained in continuum. So what we thought that if the community-led intervention was there, then we would be in a bit better position to ensure that this menace, this problem, this is treated at the community level itself. So that whenever the next generation of kids are born, so this intervention is already becomes a part of the community. So for this, we also had a concept of nutritious study.
Well, I must extend my regards to you for having implemented this project so passionately, which is evident from not only the information that you are sharing with us, but with the passion with which you speak. And I really feel extremely heartened to know something, because I've been to Khunti. I know this is back and beyond, and it's an axle affected area.
Yeah,
it's not easy to A, interact, and B, connect with the community. And the way you have done it, hats off to you. My congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yet another one for Kunti, integrated farming, an approach towards holistic development.
Yeah. So again, if you look at Kuti, then there are hardly any industries here. There is no industry. There are no service sector. The entire population is tribal oriented. Basically, they are tribals. So most of them are relying only on agriculture, and that too monocropping. The cultivation is done only once in a year, and the rest of the year around that land is unutilized. So what we thought that only paddy cultivation is there. But when we got the land tested, we found that this area was very much suitable for high value agriculture. Like if we look at dragon fruit, if we look at strawberry, if we look at, for that matter, tea also, coffee also. So this area is very much conducive and very much suitable for all these crops. At the same time, the tribals, they traditionally have kept animals, but they have not kept animals from the commercial point of view. They have primarily kept animal husbandry for their own personal consumption. So this was the thought that we wanted to integrate agriculture and allied activities, high value agriculture, at the same time fruit processing unit of minor forest produce. So this was the culmination which led to this idea of integrated farming. So basically in this farm, we have all the 3-4 facilities, and we have made a farmer producer organization. That farmer producer organization will be ultimately handed over the entire farm. Right now, we are directly engaging there. We are planning to set up a nursery. We have animal husbandry of including 5 to 6 animals. Like we have a cow, good quality cows, Gir cows are there. We have then Black Bengal.
Well, I have to intrude once again and say congratulations to you. This is again a very, very important intervention that you have done, which is integrated farming, giving backward as well as the forward, and strengthening their economic livelihood. So, a good project. I sincerely wish that it doesn't stop here. It continues to grow step by step and grows miles. Congratulations. Sapno ki Udan. Again, Kunti, kindly be brief.
Yeah. So this idea cropped up because once we were visiting the schools out here, so majority of the students, they wanted to either become nurses. The girl students wanted to become nurses, and the boys, they wanted to become technicians and all. So none of them were very ambitious regarding that. So a thought crept in our mind, why not? Why become nurses? Why don't we try to become a doctor? Why don't you become an engineer, for that matter? So this was an intervention which was started in one of the Kasturba Gandhi schools. So the purpose was we had a tie-up. We made a tie-up with one of the premier coaching institutes in the country, and then we started training these kids for medical and for engineering and for law. So these were the 3 aspects which we tried upon. And with that intervention, the intervention went on for 1.5 years, which is still going on. And I like to add that recently when JEE advanced results came, JEE mains result came, 3 of the students from that particular school, they have qualified, and they are very much hopeful that they'll get into some good college after qualifying the JEE advanced. And some of them, they have qualified, and we are hopeful that they'll get some good NITs also. So the purpose was to orient them to the basic science and technology, because the student out here, the kids out here, they have very less exposure to science and technology. So primarily they are relying on they are not very like they don't try their minds much. So we just want to change
their dreams, which is again a very good intervention, because particularly in an area like that, identifying the aspirations and trying to put those aspirations to the right path of growth leads to overall development, and then the impact of such an intervention, when it is widespread, visible over a period of time. And this is, I'm sure, you have that kind of a horizon, 10 years in mind, when you are going ahead with the implementation and giving real this Sapno Ki Udan and assimilating them into growth and the development process. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Pushpendra Kumar Meena, Collector cum District Magistrate, District Administration, Kondagaon. for प्रकृति और संस्कृति का मिलान.
Hello, I am Fiona Korea, District Project Manager. I am representing Kondagaon District for the project Kondagaon Pariyatan, Prakriti aur Sanskriti ka Milan. To translate this, it says Kondanar tourism, a blend of culture and nature. Just to give you context, Kondagaon District is part of the very famous Bastar division, which is known for naturalism. So Kondanar Pariyatan is a initiative of district administration to give livelihood opportunities to youth which are residing in the natural parts of the district. In Kondagaon, there is nature, there is culture, there are Halba and the Gondai tribes that reside here, as well as Kondagaon is known as the Shilp Nagari, the famous Dokra art, metal art form, originates from Kondagaon. So all these three who are working in Silo under this tool, we are trying to promote culture as well as art as one tool. And at the center of this is community intervention, where the community youth have formed Pariyatan Samoohs, and they are responsible.
You to be brief, because
yeah,
we are.
They are responsible. Yeah, so they are responsible for maintaining this tourist spots and acting as guides, as well as the district administration is developing these tourist spots. So that is what Kondanar Pariyatan is giving livelihood options to the youth residing in the next.
Congratulations. Thank you. The next one, which is Samvedna plus physiotherapy to war, also goes.
Yeah. Yes, Samvedna is a district administration's initiative on mental health, and physiotherapy to war is an ambulance, a mobile unit that we have a physiotherapy lab which goes to different villages and delivers physiotherapy services at the doorsteps. Samvedna is a program under which the whole district was screened for mental illnesses and given treatment, and the patients, mental patients who were left homeless, we have designed a halfway, we have established a halfway home for them, and around 1,900 patients were detected with mental illnesses, and around 85% of the patients have. So I thank SKOCH for giving us the order.
Wonderful. Congratulations once again. Gaja Yatra, District Administration Mahasamand, Mr. Pankaj Rajput, Divisional Forest Officer.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the SKOCH Group for recognizing our efforts. This was about human-elephant conflict, sir. छत्तीसगढ़ में लगभग 70-80 साल तक हाथी नहीं रहे, उससे पहले हाथी होते थे, और नॉर्थ ईस्ट कॉर्नर हमारा जशपुर जिला है, वहां से घुसना शुरू किया, और उसके बाद चूंकि नया क्षेत्र था, हाथियों ने आना शुरू किया, और लोगों को जानकारी नहीं थी कि कैसे डील करें हाथियों से। तो हाथियों की मूवमेंट अनप्रेडिक्टेबल होना, हाथियों का जंगल क्षेत्र से बाहर आना, या तो खाने की पूर्ति करने के लिए, या फिर एक जंगल क्षेत्र से दूसरे जंगल क्षेत्र में जाते हुए रहवासी क्षेत्र से, बस्ती से गुजरना। तो ह्यूमन एलिफेंट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हैज बीन हियर फॉर अबाउट 30 years, बट अभी कुछ एरिया में लिमिटेड था, अभी वो एरियाज बढ़ने लगे हैं फॉर वेरियस रीजंस। नए एरिया में जहाँ पे हाथी पहली बार पहुंचते हैं, वहां पे लोगों को बिल्कुल भी जानकारी नहीं होती कैसे डील करना। सबसे पहले कौतूहलवश जाके सेल्फी लेना हाथी के साथ, देखना उसको, और अगर गांव से गुजर रहा है तो गांव में आने से कैसे रोकना, इन सब की जानकारियां नहीं थी। तो वी स्टार्टेड गज यात्रा। इट वाज अ व्हीकल मॉडिफाइड इनटू द शेप ऑफ एन एलिफेंट। वी हैड 3 कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ इट। मॉर्निंग में स्कूल के बच्चों को कवर करते हुए उनको समझाना कि हम क्या करते हैं, हाथी के आने पे क्या, हाथी के व्यवहार को बताना, हाथी के परिवार के बारे में बताना, हाथी से कैसे बचना है, क्या करें कि गांव में ना आए, और बच्चों को बहुत रोचक तरीके से। और एक मूवी हमने बनाई 1 घंटे की, जिसकी स्क्रीनिंग हमने, इट वाज एन स्टैंड अलोन व्हीकल का शेप हाथी का था, उसके अंदर एक प्रोजेक्टर, एक पर्दा, पावर बैकअप की व्यवस्था। तो स्कूल मॉर्निंग में स्कूल के बच्चों के साथ, दिन में जो हाट बाजार लोकल लगते हैं, कुछ अपने सामान की खरीदी के लिए, कुछ सामान बेचने के लिए, उनमें, और शाम को गांव आइडेंटिफाई करके पहले से अनाउंसमेंट करके पटवार के माध्यम से कि आपके गांव में मूवी चलनी है। गांव में इन सब चीजों को देखने का बहुत कौतूहल रहता है कि गांव में कोई मूवी स्क्रीनिंग की जा रही, और वो शेप की हाथी का था। आई विल जस्ट टेक 1 minute to गेट टू द स्टैटिस्टिक्स। हमने लगभग 100 स्कूल कवर किए सर, हमने लगभग 200 गांव कवर की
हमारे पास जी।
आई विल फिनिश इन 1 minute सर। हमने लगभग 200 हाट बाजार कवर किए और लगभग 70 गांव कवर किए। देश में हर वर्ष लगभग 500 लोगों की डेथ होती है हाथी से। छत्तीसगढ़ में लगभग 70 लोगों की डेथ होती है हाथी में। महासमुंद जिले में लगभग 10 लोगों की डेथ हो रही थी हर साल। For past 1 year we have had 0 deaths of human, 0 deaths of elephant and 0 human injuries. And it's a very replicable model at a very cheap cost. So I believe replicability of this project and effect of this project is evident. Thank you once again, SKOCH, for recognizing this. So,
thank you very much for being with us. And this is quite a unique intervention because, being more and how to spread the awareness and involve the others. I congratulate.
Thank you.
So Deepak Arya, District Administration Sagar. Use of ICT in the management of COVID-19.
Hello. Sir, this is District Informatic Officer from Sagar.
Mute others. District Administration Sagar is speaking.
Hello. Sir, namaskar. I am District Informatic Officer from Sagar. Abhi collector साहब नहीं है sir. So this was the use of information and communication technology in the management of COVID. Apart from the described softwares, we did use some initiatives, that was telemedicine, video calling to the patients, drone coverage of the containment zone, and one app was developed for the medical shops. So when the patients were purchasing the medicines from the medical shops, the medical shop used to enter the details of their customers in the app, and from the information entered in the app, our smart city command center used to call them, and we had a very better coverage of the patients. So thank you for the making our project in your semi-final list. Thank you again.
Congratulations. Mr. Vivek Singh, for Women Empowerment, District Administration Sambhal. Project Diya Bati, District Administration, Tepa Hijla.
Yes.
V. Boga, PMN Collector.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. First, I would like to thank SKOCH Development Foundation for providing us this opportunity and also a platform to present all our innovations and process improvements. Diya Bati is a project which is mainly target group is the adolescent children who do not have their parents or whose parents are in jail, in all of those vulnerable children. So when we did a survey in our district, we have identified that around 2,000 children are available who are vulnerable children of different categories. And of them, we have selected the adolescent age group children aging from like 13 onwards to 17, because this is the age group where they are most vulnerable and most gullible for a lot of issues. So these children have been identified, and each child has been assigned to one of our officers, the government officers, and they have put up as a mentor of those children. One officer was mentoring each child, and this was completely done on a voluntary basis. We have took some steps also, and what has happened in this entire process is a lot of children have come up with their own ideas on what kind of support they want from their mentors. This was there was no formative structure. It was all between the mentor and mentee on what they are going to do. So it has evolved beautifully, and because of the ideas given by the children, we could launch other programs also. Like 22,000 children in the district are being trained on self-defense mechanism. About 300 girl children are being trained on driving classes specifically, and we have appointed female officers as the nodal officers for all of our schools also, so as to help the children on various fronts. The uniqueness of this concept is to enable the children as the decision makers. Generally, children with good families, they have a support system. the government officer was appointed or was entrusted with the responsibility to act as this mentor, just lend an ear to the child so that their problems have been can be approached a little bit. So by this we could at least we could at least help 200 children in doing in pursuing their education and then getting into good systems. So there was a good impact. This project has been taken up last year. And because of this, one more additional intervention or impact was also that we could prevent many child marriages on this. So it's a completely bottom-driven approach. That's how it was viewed also, and has been going up. I again thank the SKOCH Group for giving us this opportunity to present about it. Thank you.
Congratulations. District Administration Shajapur. For E-Jan Sunwai, Mr. Dinesh Jain, Collector and District Magistrate.
Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to all the participants. Actually, this online Jan Sunwai was started when COVID was very much last year. We started in this project and covered. We are doing in this project video conferencing from Gram Panchayat to District Collectorate office. So here in District Collectorate, we and our officer sits here in District Magistrate office. And every Tuesday we connect 8 Gram Panchayats. We have 326 Gram Panchayats in our district. So we covered 2 times, we fully covered these 326 village Panchayats. And third time we are also continuing this process. Through this process, at the end of the Gram Panchayat level, people assemble in the Gram Panchayat. There are B-men, handicapped persons, Patwaris, village Panchayat Sachiv, Sarpanch, and so many people are there at the village Panchayat level, and they directly talk to the district magistrate. From this process, we monitor all the service delivery system, what our service delivery system, how it is working, and we get direct feedback of government schemes from them, direct instructions, whatever instructions we can give directly to the public. This is the medium from which we can deliver. Accountability of the officers are also monitored through this. And the best thing is that reducing visits of the citizens to offices. Because we have a big district, more than 3,400 square kilometer area is of this district. And 600 villages are there, 326 Gram Panchayats are there. People have to visit hundreds of kilometers to come to this district headquarters. So in this e-Sunwai, this is not needed. They can directly talk to the district magistrate and other district officials through this Jan Sunwai system. Digital India program also covered this, or this is a bottom top approach. We are doing this video conferencing directly from village panchayats to the district headquarters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jain, and congratulations.
Thank you, SKOCH Group, for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now invite Miss Veena Philip M., Mayor, Municipal Corporation, from Kozhikode Municipal Corporation, Project Azhak. Mr. Subhash Datta, Chief Executive Officer, Paver Block Making by C&D Waste, Mohanpur Municipal Council. Solid Waste Management, Municipal Corporation, Khandwa. Mr. Shaheen Khan, Nodal Officer. Municipal Corporation Ujjain, Mr. Anshul Gupta, Commissioner, for incense sticks from the flowers of the Mahakal.
कमल के नाम से जो है ना मैडम, ये क्या है, रोड पे पानी भरा जाता है.
Ujjain, you are muted.
जी नमस्कार सर, मैं कीर्ति चौहान, डिप्टी कमिश्नर उज्जैन नगर निगम से। सर आपके द्वारा सम्मान हमें प्राप्त हुआ, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे यहाँ सर जो जैसा कि सभी को पता है, महाकाल मंदिरों की नगरी है, काफी मात्रा में पुष्प चढ़ाए जाते हैं भगवान को, तो उन्हीं के जो काफी मात्रा में जो इकट्ठा होता है उनसे हमारे यहाँ अगरबत्ती का निर्माण किया जाता है, जो कि भी प्राप्त हुआ है उन्हें और काफी अच्छे से चलाया जा रहा है।
बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप।
जी जी, थैंक यू सर।
New Town Kolkata Green Smart City Corporation for Sustainable Urban Environment, Ms. Meghna Pal, Chief Executive Officer. The next one also goes to New Town Kolkata Green Smart City Corporation for Smart City. E-governance in New Town Kolkata, yet another one for New Town Kolkata Green Smart City Corporation. Pachora Municipal Council, Majhi Vasundhara, Ms. Shobha Bhagwan.
Vivek Singh available, Sambal.
Good. Hello.
Pachora,
Hello.
Go ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. I am Mangesh Mane on behalf of our CEO, Srimati Shobha Bhagwan Bhaviskar. We are very glad that we got a chance to represent our municipal council on this national level, and we are very thankful for appreciating our work. Thank you, SKOCH. Thank you, SKOCH organization.
Congratulations. Pune Municipal Corporation, Mr. Mangesh Dike, Environment Officer, Pune City EV Cell for adoption of EV readiness plan.
Hello, sir. I'm Swapnil. I'm representing the Pune City EV Cell. Mangesh sir couldn't attend this meeting, so I'm attending it on his behalf. First of all, thank you for giving us this platform and recognizing our effort at the national level. So, as the name suggests, we have prepared the country's first electric vehicle cell, and we have also prepared an extensive EV adoption plan, which translates to an EV readiness plan. Which the overall aim of the plan is to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles in the city and create a conducive electric vehicle ecosystem. Sir, in 2018, Pune was was ranked as the most livable cities, but in the most recent rankings, it was not able to regain its top position. And we believe it can be attributed to the rising air pollution in the city, which is why the Pune Municipal Corporation identified electric vehicles as one of the key solutions to tackle this problem of rising air pollution. So, without going into the much details, in the interest of time, I would just mention some of the accomplishments. Pune is the first city in Maharashtra which has already met its state policy target of electrifying its public transportation fleet. And we currently have more than 450 electric buses operational on the roads, which have accumulated more than 2.5 crore kilometers. And our calculations show that within the lifetime of these electric buses, we are going to save almost 96,000 tons of carbon emissions. Secondly, sir, we are going to be the first in Maharashtra is going to mandate provision of electric chargers in all new residential buildings, and the notification has already been out for the commissioners for signature. Lastly, I would also like to say that Pune Municipal does not only expect its citizens to purchase electric vehicles, but also likes to lead by example, which is why we have already started procuring electric vehicles for our movement of our politicos and officials. So we currently have more than 15 electric vehicles in the Pune Municipal Corporation that are being used daily by our officials, and we have placed order for more such electric vehicles in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Urban 95, Child and ITC Friendly Pune, Pune Municipal Corporation, Mr. Ajay Bhor, Program Dr. Suryakant Devkar, Assistant Health Officer, Vaccine on Wheel, Pune Municipal Corporation.
नमस्कार सर, मैं डॉक्टर सूर्यकांत देवकर, वैक्सीनेशन इंचार्ज पुणे म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन। ये वैक्सीन ऑन व्हील ये यूनिक इनिशिएटिव हमने जनवरी 21 से स्टार्ट किया है इन पुणे म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन। इसमें हमने मोर देन 3000 कैंप लिए हैं और मोर देन 4 लाख बेनिफिशियरी हमने कवर किया है। उसमें जो जिनके पास आईडी प्रूफ नहीं है, जो बेड रिडन पेशेंट है, जो जेल में कैदी है, उनके लिए स्लम एरिया में जो बेड रिडन पेशेंट है, उनके लिए घरेलू कामगार, उनके लिए हमने ये वैक्सीन ऑन व्हील के माध्यम से हमने ये सब बेनिफिशियरी कवर किया है। और हमारे जो कमिश्नर सर है मिस्टर विक्रम कुमार सर, उनके गाइडेंस में हमने ये प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा किया है। Thank you, sir, for this giving a SKOCH award to us.
Congratulations. Dr. Sanjay Kolte, Chief Executive Officer, Pune Smart City Development Corporation for ICCC.
Good afternoon, sir. We thank the SKOCH Group for recognizing the efforts of Pune Smart City in terms of the Integrated Command and Control Center. It is the state-of-the-art Smart Cities Operations Center and a decision-making hub for the city. It has been instrumental in carrying out the law and order, the solid waste management, the flood control in the city, and more than 30 services of the city, municipal services, have been integrated with this Integrated Command and Control Center. And we are happy that through this ICCC, we are able to give efficient citizen-centric delivery. Thanks again for the recognition, sir.
Many, many congratulations to you, Dr. Kolte.
Thank you, sir.
Very much for joining.
Hello, sir.
Goes to you, which is Smart Elements.
Smart Elements is another venture which has been, which is in unison with Integrated Command and Control Center, where more than 730 IoT devices have been set up in the city, which include the variable message displays, the air quality sensors, flood sensors, the emergency call boxes, the public address systems. And through this, the data is being gathered. It is being taken up on the India Urban Data Exchange. The data is being shared freely with all the agencies. And this has also been used by all the various stakeholder departments for taking a real-time decision for giving the services for the citizens. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations once again. Rajkot Smart City Development Limited, Smart Bus Stop, Mr. Chetan K. Nandini, Chief Executive Officer. Solid Waste Management from Sulur Special Grade Town Panchayat, Coimbatore, A. Satish Kumar, Executive Officer.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Satish Kumar, Executive Officer, Sulur Town Panchayat, Coimbatore District, Tamil Nadu. Here, Sulur Town Panchayat comprises 18 wards spread, extent 11 square kilometers, with a population around 30,000, in which household around 11,000 households here, in which we are collecting garbage as a source, segregation, white primary and secondary collection, white pushcart and tractors, battery vehicles also. Then we are processing vermicompost and windrow compost. We are collecting 7 ton with nearby wet waste 3.5 tons and dry waste 3 tons. We are processing windrow methods, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Binu Francis, Commissioner from Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation for Poverty Alleviation. Francis.
Good afternoon, sir, and the participants here. Thank you for recognizing our endurance towards alleviating the poverty in the national level. Through this wonderful platform. See, Trivandrum Corporation is the capital city and one of the vibrant city in Kerala, the largest city. And this I'm talking about a scheme like a scheme called Adijivanam, that is survival of life. After the pandemic, there are so many people who lost their regular income. See, we have 0.71% of the total population is in the poverty as per the Nidhi Aayog report. So our project is for 5 years and with a target of 5,000 employment. But we can achieve 3,469 in the first year itself. The beauty of the innovation of this scheme is how we select it, the community selection process, and how we ensure or the sustainability part is the beauty of this scheme. So in the end result is we can provide constant livelihood support to all these families, and from there we can get a cheerful life with all these 3,469 people. We have supporting system, we have these people like a handholding system, so sustainability is also ensuring. Now we are coming the second year, that is this year, our target is 7,000 this year. Our initial is only 5,000, but first year we can achieve 3,000. The next year we are now targeting 7,000. This is the program we have. So thank you, sir.
Congratulations to you, Mr. Francis. We will interact with you in the next panel discussion. Renuka B, Commissioner, Tumakuru City Corporation for implementation of energy efficient project and centralized control and monitoring system.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Myself, Renuka, City Corporation Commissioner in Tumakuru in Karnataka State, sir. Very thankful for SKOCH regarding giving to this opportunity. We are implementing energy projects Tumakuru Smart City and Corporation, sir. Now we will play small video, sir.
Sir, if you allow us to play a short video, just 2-minute video, we'll share this.
My challenge is that I'm already nearly 15 minutes behind schedule, and Renuka ji, you are there in everything on the next panel. We will have the benefit of listening to you and try and understand from you the challenges as well as the way moving forward for municipal governance across based on your experience. So we'll have that opportunity with us. So kindly bear with me. Thank you very much for joining us. And with this, we come to the close of the current round of SKOCH order of merit announcements. And with this, we move on to our next session, which is the state of cities. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of inviting our moderator for the show, Mr. Bhushan Mohan. He is Senior Fellow Development Foundation and former Principal Consultant with the PwC. He was responsible for formulation of policies, guidelines, and strategy for implementation of NEGP with a vision to bring public services within the reach of every citizen. He has contributed immensely in areas of policy formulation, strategic planning, business development, procurement, and most importantly, technology assessment. We have with us Ms. Renuka B, Commissioner, Tumakuru City Corporation. She's made significant contributions to the urban development while being at Tumakuru. Notable being the implementation of energy efficiency project for streetlights. She believes in involving the private sector in development and have encouraged PPP projects in the city. She's quite tech savvy and has created a centralized control and monitoring system in the city. We're joined by Dr. Sanjay Kolte, who is Chief Executive Officer of Pune Smart City, 2010 batch IS officer, and before Pune, he was CEO at the Osmanabad Zilla Parishad. He has served in various capacities as a revenue officer in Maharashtra. During last over 22 years, he has worked extensively with municipal corporations, including Jalgaon, Nashik, Dhule, Mumbai, and Pune. He has been recognized as the outstanding administrative officer for his work. He was also Commissioner MGNREGS Nagpur in 2017. In place of Ms. Sonika, we are joined by Mr. Padam Kumar, who is Chief General Manager Technical at Dehradun Smart City. Mr. Binu Francis, Municipal Commissioner, Thiruvananthapuram. He was earlier Secretary in the corporation and was Program Officer of Kudumbashree State Mission, which implements all the poverty reduction programs through the community-based network in convergence with local self-government. In Kozhikode and Trivandrum, he served as the corporation secretary. Mr. Anshul Gupta, Commissioner, Municipal Corporation Ujjain, an administrative professional with past experience in law enforcement, investment banking, consulting, e-governance, healthcare, and heavy engineering. Proven track record of project execution and policy formulation, supply chain management, and leading very large teams. Earlier, as CEO, Zilla Panchayat Umaria is responsible for planning, execution, and monitoring of development schemes for population of. Invite our moderator, Mr. Bhushan Mohan to run with the proceedings of the panel discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gusharan. It's a pleasure to moderate this session. I have been hearing right now when the order of merit was being announced, and in the morning also, there have been so many accomplishments which have happened. It really is really very heartwarming with the type of achievements that we have really achieved over the last few years, especially in the area of the citizen services, the municipality services, and the district services, which have been covered earlier. Municipality and the urban services are extremely important, and the smart city concept, which came in almost about 8-9 years back, really have brought in a new facet to the urban living. We have had now more than 100 cities which are covered. Quite a few of them are operational. However, out of 5,000 plus projects which have been taken under these, almost 40 to 50% are still not completed. They are still on the stage of rollout and implementation. However, one thing is very interesting, that the integrated command control centers had come up initially at many of the places. And during the COVID time, they gave a fantastic and a very good service to the citizens during the time of real emergency or disaster or whatever we had, starting from mid-2020. Now, it has also resulted in delay in implementation of our smart city projects, but I'm sure they are going to now implement with more vigor. Coming to the implementation issues of that, I think today, one of the issues we should definitely dwell upon is what are the reasons which have caused these delays, whether it is funding, whether it is stakeholder coordination, because there are multiple stakeholders, or it is the implementation of the reforms and the change management, or is it the technology issues which are difficult, or it's just the project management or the procurement processes. So let us dwell upon it. What have been the key issues in implementation of our smart city projects, and how do we take care of it in the future? Along with it, I think we should also look into, for the future, what are the additional reforms and the process changes that should be brought about for a much higher level and a better governance and the better outcomes. And the third thing, which is very close to me, whenever we take up any project, how do we measure the outcomes? And especially with the baseline and with the future which is there. So that is extremely important. I would really like if the panelists can throw some light on the matrix and the measurement of the outcomes of their projects. With that, I think let me invite the first panelist, Ms. Renuka B., who is the commissioner in the Tamakuru City Corporation. Ms. Renuka B., can you hello? Ms. Renuka, you're there?
I think she got disconnected.
Okay, so we will wait for her. Dr. Sanjay Kolte, we have been hearing a lot from what you have done, especially in Pune. Can you throw some light on the three questions which I had mentioned? I would request if you can keep your answers to not more than 5 minutes so that we have some time for discussions also. We are already running about 15 minutes late.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sir, in the Pune Smart City, the implementation is now almost in the seventh year of the Smart City mission. Pune was the city from the first round of smart cities, and it has been in the forefront in the right from the planning through the implementation phase.
and now most of the projects are more than 80% complete in Pune city. Now, so the first point which you mentioned is regarding the delay that has been that is being experienced in the implementation of, in general, being experienced in the implementation of smart city program. At the planning stage is very crucial. The stakeholder consultation and the requirement of the city, the aspirations of the various stakeholders is very important. And this was the first step when smart city plans were formulated in these smart cities. And if that has been done properly after due stakeholder consultation and taking into consideration the needs of the city, its merits, demerits, and the SWOT analysis of the situation in the city, then the initial take-up of the project or the rollout did not face any difficulties. However, in some cases, decisions had to be taken whether to go ahead between the urban local body, ULB, and the smart city SPB, which one to take up which activity. So some time or some thought process had to taken place in some of the cities. And since these being the bodies which are represented by public representatives, again, so those the proper forums have to be addressed, or proper forums have to take this decision in terms of the benefits of the, so that is one thing. Secondly, in sometimes the tendering process or the award of the project, the process may take time because of the lack of expected response from the industry or from the say agencies which are expected to come forward for implementation of such projects, especially the smaller cities where this reason may be one of the reasons for experiencing the delay in rollout of the projects. In case of Pune, one example I would quote of a delay, that is in case of redesign projects which Pune city, smart city had taken up in the ABD area, where some of there were three kinds of projects. There were greenfield projects, there were retrofitting projects, and some were redevelopment projects were taken up. Especially in the greenfield projects, when the new land is to be taken and possession is to be taken up by the ULB and to be transferred to the smart city for implementation purpose, then the transfer of land or the timely acquisition of the land which is required for creation of any infrastructure project or any asset. So if there is some delay or there is say reluctance on the part of the landowners to give possession or hand over the possession, in such cases it may go to the extent of giving rise to some civil litigations. And these may be the reasons we ourselves have experienced in Pune, where in some of the segments of the roads of the stretches which we have taken up, we could complete only the part of the stretch, only part of the road width could be taken up in the project and completed because of the hindrances faced by the lack of surrendering of the possession of the land. So there is one of the reasons for the delay, I would say. But once the project is awarded and the work is beginning, then it gets into the smart city mission, and the methodology is such that it's really a single window process at the level of the SPV, and then there is no stoppage for any kind of work. And besides the major decision after being taken by the board of the SPV, then chief executive officer and his team and various technical heads from the ULB, they go hand in hand, they work hand in hand to carry out implement the projects. And so the further measures are taken timely. And on the funding sector, again, this being a project convergence of the government of India, state and the urban local body, 50% from the center, 25% each from the state and the ULB. So the funding is timely, funding is also available. So there is no problem on the issue of funding as such. And over the period now, almost we are in the 7th year of the smart city mission implementation. The procedures have been streamlined to a great extent, both from the government of India, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and the state government, and the smart city SPBs also. And most of the procedures have been streamlined. and there are no now there is no problem or there is no hindrance of any kind in implementation of the smart city projects in Pune. So far as Pune City Smart City Plan is concerned, we are hopeful of completing all the 100% of the projects by 31st March of 2023. And majority of our projects are completed at the end of December 2022 itself. So I'm happy to share the status on the behalf of Pune City.
Good, good, good. I think you have done in a very, very comprehensive way. You have brought up all the shortcomings and the strengths of the present implementation model. Thank you very much. Would you like to add something on the outcome measurement and the metrics? Because if we really see, there are three key areas of outcome which have to be measured. One is the standard of livability, the standard of economic scalability. It's a new word which has been coined by smart cities. And the third, which is slightly much more, that is the sustainability in the way the projects are taken, and also for the project itself over a long-term basis as to how this is sustainable. So how do you measure these outcomes?
Yes, sir. Sir, Smart City Mission and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs have been, right from the inception, have been working on this aspect of the monitoring of the Smart City Mission works. And they have come out with frameworks like GMIS, is a Geographic Management Information System. That is a monitoring framework for monitoring the progress of these 100 smart cities. And in the last year, 2021, again, outcome and output monitoring framework has also been launched. And OMF, it has been taken up by, with the help of National Institute of Urban Affairs, has been taken up in a big way. And a lot of stakeholder consultation, workshops, and capacity building has been done and still going on at the regional levels also. And all these two frameworks are the major ones where they monitor the working of smart cities in terms of the fund utilization, the projects, the progress of the projects, right from the launching of the projects, right from preparation of the DPRs, then the award of the tenders, then progress of the work, and financial utilization, physical progress, and ultimately the completion. So all these aspects are taken up in the taken care of in the GMIF. And again, in outcome and output monitoring framework, more than 400 indicators have been chosen in 14 sectors of urban development, where these indicators are to be mapped by every city, and they have to enter the status of the project, their projects, in relation to these indicators. And so on any real time, all the cities are able to observe the status of their own city. At the same time, they can compare it with the status in other cities. And so cross learning is also possible by way of this OMF and GMIS kind of frameworks. GMIS framework also allows ranking of the cities in terms of fund utilization, timely utilization of funds, timely completion of projects, timely holding of the mandatory meetings or the consultation with the people's representatives. So all these aspects are given weightage in the ranking, which is conducted through GMIS. And OMF will be again will be useful for peer learning, and also the tier 2 cities which have not been taken up in the smart city mission. Besides these 100 cities, other smaller cities, I think, will also be able to know the various aspects of urban development where they need to focus on in order to implement the features like smart cities in their cities also.
Thank you very much. You have given a very good, very comprehensive brief on this. What I understand, this is more of a program management or program monitoring system, which is an excellent initiative on behalf of what Urban Affairs have really done. I'm sure this would be extremely useful in your day-to-day monitoring. Let me now go next to the Dehradun Smart City, Mr. Padam Kumar. Are you there?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I've been hearing a lot about Dehradun as doing something very good in the smart city area. Let us hear from your side on the implementation delays and the problems and the outcomes, or any other process changes which you would like to recommend.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity, sir, for the interaction today. I'm happy to say that Dehradun Smart City in general doing well. As of now, we are about 50 to 60% of the progress of the entire projects we have taken. We have taken about 27 projects. Out of that, we have completed 5 projects, and balance projects are in progress as per our schedule, except 2 projects, which one is a green building, which is held up because of the land acquisition problem, and now that problem is also resolved in recent HPSC meeting held on 10th of August. And one more project which is generally slugging behind is smart roads. For that also we have taken the corrective actions, and hopefully this project will come back to the track. And the important projects which we have completed as of now is DICCC, that is Dehradun Integrated Command and Control Center. This project has been completed successfully this year on 23rd of March, and it is commissioned now under on phase. Beside this, another important project we have completed, that is smart schools, that has been appreciated at large by the public and the public representative. We have improved 3 schools, basically providing smart boards and e-library, and we have done some infrastructure work also in that, sir. Beside this, we have done a project for water ATMs. 24 water ATM has been established and function. Important projects which are in project is the green building, which is costing about 200 crores, and this is planned to be completed within next 12 months. Except this, we have done a project for Paltan Bazaar, where there is a common very high profile market. We are developing this market, this road in this market, and facade work is also being undertaken, sir. Hopefully within next 3 to 4 months, this project will get completed. And we have procured 15 buses, that is for this city, and 15 other buses are coming very shortly. The difficulty generally we are facing from the public, basically in public, this Paltan Bazaar area, where road width is very less, and because being congested market area, we don't have the parking space. But with interaction of the public and public leaders, this problem is being resolved, sir. We are generally in way to complete balance of the projects, out of which another 30 these schools, smart schools, are being taken up, sir. At par with 15 schools we have already completed. And the difficulties, another difficulties we faced is regarding some procurement by our vendors and some non-performance some of contractors, for which we already taken up the actions. But slowly all these problems are resolved, sir. And we are to our schedule to complete the projects well in time, sir. That's all about the Dehradun Smart Cities.
Very good, very good. So the projects which are completed, how are you finding the outcomes coming up and how are you measuring them? Are they meeting the whatever your baseline and initial plans were, or you want to improve upon it? What is the citizens' feedback? What is the stakeholders' feedback?
Sir, DICCC, we got complete public satisfaction when it has been appreciated by the government, state government. Before this, there was no central data collection with us in the state government of Uttarakhand. But now, we having established this DICCC, complete this data storage, traffic control, and surveillance system of the city is being monitored at one place. And this very good public appreciation for this, as well as public awareness. Anywhere, at any place, anything happening, we get the information at real time, and administration and police is activated. So that's is being largely appreciated. Besides this, as I mentioned, the smart schools we have developed, and this providing facility to the student, and school authorities are very happy on this. We are getting a lot of appreciation on this.
Okay. Do you feel any, see, like Dr. Kolte had brought about a very interesting point, that initially during the planning stage, there was something as to what should be under the ULB and what should be under the smart city, because there is always an overlap of the activities which are done. Now, when you talk about the schools and other things, there's again an overlap what the education department is doing or what the state department is doing. So how do you manage that?
Sir, when we took over these projects, there were few projects which were under convergence. So already with the ULPs, and they kept on doing their own projects. And the projects, there's a certain projects which were entrusted to us. We started those projects, but integrated with the smart city missions. And all these projects are being coordinated, like the Nagar Nigam, they are doing some projects of Swachhta Abhiyan. So we are providing them help, like we are providing the machinery and equipment, and some other projects they are doing directly. Like, similarly, for Nagar Palika solution we have provided, and some other solution they are having at their own. So we all integrated so that public at large get benefited out of all these projects.
Do you have any feedback mechanism from the public as to where they can express where they are happy, where they are not happy, or their satisfaction, or their suggestions for improvement?
Yes, sir. We are having monthly club meeting, city advisory club meetings, sir.
Okay. There is no regular. Normally, if any citizen wants to give a feedback, something is good or something is not so good, or would like to give a suggestion, how does that taken into account?
We have got a helpline number also, sir.
Okay.
On that, we get public interaction as well as their complaint, grievances, etc. are reported to us, and we react on that, sir.
Okay, that's very good.
Sir, another important project which we have undertaken is SCADA project, that is on SCON model. For these projects, we are installing the latest equipment on the tube wells. This is basically for energy saving of the water supply to the city. For this project, we have replaced the water meters and another devices we have put in, which is saving energy to the cost of about 4 crores in a year, sir. This
is water supply SCADA.
Yeah, SCADA.
Oh, that's very interesting. That's very interesting.
And we are at the level of completing this project. This project was done at the cost of 56.5 crores, out of which 22.5 crore is provided by the smart city. And this project will run for 10 years. So that way we will be saving about 40 crores. It will come to the governments.
That's excellent. That's excellent. That's excellent. Okay, let me go to others. I may come back to you later. Can I go over to Mr. Bino Francis as to how are your projects going on in Thiruvananthapuram? Mr. Bino?
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. Thanks. So, this is Adijeevanam. Adijeevanam means the survival of life. After this pandemic, there are so many people who lost their livelihood, since many of them are working in the formal sector. This is a COVID pandemic, it's a lockdown, and almost all the streets, including all lives, were in standstill, and the informal sector is badly affected, and it adversely affected the livelihood. There is no income at all. So the corporation considered this project to have at least 1,000 people are benefited out of this scheme per year. Now we have achieved around 3,500 in a single year in the first year. Okay. The major hurdles are the selection process. So many beneficiaries are there, but how we can select, how we can prioritize. Normally, we are doing a number of projects through Kudumbashree or through our ULB. The selection process on survey or getting application, but the genuine candidates cannot apply or they are not aware of these things. So we deploy our community system like CDS or NSG. There are community mechanism to identify who are really the beneficiaries. So we have identified around 7,000 beneficiaries who are very interested and who lost their job during this COVID period, and they are also ready to follow the guidelines or what are the regulations introduced by or taken by the corporation or the council. So this is one of the major hurdles, but we achieved. The second hurdle is the sustainability part. In Kerala, we have Kudumbashree. They are doing a wonderful job in alleviating poverty content and empowerment of women by different mechanism. The major mechanism is either self-employment or wage employment. They are providing number of trainings or some kind of subsidy. They started the employment scheme or the jobs, maybe salary people, but the retention or the sustainability is on an average of 2.5 years. So sustainability is very important. So how we can ensure once they are starting an enterprise, maybe a micro enterprises or maybe individual or by group, within a couple of months or in a year, there may be some issue or not interested or there is a loss for different reason, it will not move further. Sustainability, how we can. So we have a cell exclusively for the same. One thing, there is a PACA system for monitoring the same. What is the revenue they are earning or the income they are earning? They are reflected in the Google Sheets. If there is any reduction in income or the revenue, then our MC, this is a consultant, people will go there and they are hand-holding the same. How this is happening, how the loss is happening. So we will again intervene and give some kind of training, some kind of incentives, and if there is need any kind of marketing, of course, they will provide the same. So for the last 1.5 years, the sustainability part is fine. Still, the total we have around 3,500. Even now, we have 3,222 people are on board now, even still. And regularly, they are getting around 7,000 to 15,000 per month. So we can assure these things. In the second year, our again target is 100,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 for a 5 year, 5,000. So we have achieved 3,500. In the next year, that is this year, we have a projection of 7,000. For the time being, we can achieve around 3,000 so far. We are sure we can achieve more than 7,000. So this is the beauty of this scheme that we have.
That's very good. I would like to have some input from you. Would you suggest some more reforms or the change management or the process changes to be adopted so as to get better governance in the areas that you are in right now?
Yes, sir. It needs some kind of reforms. Since after the pandemic is over, again the informal sector is on the higher side. In Trivandrum, a capital city, and almost all government offices are in Trivandrum, we have more than 1.5 lakhs of people working in the government sector or in the semi-sector or the public sector undertaking. The informal sector, we have around 60,000 people we have. During pandemic, of course, less than 5,000 people are there, but now it is around 50,000 and more. What the reforms which need is, one thing is, we have 7,000 people in the initial level, but now we have around 20,000 people on the beneficiary list now. So the formal sector we have already covered. Now we have some other sectors like agriculture sectors are there, then certain IT solutions are there, retail sector almost we have covered. So new sector is we are exploring, for which we have conducted number of stakeholders meeting, including Beda Hospital we have, Beda Mall we have. So how these gap can be filled on the, for which we have converged the schemes like NULM, EST and P, and the RCT. We are providing some kind of training to them so that we can place these people in another sector. These kind of reforms are there only. The second thing is they are getting around 7,000 to 15,000 per month. So we have to, there should be some incremental increase in their wages or in their earnings. So we want to increase from 50,000 to 20,000. So there should be some package for each people that is customized, for which we have trained people. What are we have this characterizes, what are the source of income, what is their level of income, how it can be improved. So different kind of concepts are there. They will go and visit and study what is the presentation, what is the issue, how it can be resolved, and how it can be improved only. The second thing is the chain management. Of course, there are certain enterprises where some kind of service, some kind of products are there. So we will ensure whether this is available to all people, what are the service which is going, and what are the products which are put in board, or whether these are purchased in total. So we are boarding all the shops here and investors here to collect the product which they produced. So these kinds of chain system is there. Further, we are also bring all the banks, what their schemes, and also integrate with these schemes so that there should be some liquidity or their total investment will be on the higher side. Thereby, the total income can be on the higher side. These are the 3 to 4 reforms that we want to introduce in this sector, sir.
Okay, I think that's very, very interesting coming on to these reforms. So as far as your completion of the project is concerned, what is the percentage that you have completed on the smart city, the various projects?
Smart city, sir. Okay. Our smart city project is around 1,150 seats, out of which majority of the works are in smart city roads. It is 550 crore. We are in the last stage. The fourth stage we get into the smart city. That is in 2016, 2017 only, sir. So now we are our achievement is financial achievement is under 37%, and the total project is over 42 projects in the large baskets, and the small buckets it's around 120. We have completed around 42% in total, and partially or in the ongoing it is around 23, and non-starter is 3 projects is non-starter. So by March 2022 we can complete all the projects except 1 or 2.
Do you have any suggestions as to how to speed up?
Sir, how to?
Any delays that may be there? Although
for
you
this
say
for the
March
implementation of smart city.
2023, I think you meant 2023.
Yeah, yes, sir. Sir, we
There
are in the
are any further delays.
we ended in the smart city mission in the last phase, and in the initial stage where there is certain issues in the administrative sides, and we have some issue during the pandemic, of course there, and the integration of all the departments, there is some issue, and getting the correct this contractors vendors is another issue. Now all works is in board and it is moving very fastly. There are certain issues in the initial stage, but we can make up it in the after this pandemic. Now we are moving very fast and we can complete by 2023 March. Extend up to June. Yeah, but we can complete.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think I got lost in between. There was some network problem. Now let me now go to the next city, that is Ujjain. Mr. Anshul Gupta.
Sir, our commissioner, sir, is somewhere out for the training or some his own engagements. Okay. So I am Yogesh. I am here to present our Ujjain city, but okay. I will not be able to talk on the municipal corporations and their issues. But whatever the work done by our Ujjain Municipal Corporation, our Ujjain Smart City, I can present it on the screen. Shall I do that?
Please, please. Very briefly, please present it.
Yeah, sir. Briefly. So you can see that this is basically a new school. This smart city is working on. Then there is a the swimming pool, Olympic size swimming pool was built by the Ujjain Smart City. And it's a really good investment in the Ujjain Smart City. Then there is a school, again, a smart school developed by Ujjain Smart City. Then there are biomethane plant, a really good investment done by the Smart City, where the 5 tons of per day, 5 tons of the sabji mandi waste is treated in this biomethane plant, and not just a methane. We are also producing electricity out of it, and that electricity used for the official use. Then this is a Mahakal corridor. This is a Mahakal Transportation Development Authority, a Mrida project. It's a big project by the Ujjain Smart City, where the Mahakal corridor especially for the temple from Rudrasagar to the temple. This is a big project done by the Ujjain Smart City, for which Insightis Ujjain Smart City got an award. Then this is also a Mahakal corridor. This is also a Mahakal corridor. There are many big statues are installed by the Ujjain Smart City in the Mahakal corridor. This is a Mahakal corridor. There's a digital center, first digital center of Madhya Pradesh was installed by the Ujjain Smart City. Smart classrooms. Then ICCC. This ICCC was used in the during the COVID time. The integrated control was used by the Ujjain Smart City for the COVID control. Then there is a Mayur one. There is an area in the Ujjain city where this lot much of peacocks are there. So for them, the Mayur one is developed, like integrating the nature with the development. Then there is a Kal Bhairav temple. In front of the Kal Bhairav temple, some development work is done by the Smart City. This is a e-card was started by our collector, sir. Then, so these are some of the work done by the Ujjain Smart City. And other than that, now the Ujjain Smart City is also working on developing an hello, sorry, am I audible, sir? So now Ujjain Smart City is also working on the Ujjain Smart City is also working on the integrated approach with the solid waste management, working with the Ujjain Municipal Corporation, where both the solid waste management is ICT based monitoring of solid waste management will be done by the help of Ujjain Smart City.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of questions to you. See, primarily in smart city, we ultimately want all the projects are converged and there is a commonality as far as the interface with the stakeholders is concerned. The way you have presented, now each are quite an independent project by itself. How do you bring about this convergence? So that's the first question. The second question is something which is coming up. See, once you have taken up a project, it is completed. How is the project kept into sustainability level? That is the maintenance level and the ongoing level of its sustenance. That is very, very important. Can you throw some light on that?
Sir, sustainability is a big challenge, but still for the sustainability we will have to first study the project implementation. Before project implementation, we'll have to think of the culture of the city, other how the investment will be done, how the revenue can be generated. All these things we'll have to study first, and then the implementation should be started. So many of the there is a new projects done by Ujjain Smart City, that is a Mrida project. Mrida project is culturally connected with Ujjain Mahakal temple. So the Mahakal temple and the Mrida project is culturally connected, and it will the sustainability of project is connected with the culture. So some challenges are still there, but it will be, as it is a culture of the city, it will be in a sustainable mode. I will not be able to answer many of the questions related to.
I understand you are more on the implementation. I think we'll get back to you. So today, as far as the implementation is concerned, percentage-wise, how many projects have been implemented, and by when do you think your implementation will be completed, and as far as whatever has been sanctioned to you?
To answer this question, sorry.
Sorry, I cannot hear you. You're not audible.
Sir, I am from the municipal corporation side, so I will not be able to answer which project will be completed on which timeline. I will ask a smart city person to talk on this.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Let me move ahead. I hope Ms. Renuka B is back now. Is she online? Renuka? No, I don't think she is.
She's not present right now.
Oh, she is not present. Oh, okay, let me get back to Dr. Sanjay Kolte. I think there are some some issues and some questions which have come up. We would like to have your views. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes. I'll get back to the same question on the sustainability of the projects. Now, that's a point which has been raised by some of the people also. And that is one of my questions also, that once we complete our project and we get out of the project phase, how is the project maintained and improved upon in its life cycle over the next 10, 15 years? Because when we get the project grants, it may be there for 4 years or 5 years, but not for the total thing. So how do you feel that some of the projects, and you are at a very mature level, and many of your projects have been completed 3 years, 4 years back, and you'll be shortly entering into when their maintenance and support feature times will be getting over. So how do you foresee this future coming up? That's a very, very important thing.
Yes. Sir, in Pune, this maintenance part, running and maintenance after the commissioning of any project has two aspects. as we see in the smart city mission, the mission period is one part, and period post end of the mission is another part. So we can divide it into these two parts. While formulating the smart city mission projects, most of the projects have taken care of the capex phase and the opex phase. And so the capex phase of completion, execution of the project and then launching, that will be the capex phase, and the opex phase, operational phase of 3 to 5 years in most of the major projects has been incorporated in, at least in Pune city. So major projects like smart elements, which is of IoT devices being set up, or the ICCC, which is clubbed with smart elements, or say the other infrastructure projects or various theme-based development or the road redesign. So all these projects have a certain period, either the operational phase is incorporated in from the DPR stage itself or in the RFP itself, or a provision has to be made for running and maintenance of the project post commissioning of the project. So the practice which we followed in Pune Smart City is clubbing the operational phase also with the Smart City Mission project at the time of the tendering itself. So that practice we have followed. In major projects, we have 5 years of operational period, and others have 3 years or 2 years. So that is this. Then after the end of the mission, the second part remains, and that of course has to be taken care by the urban local body, because at the end of the smart city mission, if the SPV is also non-existent after that period, then obviously these projects will have to be handed over or taken over by the urban local body. And then the later part they have to taken care of. Of course, the ULBs have their own setup and systems for running the various assets and the projects by the various departments which they have. So this is it. This practice we are following. In terms of infrastructure projects also, like smaller projects like gardens or the theme-based theme parks or whatever we are completing, minimum 3 years of period of maintenance or the defect liability and maintenance has been incorporated in our projects.
You know, this really brings out a very, very important aspect. In fact, there are 2 or 3 aspects which come out. I think the first thing came out in your initial discussion as to the role and responsibility between the smart city SPV and the ULB. So that is an important thing. Okay, you have taken care of it in the planning stage. However, most of the citizen-centric services ultimately is a responsibility of the ULB. And in the type of projects that we have taken in the smart city, many of them are integrated projects. For example, there will be an improvement on the road. At the same time, there is an improvement on water supply and the civic services. The ultimate responsibility of providing these services is with the ULB. So there has to be a process. I think we can only flag it at this stage that there has to be a process for these projects to smoothly be then taken over by the statutory authority. I can just share with you one of the problems which we faced almost 15 years back in Karnataka when the Bhuvi project was very successfully done. After 4 years, the problems happened at the village levels when they said we do not have any money to buy the ribbons for the printer. You know, everything else was okay, but there is no provision in the yearly budget of that particular place that you have to buy ribbons also. You are spending money quite a lot, but that 200 rupees of ribbon cannot be purchased and then the services cannot be given. So that was very, very important. I think some thinking of this type has to be provided when we are conceptualizing these projects for implementation.
Very correct, sir. I would like to add that Ministry of Housing and Affairs has also issued a guideline to the smart cities to make a provision separately by creating a dedicated head for taking care of the running and maintenance after the completion of any project. So that guideline is a clear-cut guideline has also been issued by the ministry.
That is excellent. I have one more suggestion. I think it is an open suggestion more at the ministerial level. There is an excellent, as I understand, an excellent program management system which is there, and it is also measuring quite a few of your outcomes and outputs. I think as you go along, when you move from the project phase to the running phase, what needs to be measured on a continuous basis is the index of some index which have to be developed on the basis of livability, economicability, and sustainability. I think these three, with the various parameters, they should be developed, and that should be measured, which should be understood by a common man also. And a common man and the key stakeholders should know what is the level of achievement that his area has been able to reach to. I think that is something which is very, very important. And this will actually bring about this long-term maintenance issues also, which are very, very important. So along with the other metrics, this metric should also come about, be measured somewhere. Mr. Francis, would you like to add anything? Or Mr. Padam Kumar, would you like to add anything?
No, sir.
Sir, would you like to add anything?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, I think we almost come to the end of this session. In case there are any other questions from any other panelist or anybody else. Dr. Gusharan, any other question? There was only one or two which came.
Yeah, that was the only question that came in from the participants. And I think you have anyway extensively covered all the dimensions of smart city as well as municipal governance.
Yes, I would strongly recommend that some indexes brought about, or it is some based on the outcome. The livability index is something which is very much important and should come out. I think that is one of the takeaways of this session.
I agree with you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the panelists for very actively contributing to this particular session. I think this has been an excellent one. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mohan, for very, very succinctly driving the discussion and coming up with some concrete takeaways. My thanks are due to all the panelists for actively, submitting your, views as well as the way moving forward. Thank you all very much. With this, we move on to our next panel, which is the state of police. The most important of the foundational strengths of a democracy, effective management of law and order. Working of the police machinery is left to the care of the states, which leaves much to be desired, since very often the center becomes a helpless spectator. Police reforms have moved slow. Manpower shortages, chronic malfunctioning of the police station system, low computerization also necessitate an internal examination of the reasons why law-abiding citizens shun approaching the police. There is also a positive side to it. There's a whole lot of improvement that has taken place, given the CCTNS, ICJS, and so many other technological interventions that taken place. Of course, the training of police personnel and the shortage in the rank and file continues to haunt us. But yes, we have to overcome those problems as we move on. So what we are going to be discussing, I will set the the questionnaire, I'll put the questionnaires in front of all the participating panelists. Let me have the pleasure panelists from the police today. Mr. Ashutosh Pandey, Additional Director General of Police Prosecution from Uttar Pradesh. He has worked extensively towards reducing crime against women and for e-prosecution. He is also a riot control specialist. Earlier as SSP Lucknow, he effectively started a campaign against illicit money lenders. He has served as DIG elections, organizing the assembly and parliamentary elections in UP, and also developed a police mobile app called UP Cop, which has been much appreciated and recognized. We have with us Mr. Ajay Kumar Tomar, Commissioner of Police from Surat. He has made significant contributions to the safety and security of the city over the years and committed to the I Follow campaign, which entailed raising awareness about traffic rules, and started E-Cop initiative, which provided a platform for a novel approach to police patrolling, enabling use cases and data collecting as well as monitoring to make the exercise more transparent, effective, and accountable. He was instrumental in the implementation of the Cyber Sanjeevani, which aimed to safeguard residents from cyber fraud and raise awareness through competition. Mr. A.V. Ranganath, Joint Commissioner of Police from Hyderabad. He's well known for having introducing intelligent traffic management system in Hyderabad city that resolved a number of traffic issues that were ailing for long. He leads from the front, and due to his efforts, the number of violations have dramatically reduced. He's worked towards reducing pendency of challans. Amongst other of his initiatives include body-worn cameras. Mr. Mohit Chawla, Superintendent of Police from Baddi, Himachal Pradesh. He has served as SP in 4 different districts of the state: Mandi, Shimla, Solan, and now at Baddi. He was ADC to the Honorable Governor of Himachal Pradesh. For his contributions in a short span, he received the Commendation Disc. Mr. Siddharth Jain, Sub-Divisional Police Officer from Dadra Nagar Haveli and Daman-Diu Police, a BTech in Electronics and Telecommunications from National Institute of Raipur. He joined civil services in 2013 and joined as DANIPS officer in a year. He's an expert in cybersecurity management, investigation, law and order management, HRM, and legal compliances. He worked as Assistant Commissioner of Police in Delhi between 2014 and 2020. In February 2020, he moved to Dadra Nagar Haveli, UT. So, gentlemen, welcome on the panel. And I'll be dividing the panel in 3 sections: question 1, question 2, and question 3. And my first question is, despite programs like CCTNS and ICJS and so on, why is availability of digital and technological infrastructure still lagging? So may I invite Mr. Pandey to start with.
Thank you. Thank you, Gulshan Dhanjalji. It is nice listening to you, and you have quite well command over the technological architecture and the view of what is happening in the country. Is really wonderful. And what you are saying, that even in spite of the aura or the environment of technology sweeping across the country and the world, why there is lack of infrastructure in the different stakeholders of the criminal justice system. What I will say that earlier, around 10 to 15 years back, it was unimaginable to think of technology creeping into the police infrastructure. The people used to say that you cannot make the general diary of police online. It is just unimaginable, unbelievable, and undoable. But now the technology has done it. So technology has opened the ground where we can think something unimaginable. Second thing, without going to a police station, you can get an FIR registered, or even without knowing that the crime which has happened in which police station, you can get it registered. It was earlier unbelievable, but now it is happening, and that too in Uttar Pradesh. And suppose you are coming from Delhi to Agra on Yamuna Expressway, you don't know which police station the crime has happened. You don't even know which district it is, not to speak of a police station. And now the CCTNS, it has been mapped with geo-fencing, geo-tagging. These new technological vistas have crept into the CCTNS, and now even without knowing which police station the crime has happened, which district the crime has happened, without taking the pain of visiting a police station, you get the FIR registered, you get the copy of the FIR in your mobile phone. It is something like unthinkable thing. So we accept that technology has made deep inroads into the different stakeholders of the criminal justice system. Not even that. One thing, like suppose you have got the FIR registered about your vehicle theft. So you want to get a final report copy so that you can claim for insurance. Now to getting the final report, charge sheet is something where you crack the case, you arrest the criminals, and you take the credit. But the people are not interested in cracking the case. They are more interested in getting that document so that they can get the insurance claims. So getting that insurance claim was very tough. Here, you can get the insurance claim once the police submits the final report, automatically it goes in the hands of the people. And the most important, buying the second-hand vehicle for a common man is something landing into the net of a police station, because you don't know whether the vehicle has been stolen in Bombay or Kolkata or Amritsar, and you are buying in Delhi. You don't know. Just because of CCTNS, the technology has come handy for the common man, that he can check through the UPCOP mobile app, through the NCRB app, through the various websites of different police organizations or different states. You can know whether the vehicle is stolen or not by entering the chassis number and the engine number. So the technology has pervaded all stakeholders. We are all using it. And the more and more we will circulate to the people, like the SKOCH platform, it has become a very important platform in disseminating such information to the different stakeholders, to the different people, even to all the stakeholders of different states of the country, and also by pavilion method or by giving into the media. The common man is also knowing what are the different features the different stakeholders, like the police, they are opening to the people. So the government, because the people are demanding, because they are competing with other states, because there is an umbrella in CRB, which is trying to take the best practices of different states and giving to other states which are not so technologically advanced, or they are not so taking initiative. So NCRB is taking a lead in providing the infrastructure, in providing the technology, in providing the different breakthroughs, in providing the different apps developed by different states. So we are not re-engineering the wheel, rather we are spreading the good works, the best practices of one state to the other state. So and more important, so we have gone into capacity building. That is much more important than investing into the infrastructure, because if you have the material and you don't have the man, you can't succeed. So we need both man and material, but here the man takes the prime seat. So with ICJS, with NCRB, the capacity building of people right at the police station level has gone so deep. So even almost all police stations are functioning so well, as if some computer operators or some sort of people, they are adept at technology, they are working there. And Uttar Pradesh is leading in that front, because we have technological cadre, and it is the prestige for us that the people who have done BCA, MCA, even PhD, engineers, they are joined the head constable rank and they are running the police station. So you can imagine the delivery of the service, the quality of the delivery of service, and the seamless delivery, the honesty, the integrity, everything this technology has brought, which earlier we couldn't have even imagined.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to you. And in the meanwhile, I invite Mr. Ajay Kumar Tomar, Commissioner of Police from Surat. Mr. Tomar, you are muted. Kindly unmute yourself. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Bhushan. We initiated some very salient technological innovations, more so by taking technology closer to people working at police stations and also closer to the complainants and the victims of crimes, and improving our efficiency, our productivity, and giving timely and faster help to the citizens. The first of these initiatives is the e-cop. It's a distinctive solution for the policing for day-to-day activities of the policemen at ground, whereby an informative and interactive single screen dashboard is available to the policemen now. We have been doing all information on a single MIS screen now, as a result of which the whole of the police force is integrated. Supervisory officers, they know what my non-criminals are doing now. And their timely feedback is also reaching the control room and the senior officers, whereby the quality of policing very significant improvement. ECO program has an inbuilt feature for duty distribution, beat book preparation, roll call, briefing of new notifications and circulars or information in real time, tracking of activities involved in night round, night patrolling, crime prevention and controlling of crime, police patrolling, and citizen safety measures. MIS reports get generated for different ranking of officials, giving them an overview of the work done based on the rank of the concerned officer in the chain of command. The distinctive benefits I have enumerated, I would like to repeat again. The PCR vehicle and other night patrolling staff, they are on the same page. The non-criminals such as the MCR card criminals, history sheeters, and known gundas and taporis, wanted criminals, absconders, they are being regularly checked. And a clear categorization of people who are available during checking and who are still absconding and out of sight. That information is also available. Checking of senior citizens and their welfare as far as their safety security is concerned is also strengthened. Alerting system is there for the higher officials for verification system, what their teams are doing on ground. Traffic point presence assurance, and during COVID times, we were able to ensure social distancing also using this app. Express cops and citizen inputs with social distancing, as I told, and instant communication to the on-field cops regarding any kind of change in their last-minute change in the duties allotted to them. Environment friendly, it is cost-effective, and it saves time with ease of use. So that's the COP I was talking about. Second initiative was in the form of our campaign called I Follow. I Follow means while police is trying to decongest the roads and making roads free of any bottlenecks and safe, an intensive effort was made to ensure that people also understand the importance of understanding rules and then observing them. Because any improvement in traffic is impossible unless people adopt it as their own program. We ensured that the citizens should document their participation and their suggestions with, on the basis of which our further traffic regulation and enforcement programs are finalized. We started sharing appreciation token to the citizens who were observing traffic rules. And the aim of the campaign was to reiterate that a change in social attitude is a must for things to get better. The cops want to decongest the city and shorten traveling time, but they cannot do it on their own, despite their best efforts, unless the citizens are forthcoming with their active support in this endeavor. We tried to change casual attitudes of a large chunk of citizens as far as observance of traffic rules is concerned. The idea was to tick them, at the same time appreciate them when they were doing well. We involved a lot of FM radio people. We involved the media. We involved different NGOs, the clubs, the schools, colleges, ensuring that the students were managing traffic in front of their schools, because in front of most schools, it's a common sight that when the school starts and the school closes, there is total congestion in front of major schools. So the students and the teachers are involved in managing traffic in front of their schools. A test was also announced on social media. A total of close to 30,000 people took this test and registered for it. Out of these, 24,620 appeared. And we also provided them with study material on the basis of which they were later evaluated. With this campaign, Surat City Police was able to portray itself as a police force that is open to communication, open to their suggestion, and open to citizens' participation in traffic management, and seeing how day to day we are able to bring about a change, qualitative change in traffic management of the city. The third program I'm going to talk about is Cyber Sanjeevani. It's an online safety and digital wellness program, an initiative of the Cyber Crime Cell of Surat City Police. In collaboration of Cyber Suraksha Setu, which is working at state level, because of the fact that cyber crime throughout the world universally is the fastest increasing crime and a veritable challenge for police. The effort was that people, the citizens, become aware by themselves in the form of campaign to raise their level of awareness and increasing availability of the police with greater facility and with great ease, whereby they can report to the police in case they are apprehending that they have already become or they are about to become victims of cybercrime. Idea was to make people aware of legal framework, procedures, and liabilities in case of cybercrimes. The awareness regarding cybercrime and cyber safety has really increased in Surat. And idea I would like to share with the participants here. 3,700 training programs were run in various schools, colleges, social institutions, with major industrial units in city, having workforce to the tune of 25,000, 30,000, 10,000, 15,000. We adopted the approach of training of trainers, whereby we trained their employees in simple do's and don'ts and simple aspects whereby how citizens can really protect themselves, prevent cybercrime. Cyber Sanjeevani portal was visited by 11.5 lakh citizens, And we involved a whole lot of cyber influencers through whom we are able to reach more than 11 crore people with our idea how to increase people's understanding how cyber criminals operate and which are the popular modus operandi whereby they make people victims of their crime. To give a brief idea, in the last 6 months, 45 victims immediately approached us as soon as they realized something fishy was happening to them. And we were able to get about 335 lakh rupees refunded to them. Total amount that we have been successfully able to get frozen or refunded to them is more than 2 crores. And because of these efforts, the number of applications with respect to cybercrime has come down by about 26%. So these were some of the efforts we have been making by using technology in day-to-day policing. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Tomar. That was quite informative. So we'll come back to you with the next round. In the meanwhile, I invite Mr. A.V. Ranganath, Joint Commissioner of Police from Hyderabad City.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead. Loud and clear.
Yeah, good afternoon. Regarding the issue that is, despite programs like CCTNS, ICJs, and so on, why is the availability of digital and technological infrastructure poor? So let me first tell that we do not have any dearth of infrastructure technologically, all even if you see the physical aspects of this thing, human resources. As one of the speakers has already mentioned, many of the constables and even we have a system called home guards too. We have constabulary now, almost of the MTech or even MBA also joining the police forces, and many have quit the corporate jobs like Amazon or Flipkart and they have joined the police force. So as this, we do not have dearth of manpower or the dearth of resources as far as the constabulary is concerned. Secondly, yes, the infrastructure wise also we have sufficient infrastructure in place in Telangana. We have something called IT core teams for each district, and they look after the software and the hardware side of the policing in each and every district. And we have an IT core constable also at every police station. We have a CCTNS operator. All these constables or all these staff who are manning these positions, that is IT core or the CCTNS, they are generally from the technical background. They would have done their BTech or could be some MTech or some at least Polytechnic. So they are all generally technically very well equipped to handle the position. Now the issue is how the objective of the CCTNS, yes, it has really, reimposed a lot of faith on the police. Like FIR, for instance, if you take a simple example like FIR, issuance of an FIR was a very big thing previously. Now, after the coming in of the technology, once the technology has started playing a vital role into this policing, now issuance of an FIR can be done from any police station, and the complaint can be lodged from anywhere, and FIR is now a very transparently done. Now, about the fairness of the investigation, that is a separate part. Now, the FIR, till an FIR is issued, yes, that is being done. And the FIR also is immediately transmitted to the court. That is because we have a stamp there. The particular so-and-so case has been registered on so-and-so date. Now, there is a stamping on that, and that makes them anybody trust the FIR itself. Previously, this was not the case. An FIR can be easily changed. They could have changed they could have torn the paper and issue a fresh FIR. Things were of that nature. Now, with this technology aspect, with this technology thing coming into the policing, there's a tremendous trust and faith in policing, especially to a certain extent. And regarding how the rest of the things, like for instance, the CCTNS, you see, the rest of the part of the investigation, like we have the part 1 series or the part 2 series, they are generally let me be honest in admitting this, the investigation is done first, and later on, once a hard copy is there's a hard copy, and the statements are written in the hard copy, and later on, subsequently, only these are being updated into the CCTNS. So now this is, there's a gap there. There's a gap in between that hard copy, writing in the hard copy, and the uploading in the CCTNS. So now this is where actually the CCTNS, the technologically, yes, but as it is, whether the objectives are met, that, that's a point to be debated, and that is a point to be actually really pondered on. Regarding technology, yes, we have in Telangana, we have something called, we have a lot of performance indicators. Like for instance, whether a case has been 3 months time is given for the case to be charge sheeted, and whether the 3 months whether the cases are charge sheeted or not, we have a performance indicator for that, and they are assessed with respect to that indicators, and the ranking of the police stations is given every month, and ranking of the districts also is given every month. So there is a fair method of investigation, monitoring the investigations or supervising the way the cases are disposed, or the way the cases were handled, whether the arrests have been done properly, whether the arrests have been done expeditiously. Technological intervention is there at every stage, like whether the charge sheet has been filed in time, and whether the documents that are required for the filing of the charge sheet have been properly, they were tagged onto that. All these things will be checked actually. So now, but still there's a lot more to be desired, a lot more to be achieved. I don't say that, we have done this thing, but so much, much needs to be done on this front regarding the fairness and transparency in the investigation. And that has to be done only with probably the second thing, that is the police reforms. That is the second subject which will be open for discussion then. This is what I would like to tell from the technology front from Telangana.
That, in fact, takes me to another question. It's common knowledge that accounts for about 3% of government spending, and also about 20 to 25% positions are vacant if you look at the country as a landscape. And there is also shortage of weaponry. And as you also said that the BTECs and the educated youth, they are coming into the constabulary, which constitutes 85%, so to say, nearly 85%. And historically, there have not been many incentives for them so far. So while we are, applying technology and systems efficient and reducing the gap between the police and the citizen, on the other hand, we are also suffering with things like these and maybe more. So how to fix? And this is part of a major police reform. So what's your view on that?
Yeah, right. As far as the vacancies are concerned, consistently we have been seeing that there's about 20% or about 50 to 20% vacancies at every police station, because there's a lag between the that recruitment and there's a recruitment lag. So that is actually causing the vacancies. That is resulting in the vacancies at the police station level. Now, as far as the varied duties like we have to have investigation and law and order are clubbed together in most of the police stations, and apart from that, we have the lot of security related VIP securities, and not only that, lot of agitations, political programs, agitations are there, and which require police presence and police monitoring. So all these things take a lot of time, and that leaves very not much time for the actual investigation duties or the crime investigation.
Sure. Well, we'll carry on the discussion, and in the meanwhile, let me invite our next panelist, Mr. Mohit Chawla, Superintendent of Police from Badi, Himachal Pradesh. Mr. Chawla.
So, good afternoon, respected panelists, my seniors and fellows, gentlemen. Sir, probably for a sophisticated jobs and departments, you have, detailed set of job description. But for job like mine, sir, police services, it's so simple. I just define it in a phenomenon called wow, sir. It does wonder when it is effected on the ground, sir. So probably, and perhaps I am part of one of the most challenging and toughest jobs of the country, whereby the manifestation is managing criminality and negativity around. But what keeps us positive, we are what keeps us positive is that we affect lives, sir. We deliver justice. So I was talking about how, despite programs like CCTNS, ICGS, why is the availability of digital and technological infrastructure poor? I'll not say poor, sir, but we have lagged behind, sir. The problem with senior leadership of the police is they do not understand, they do not admit that there is a problem. As a police leader, I admit there is a problem. That's why I'm here to solve it or to manage it, sir. I might be critical, sir, but I like to take the panel to the other side of the picture, sir. What I have done technologically in Himachal or other police, we have done wonders, sir. It has touched lives, sir. It has changed the paradigm. It may be platforms might be from G to G or from G to C. It's been doing good things, but we are still lagged behind, sir. What is on the other side of the reference here is, sir, let me just take, other part of the spectrum. What people believe police is still ineffective. We are still outdated, sir. We are rude. We are for the class, not for the mass, sir. And we are talking about technology, any video clip on any of the social platforms where police is shown on a bad light or making fun of us, it catches viewership in M's, millions instantaneously. The reason is simple, sir. We must admit there are things, which we, from comparing to other departments, comparing to where India is going, comparing where international standards warrant us to be, we have lagged behind, sir. We have to admit, we have to grow, sir. So we are talking about the reason, sir. My first reason would be the receptiveness of the force, sir. Force is still, we want to keep simple things. We want to keep, wohi roznamcha chalna chahiye, wohi DDR, and receptiveness of the force to change is still there, sir. Either we may improve with training or with morale building or whatever it is. One of the reasons that police do not change over time is that we as leaders have failed to tell our force that we have to change. If you are not updated, you are outdated minded, sir. So lack of initiative on part of leadership and apathy on part of the administrative system. So for example, sir, personally talking, it's been 7-8 years, we find unidentified dead bodies throughout. We've been requesting the national UID, to give us linkages with their database so that we can have at least, identify whatever the dead body we have found, so that it goes and meet to the real family members or whatever it is. But still till date, what answer we get is it's pending with the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Who's going to decide, sir? Is there some trust deficit within the police force, or the system is not trusting their own law enforcement agencies, sir? Sir, there have been, when it comes to police and technology availability. For example, sir, still we run around pillar to post to get a CDR. I know my girl is being kidnapped. We have to chase the criminal. We keep on requesting. There is a time lag, sir. Still, we do not have real-time access. What is not possible in technological domain these days, sir? Still, we do not have a real-time access to mobile technology, which is one of the easiest and one of the most easily available technology that can be incorporated within our system, sir. So there have been, lots of things which we are not able to manage, and we must admit with the changing times. Though we have an e-beat book system, sir, we have e-cop system, we have CCTNS, online FIR, but ultimately we must admit that whatever is to be provided to the citizens, we have lagged behind, sir, and we must all, being leaders, should come up with solutions wherein the trust deficit goes off, sir, wherein the apathy and the leadership is strong enough to, we are a manpower force, sir. 85% is by constabulary. Where are their standards to, imbibe and grow with the technology? I have to learn, sir. I have to make my boys grow, sir. This is it from my side, sir. Thank you.
Very well put, Mr. Chawla. In fact, you have opened 4 different areas of discussion in addition to what we already have on the table. And before I go on to invite Mr. Jain, let me put these 4 areas back to the senior leadership, which is part of the panel. One is the receptiveness of the forces you talked about. You said change management is an issue and lack of leadership on the part of the senior leadership, and there is a trust deficit. So, Mr. Pandey, would you like to respond to this before I ask Mr. Abula?
Gulshanji, it was a nice platform listening to Mohit. And Mohit is a young, dynamic, brilliant officer, and his concerns are genuine. And since he's working in a state which is not so crime infested like UP, Bihar, and elsewhere, where the people have devised technology for the help of the police and for the help of the other stakeholders, for the common man, or even for the southern states like Telangana or Kerala, where the people are so innovative, so demanding, that the system has improved itself to match the demand of the people. So in the coming days, Himachal Pradesh will see such changes going into Himachal Pradesh itself. One thing, as you were saying about the infrastructure, about the funds, and about the trust deficit, the lack of leadership. The lack of leadership, on that I will talk, because that is the most important thing. The leadership is not lacking. The leadership is not lacking. The lack of leadership, it doesn't mean that it doesn't apply to me. It applies to anybody who is not me. Leadership, everybody is leader at every front. But the exposure to the technology and his belief in the efficacy of technology is very important. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, we have devised UP Corp, which was adjust the best mobile app of police mobile app of the country, where you can get 27 different services of a police station without going to a police station. It means we have reduced the footfall of people of around 5 to 10 lakh. 5 to 10 lakh people are not visiting the police station. And around 1 lakh people are getting EAFIR registered without visiting the police station. And around 50 lakh people are downloading the FIR. So, and this thing, it was unimaginable for me, but I have got this inspiration from Telangana, where Sir Ravi Kumar was heading CCTNS and I was heading UP CCTNS. So we are good friends. He's senior to me, but he's a good friend of mine. And I have learned a lot of features from TS Corp. TS Corp is a unique app in Telangana. So Telangana devised itself just to match the aspirations of the people. So we can improve unless and until our not clients, but the stakeholder, the common people start demanding. And we have to understand, we must have the exposure to the technology, what other states are doing. And for that, earlier, our fund was, sir, Gurshanji, I will try to emphasize that the fund of CCTNS UP was earlier only 10 crores. In 10 crores, you can't do anything. For getting the photocopiers in each police station, we have around 1,600 police station, photocopier of 50,000 rupees per police station. So multiply 5,000, 50,000 into 1,600, and it must be around more than 20 crores. So what happened with us? How the shape of UP police change, UP CCTNS change from the budget of 10 crores is now the budget to 150 crores. From 10 crores to 150 crores, it just jumped because of the Honorable High Court intervention. And High Court, everywhere, wherever there is the intervention of the High Court, the system has improved a lot, because it doesn't give the time to think. It rather gives a detailed judgment that these and these other things, and on that, this should be implemented. So now, earlier we used to have corruption in getting the FIR registered. you buy one rim. We used the constable at the police station, you used to ask the common complainant that get one rim of paper. Then the FIR for the vehicle theft will be registered. And now, with so much of fund, from 10 crore to 150 crores, every police station is getting 10 rim of FIR per month. Every police station is getting 2 toners, 5,000 rupees each, 2 toners per month. Earlier, they were getting 2 toners per year. Now they are getting 2 toners per month, just because of the intervention of the Honorable High Court. And secondly, the UP Corp, UP was the first in digitizing the case diary on CCTNS. Earlier, we were trying to implement it, but our sub-inspectors used to say that we are not expert in writing Hindi on computer. So it means that I have to retire. It will take another 20 years for the case diary to be digitized on CCTNS. So what we made, we got an order from the Honorable High Court, and we got the sub-inspectors or the constables who are under training in police training schools and colleges. Like for the IPS officer, motor driving is mandatory. You have to pass, but the marks are not added. So for the sub-inspectors and the constables also, the Hindi typewriting, whatever it could be, the different, your native language, the Tamil typewriting. In UP, the Hindi typewriting has been made mandatory in police training schools and colleges. So with the advent of technology, with the requirement of technology, with the help of the Honorable High Court, we have made inroads and we are getting more funds. And now it has happened that the districts are being run just because they have the CCTNS fund. So the fund is very important, and for the fund, the leadership has to be very decent, very inclusive, and they should accept that technology demands money. Technology demands money, and the technology should be helpful for the common man. Like 5 different services we just provide the moment the FIR is written by default. First thing is that the FIR has been registered under this and this section. This message goes automatically to the complainant. The moment somebody is arrested and the arrest memo is filled in IF3, that information automatically goes. The moment some vehicle is recovered anywhere in India, suppose the vehicle in Lucknow is recovered in Hyderabad or in Himachal Pradesh, automatically the information goes into the complainant's mobile phone. The moment the charge sheet is filed or the final report is filed, automatically the message goes to the complainant. Now the Honorable High Court is saying that in POCSO cases, the crime against women, the investigation should be finished within 2 months. After 50 days, automatically the SMS goes to the IOs and the senior officers. So the more we come for the services of the common man, and the political leadership and our senior officers, they understand that whatever we are providing, it is being appreciated and being of much use to the common man, then their vision will change. They will think that we are for their help, and they are also getting accolades. Like one simple example, my DGP was saying at that time that you just cannot make the general diary of police in UP online. You just can't do it. And he said, it is impossible. Just show me how will you do it. And what I did, if you ask any police station, just by a lottery, he won't do it. What I did, I chose one SP who was very tech savvy from IIT. Then I asked him, you select that station house officer who is tech savvy. And in that station, that police station, I posted some computer operator who is very expert. So we started building success stories and we started replicating it. So we have to design the things in which we can change the concept and the thinking of our leadership, and we can get the help of the high courts, and so we can change it. So we can, instead of lack of leadership, we can have plenty of leadership at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you. A quick reaction on the same thing from Mr. Abula before I go on to invite Mr. Jain. He's been waiting to speak.
Yeah, Dr. Danjal, regarding the four issues which Mr. Mohit has mentioned, that is regarding the receptivity, change management. Receptivity, yes, I mean, there's a lot needs to be done, but still, things have improved fairly after the formation of Telangana state, as Ashutosh sir was mentioning. See, after 2014, technology has phenomenally changed the face of policing in Telangana. I'll tell you an example. See, we have about 10 lakh CC cameras in Hyderabad, in Telangana state. And in Hyderabad city alone, we have about 6 lakh cameras, CC cameras, CCTV cameras. Now, hardly you have any grave case, hardly you find a grave case which is undetected. Almost every case gets detected, right? This was not the case previously. Now, technology has, facilitated all this. And even our the mobile phone, I mean, now we take the CDRs and things like that. But, CCTVs is one thing which has really changed the face of policing. And apart from this, a lot of other technology like TSCOP or various other
we understand the application of technology, but the point is that how much is the force receptive as much as you are able to manage change management? Because
there is always a scope for improvement. Yeah, I don't say that. I mean, force is not receptive at present. They are receptive, but yes, there is a scope for improvement in every field, right? So policing is also one such. It's part of the society. So we need to look at in this perspective. There's a scope for improvement and change management. Yes, this technology and lot of other issues are part of the change management. So we need to accept that. So there is a conscious attempt at every stage, by every at every level, that we need to deliver the services. We need to deliver the service in a better way than what they were previously, and this is all part of the change management. And this is for the better, right? So, and we hope and trust that this will definitely, will live up to the expectations of the public in the days to come.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We don't need to be so pessimistic, or I don't say that. I mean, we are not changing, or we are, and the leadership is just not positional. There are many top leaders, many top officers and senior level officers who are who have the natural talent of leadership, and also the by virtue of that position also are able to do very good things in policy.
All right, so let me move on to invite Mr. Siddharth Jain, who is sub-divisional police officer from Dadra, Nagar Haveli and Daman Diu.
Just if you pardon me, just one reaction, sir. Mohit Chawla this side.
All right.
Right,
I would have come to you in any case, but
this is just a quick reaction to this, sir.
Let's wait and allow.
Roger, sir. Roger, sir. Right.
I'll come back to you, Mr. Jain.
Good evening, Dr. Dhanjal and the respected panelist member attendees. It was a very good discussion, and me being a very junior officer in the panel, it's quite a learning experience for me. And regarding the topic that we are discussing about CCTNS project and other technological innovation, and despite those happening, we are still facing challenges. I have some pointers to give, because our police is quite small police force in the country. It's only 3 districts in entire Union Territory. And I have the opportunity to see the CCTNS in very minute detail. So I have classified the challenges into 3 categories and how we are approaching them. The first challenge is infrastructure challenge. That is the availability of computers and internet. So what we have observed is that in some remote areas, even internet facility is not there. So despite daily diary is being online, there is a possibility that it is being delayed because internet connection is not there. So what we have done is that we have requested NCRB, and then they have provided the cloud. So we have shifted the database to cloud, so that from any network provider, earlier we are dependent on BSNL, but from now with any network provider we could access the internet through VPN facility. Second, we have observed that computers are not available with the investigating officers. Though it is available in police stations and outposts, but not with investigating officers. So we are in the process for purchasing laptops for sub-inspectors and ASI, so that they can fill those details online with all the IAF1 form to IAF5 form. The next thing that we have observed in our police force is that despite the coming of computer, there is lack of computer literacy. Many people come and say that they don't want to work in CCTNS desk because it's quite heavy desk. They want to do other general duty or law and order duty, but not CCTNS duty. So we have started a kind of program by the name Topper, technology orientation program for police personnel. And I think we are first force in the country that we could say with guarantee that all our 300 police personnel are trained in computing. And the first phase of training is complete. Now we are in the process of giving certificate to them, so that in future they cannot take this excuse that we are not computer literate. The third thing that we are observing is behavioral change that is not happening yet, and it is very slow. Because suppose if a person goes for registration of FIR, there's generally not a very well approach for registration of FIR. So we are focusing that process will be easy. So like online FIR has already been discussed. So we are in the process of implementing an online FIR process here also. Apart from that, in staff also there is kind of what I say is that they don't want to register FIR in other language apart from their local language. Here, mostly the language uses Gujarati and Marathi. So if we ask them to write in English or Hindi, they feel it is not their task, and that's very difficult for them. So we've introduced called voice to text software for them, so that they can easily type the FIRs, DD entries, or other investigation details in those proforma. And now I will go specifically to CCTNS module, that what we are facing challenges and how we are improving. Regarding FIR, I've already told that the issue is of language. So we have introduced the voice to text software, and we are introducing CCTNS module also with the help of system integrator. Regarding arrest form, what we have seen is that the arrest form is very important form, and it is not filled very properly. Accused details are not completely filled. So we have make it necessary that you have to fill the Aadhaar number of the accused, so that in future he cannot deceive us. Sometime Mr. Ramesh become Mr. Kamlesh, other time he become Mr. Avdesh. So in order to avoid the duplicacy of data, we are focusing on putting specific Aadhaar details so that he cannot misguide us. Regarding property search and seizure, because there is a module that all the case property that are in CCTNS that has to be registered in that module. We have introduced e-Malkhana here. The first phase is complete. With e-Malkhana, we are digitizing all the case properties. In the first phase, we are just collecting those Malkhana in the system, attaching them. In the next phase, we will introduce barcode, and by scanning the barcode, you can just link the specific case property to the specific case. Regarding final form, it is charge sheet. The problem you face in filing charge sheet with CCTN is that there is a space constraint. I think many of the member may not know that if the file is more than 200 MB or 250 MB, the system gets slow and it will affect overall process. So we are requesting MCRB to just improve the CAS software, CAS software, so that we can easily upload big charge sheet in the CCTNS without any hamper or any delay. Now the next difficulty that we are facing is that the code is not accepting CCTNS the way it has been conceptualized. The problem is that some courts, especially the courts are here, they are still working in the traditional way. They have not even designated key code that is necessary for taking online FIR or disposal online FIR. Apart from that, they are not accepting codes charge sheet in digital format. They are still accepting charge sheet in the old traditional printout format. So now we are requesting the Bombay High Court so that they can introduce those CCTNS module in their court only, so that we can proceed with this complete project in seamless manner. Apart from that, even ICJS module that is based on 3 pillars. The one pillar is working, the forensic pillar and the court pillar that is still not started here. And from the forensic part also, there is a lot of delay in providing report. So we are also requesting them, and we are also coordinating with them to make this process easier so that we can get report quickly. And apart from that, there are other modules also, like preventive action modules in CCTNS. So we are working on that. And in that category only, we have introduced one app called DEED app, DNH Police Election Enforcement Data app. This app we made last year in the month of October 2021 during a parliamentary by-election. This app systematically categorizes all the election enforcement data that we are undertaking, like alcohol seizure, cash seizure, preventive arm license deposition, and other related offenses. And With this app, what we have tried to achieve is that administration like returning officer, police officers, observers, and other media and other stakeholders, we are on the same level. As soon as the seizure happened, everyone get to know by this application. It is a quite live-based feature app. And what we have seen that from the past, we have improved a lot. We could easily identify the area from where the cash seizure is happening, from where the liquor seizure is happening. And this helped us in conducting election very peaceful and orderly manner. Apart from that, what other problem that we are facing and we are trying to improve upon it is verification of tenant and servant. That module is available in CCTNS. And the biggest problem with that is the verification of tenant servant is possible at the police station level. That is possible because we have the record whether the person is criminal or not. But suppose a person from Bihar is residing in Dadra Nagar Haveli, and we want to verify whether that person has a criminal record or not, then we have to send that application to the Bihar police. But we are not getting any reply from other state police force. So the CCTNS concept is has to be taken to above high level so that all states can cooperate. Any person, whether he's committing crime in Bihar, MP, UP, Maharashtra, or DNH, he should be booked and his record should be properly maintained. So that when we give that verification certificate, yes, your tenant is right, your servant is right. So we have all the data, not the data of one district or one state. So I think on that aspect we have to work. And the next important thing that we are focusing is the conversion of complaint to FIR. What we have observed is that we have various large complaints pending with police stations. We have various PCR calls that are pending. So we are trying to convert those complaints into proper FIR. We have changed our metrics. We don't look in registration of FIR. We only look whether we have reduced the complaint pendency or not. So even in cyber cases, suppose there is one very beautiful portal designed by MHA, National Cyber Complaint Reporting Portal. It has two benefits. First, you can register online complaint. And second, they already provide various modules to solve cyber cases. They could automatically freeze the account. They could give the nodal account number also. So what we are doing is that we are just converting that complaint into FIR if the complaint is ready. We are not linking it into amount. If the amount even is of 1,000 rupees, we are registering FIR. So our purpose, the whole purpose of our police force is to make that policing easier for the people. If they approach to us through CCTNS, through physical manner, through NCRP portal, we will just give them FIR. And what we do is that we'll try to just solve the case with whatever resource we have. Either we take the help of other state police forces also or the national agencies also. But our main motto is to give them the best service we could. And 2-3 things I would also like to add.
I'll come back to you. I have only about 10 minutes left. And
just two points I have to make. Just 2 points. Last, in there is one portal called Investigating Tracking System for Sexual Offences. It's a portal. We have number one. We are number one in the whole country in that portal. And secondly, our police station has been judged as under top 10 2 years back, the Khanal police station in the MHA ranking. So this shows that we are putting a lot of effort and they're even selling at national level also. Thank you.
Excellent. I mean, this is the other side of the coin. So let me go back to the reflection that Mr. Chawla had on the submissions made by two of his seniors. Over to you, Mohiji.
Yes, sir. Sir, I never wanted to be specific Himachal Pradesh because it was just a general topic on Indian police as such. But coming to the point, sir, Himachal Pradesh police is very technologically advanced. We are first in the country in CCTNS. We are doing passport verification just in 24 hours. It's itself a record, sir, which was appreciated by Honorable Home Minister of the country. My district this February got National E-Governance Award. So rest apart, sir, what I meant here is my narrative is what we are doing today has already happened, yesterday. So it should be what we think today. People should, do tomorrow. I still remember, sir, 17 years back from now, I first made my internet banking transaction. It was a wow feeling, sir. 17 years back, you are getting access of your account in the national servers of a bank and you're doing your own transaction sitting at home. 17 years back, sir. What is police doing today, sir? I am a very hardcore positive person, but we must admit that we are lagging. We have to take all the stakeholders, our units, our leaders together so that we are way ahead. What we think and do today, people should emulate tomorrow. Sir. This is what I was stressing upon, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So just as we leave, let's have a minute to be spent by each of the panelists on what should be done. What should be done to speed up the police reforms? So your individual opinion on that. So I'll start with Mr. Pandey. Quick 2 minutes reaction.
Yes, the police reforms is a wide thing. And to start with that, we must have the police regulations. Every state has its own, like UP has UP police regulation, which is around 100 years old. While the other states, they have revised it, like Telangana, they have revised it. Other states have also, Maharashtra, they have revised it. We have also revised it and we have sent to the government. So the need to reform a police regulation through which you perform your daily routine activities, through which you get the power, otherwise you start misusing the power. So revising and remodeling the police regulation so that whatever there is the demand of the common man, whatever you have the human rights associations, you have so many, the mobile phones, you see so many stories going viral. So with the technology coming in, and our police force is not conversant with that type of technology, that whatever you are doing, will be captured in the mobile phone and it will be viral. So it doesn't tarnish only the image of the particular constable, but it tarnishes the image of the whole police community. And also by tarnishing the police community, it is tarnishing the criminal justice system and leading to the erosion of trust in the whole system. So we must have the police reforms, and the police reform means whatever we are doing, there should be predictability. The predictability comes with the technology. Predictability, one simple example, and I will finish, that if my vehicle is stolen and I will go to the police station, my FIR will be registered. This is predictability, and that builds the trust. And if it doesn't happen, that it erodes the trust. And for that comes in technology, through which we don't have to go to the police station. And even the whole investigation, not the registration of the FIR, even the whole investigation and the charge sheet or the final report goes straight to the courts, like in Telangana, like in Delhi, it's going straight to the court. So we are using the technology, and whosoever is reforming the police, he also must be conversant with the technology and the different reforms, artificial intelligence. Like in newspapers, you are seeing that the war with the India and China, that will be based on artificial intelligence. So the new vistas technology is opening, like artificial intelligence, like robots, like different types of analysis.
That there needs to be the correct use of technology and proper application and a rollout within the reasonable time frame, so that the benefits are derived as desired. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Tomar, your reaction.
Dr. Gusharan, my response to this question is going to be slightly different. What Mohit is pointing out, we have to encourage him. In fact, the young officer, they should be open to criticism. Like Jain was speaking from Dadra Nagar Haveli and Mohit is talking. We have to listen to them very carefully, because they are in districts now and they are directly in touch with the people. Number one, image of police. Number two, have we really been able to win the trust of the people? These are the two critical questions. Number one, image. Physics says image will be the same as is the object. Our image cannot be different from what we are. Despite all window dressing, we have to behave nicely, decently, and we have to deliver in order to improve our image. And same is true about trust. A visitor to a police station, when he goes to a police station and he says he wants to meet the investigating officer, in most cases, he is unable to meet him, because he is either doing a VIP duty, or he has gone to the court, he has gone to some crime conference. We have made a simple, humble effort by having a Sahayata Kendra in each police station, where a senior experienced cop is sitting of the rank of head constable or ASI, who listens to them and gets in touch with the IO wherever he is, so that his grievance is at least heard and whatever is deliverable can be delivered to him. This is one thing. Secondly, even the senior officers, when a person is not able to get the succor required at the police station, he goes to meet the senior officers. Again, the story remains the same. The deputy SP, the SP, most of the time they are not available. Unfortunately, in many states, they're almost inapproachable. This inapproachability is the biggest hurdle we are facing in improving our image. In fact, charity begins at home. Senior officers will take a cue from this and they to devise ways or means of listening to those people who were unable to get help and justice or the service at lower levels. Senior officers should find more time to meet the visitors. And in case they are finding more people coming from a particular police station or a subdivision or a district, they should really hold those officers accountable. Why people from your area are coming to a state? So these are simple ways and means. Then disposal of applications. We are talking only in terms of FIRs. A lot of grievances of the public, they come to us in the form of applications, Arzian. We are trying to dispose of each and every application within 15 days. So 15 days sounds very long, but looking to our historical performance in this aspect, I believe if we are able to dispose of every application latest in 15 days, that will go a long way in improving our, and technology comes into play in doing all these things. Because sitting in my chamber, when I know who all are waiting on a CCTV and how their body language is, lets me know how serious they are. So when they come, either I go and meet them or they come to my chamber and meet me, I have some idea about the kind of desperation, about the kind of problem they are facing. Then making police and public come closer, we have tried a new way of doing it. Instead of all policemen from throughout the city, Surat is a city of about 8 million people. Everybody coming to the police headquarters grounds for morning parade, it consumes minimum 2 to 3 hours of their morning time. And then they go back tired. Then half of the day is gone. So we hold our parades at the parade ground, yes, but in each police station, the police inspector, assistant commissioner of police, and the policemen, they go to the popular parks and gardens, they do their morning walk and jogging and yoga and PT along with the people, they get in touch with the citizens. एक लोक संवाद तो वहीं हो जाता है लोगों के साथ. And when you get to meet people closely, you tend to become friendly in true sense of the word. And when you have become friendly with people, you really cannot do wrong things to them. You understand them, the kind of empathy which is badly lacking, it will come into play. So these are some of the things, and then we should also use the force multipliers. This city has lakhs of security people who have nothing to do with police. We have been able to involve them in our safety and security endeavors and efforts. And using cycles instead of foot patrol, using flickering motorcycles with flickering lights to show a lot of police moving around in the city. Police presence has to be felt. I'm sorry if I've taken a longer time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been great listening to each and every participant there. Although we have overshot now by 7 minutes. If I may ask Mr. Avula quickly to take no more than 1 minute, we would like to listen to you.
Yeah, I think, what we need to do is, as supervisory officers, see, many of the panelists are senior officers, including Mohit, who is at the helm of affairs of the district. See, senior officers have a very important role. Any complaint coming from the field level, that generally what is being done is, that is referred to another officer for an inquiry. So instead, as a check, if a senior officer can himself, get it checked by listening to both the parties. Once the field level officers, if they know that the supervisor, that district level officer or a sub-division officer is getting into the facts of the case and listening to both the sides and trying to understand the case in toto, then definitely that would have a very, very salutary effect on the field level situation. That is, you have to get into the facts, just not read the paper and form an opinion about the issues. Supervisory officers have to take the responsibility. That is another thing, just not exercising authority. They have to take the responsibility. And most of the times, in case any pressures are there at the field level, that has to be taken from the senior level. Senior level, in case, he is willing to take the responsibility, he is willing to take the pressures, then I'm sure the junior level, at the police station level, things will improve fairly.
Well, thank you so much. I wish we had more time for further interaction, but unfortunately we have run out of time. We'll have to wind up the discussion. In fact, before we leave and close the panel discussion, in fact, a couple of pointers I would like to leave to the thoughts and the consideration of the senior officers. In fact, we haven't had a chance to discuss about the women police force. There is increasing discontentment amongst the police, the women constables and women police force. They are looking for alternate jobs because, for obviously the stress and the salary and perks almost remain the same. So there is increasing amount of dissatisfaction with their profession. Of course, it is true that greater investments are required to be made on district intelligence units, if I understand the submissions correctly. Also, probably there is a need. We have this Agnipath, which is to the recruitment into defense services. There is an alternate thought that the replication of this pattern for induction of police is a cost-effective method for making up for the manpower shortages. And of course, something like Mission Karma Yogi, which is there for the capacity building of the Indian Administrative Survey officers. Do we need something similar for the police service? So these are some of the thoughts. Probably, in a next round of discussion, we will have more time to discuss all of this, but we'll have to close the discussion at this moment. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us for this discussion. And I thank you from the core of my heart for being expressive and presenting a roadmap as well as a scenario for the future to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. So with this, we move on to the announcement of our last round of SKOCH Order of Merit. Let me invite Dr. S. Bagachi, Additional Director General of Police for Project Na Hanyate from Andhra Pradesh. Mohit Chawla, Superintendent of Police from Baddi District Police, Himachal Pradesh for Project Jagriti. Chawla?
Sir, am I audible? I'm connecting from a different side, sir.
Yeah, you're audible, but you're not visible.
Here I go, sir. I was just connecting from a different side, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Mr. Prabhu Prasad Mishra, Program Manager from CSM Technologies, Mo Sarkar Integrated Citizen Interaction System.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Satyajit Radha, CSM Technologies, Analytics.
Thank you, sir, for this recognition.
Congratulations once again. Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman Diu Police, Mr. Hareshwar V. Swami, Superintendent of Police for Deed Act.
हमारे को क्या क्वालिफाई किया तो हमने सर्टिफिकेट दे दिया अभी नहीं अभी जब खत्म हो जाएगा
Vocational Education, Apprenticeship and Employment. From Dadra, Nagar and Daman Police, we have Mr. Siddharth Jain. Mr. Bala Subramaniam K, District Collector, District Administration, Kudulur, Tamil Nadu, Vazandu Kattu Home Project. Mr. Santosh, District Planning Officer, Palash Mart.
Thank you very much, sir.
Fatehar.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Senior Program Officer from District Administration, Ramgarh. Fish cultivation through cage development. Mr. Gaurav Kumar Jaiswal, District Program Manager from District Administration, Ramgarh.
Thank you, sir.
For harvesting rural growth.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. District Administration, Sukma. Mr. Ajay Modiam, Deputy Collector, Girdalpara Hydropower Irrigation Project. Mr. Ravindra Kumar, District Magistrate, Parali Do Khad Lo, District Administration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for recognizing us. This will definitely inspire us and others to do innovative and good work, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations. J. Meghnath Reddy, District Collector, District Administration, Viruddhanagar. Promotion and nurturing of farmer producer organizations for farmer welfare.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
The next one also goes to Viruddhanagar. The project Kanmani, Nutritional Intervention Initiative for the improvement of malnourished children.
Thanks again, sir. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations once again. And the third one also goes to you for Project Udyam.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Means a lot. Thanks a lot.
District Administration, West Singhbhum. Mr. Sachin Kumar, City Mission Manager for Electric Scooter for Auxiliary Nurse Midwife, ANM.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. Ananya Mittal, Deputy Commissioner, West Singhbhum for PM Kusum. District Employment and Career Guidance Center, Erode. H. Krishna Unni, District Collector, Project SKOCH.
Yes, I'm here. My video is not working, unfortunately. Thanks to SKOCH for this appreciation of for the project of district administration. Thank you.
Congratulations. Rehabilitation Center, District Red Cross Society, Narnaul. Shyam Sundar, Secretary. Rooftop rainwater harvesting structures. District Rural Development Agency, Indigo. Dr. S. Thakan, District Collector. Ms. Prerna H. Desh Bharatar, District Collector from Wardha, Skill Development Center for Under Trial Prisoners. Wardha District, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. Ravindranath Babu M, Superintendent of Police from East Godavari District Police for Project Rijana Mitra. Women Safety and Mahila Mitra, East Godavari Police. Mr. Narsimha Kumar, Additional Director General of Police, Law and Order, Gujarat. Trinetra, State Level Command and Control Center. Community Adoption Program. Superintendent of Police. We have Mr. Narendra Kumar, Narsimha Kumar with us. You are muted and your video is not there.
Thank you so much, SKOCH team. We are delighted to receive appreciation from your team for the project that we had taken here in Gujarat. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Congratulations to you and the entire. Wonderful. So Hafiz, Superintendent of Police from Guntur district. Mr. Amandeep, Superintendent of Police from Hubli Rural Police. RTF of Hubli Rural.
Sir, am I audible right now? Arif Hafiz, SP Guntur.
Yes, you're audible.
Right. Thank you so much for the appreciation, sir. It's wonderful to be associated with SKOCH, and we look forward to continuing this association in the future. Thank you so much.
Congratulations and look forward to it. Mr. Avula Venkata Ranganath, Joint Commissioner of Police from Hyderabad City. ITMS, Automatic Number Plate Recognition Cameras. Mr. Ranganath. Integrated e-challan database management also goes to Hyderabad City Police. Mr. Ranganath. Yet another one. Surveillance in Hyderabad City.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Is it audible, sir?
Yes.
Sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir. And I should pay my gratitude to my Additional Director General of Police, Mr. R.K. Meena, sir, and DIG Rajshekhar Babu, sir. This is a very exclusive program which we are doing in the software, sir. And this is an overview I'll give in 30 seconds, sir. It is a 3D visualization of critical infrastructure where we can create, view, and analyze. These are very important software which is useful for all the forces of nation, sir, like central forces and state forces. We have a blueprint readily whenever there is an attacks towards the urban scenario, sir. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I once again pray for associate with this SKOCH team and jury, sir. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. An Gurajan KKN, Superintendent of Police from Kadapa District Police, Disha Task Tracker. Drone Forensics Lab and Research Center, Kerala Police Cyberdrome. Drone Forensic Lab and Research Center, Inspector Kerala Police Drone Forensic Lab, Mr. Prakash SP. Mr. Ashok Yadav, Inspector General of Police from Kerala Police Cyberdome. Cozy Code, Kerala Police Assistant. Mr. Siddharth Kaushal, Superintendent of Police from District Cyber Wing, Krishna District Police. Operation Hawk, Anti-Smuggling Surveillance Grid, Krishna District Police, Mr. Siddharth Kaushal. State level wind power forecasting, Tamil Nadu, Deep Green Energy, Mr. Devanand V, Founder and CEO.
Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Fight against online piracy in cyberspace, Maharashtra Intellectual Property Crime Unit, Archana Sutar, Police Inspector. District Administration, Erode, Dr. Ravindran Tia, Deputy Director of Medical Services for Post-Exposure Prophylaxis for leprosy with single-dose rifampicin capsule.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. I am very happy to receive on behalf of Medical and Family Health Department of Tamil Nadu after 7 years. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations, Dr. Ravindran.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Vijaya Rao, Superintendent of Police, Nellore District Police for Rescue and Rehabilitation Operation. Visualization of critical infrastructure. Organization for Counter-Terrorist Operations from Andhra Pradesh Police. K.V. Varaprasad, Inspector of Police. Ashutosh Pandey, Additional Director General of Police Prosecution from Uttar Pradesh Police for e-prosecution.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sagar J. Bagmar, Commissioner of Police from Surat City for e-cop.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Ms. Amita Ketan Vanani, DCP Traffic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Cyber Sanjeevani from Surat City. The Y. ACP Crime Branch.
Thank you, sir, on behalf of the cybercrime cell. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations once again. Tirupati District Urban Police. Pala Naidu. Integrated Trinetra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for motivating us.
Congratulations. West Godavari District Police for Jagruti Pravartana Parivartana. So Rahul Dev, Superintendent of Police. West Godavari District Police, Asata, be care, be serve. Rahul Dev Sharma, Superintendent of Police. Jila Panchayat Damo, Ajay Srivastava, CEO, Jila Panchayat for NGFP Cluster Development. Jila Panchayat Bengaluru Rural, Mr. Ravanappa K, Chief Executive Officer, Project Enhancing Rural Women Livelihood. This brings us to the end of the current round of announcement of SKOCH semi-finalist order of merit. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by now for SKOCH Awards.
Advantage.
When I wanted to join politics, my uncle took me to one Mr. Anam Venkatreddy, former Congress Minister, who is close to our family. My uncle told him that this boy is going to join some party. He asked me what party it is. I said, I have not joined any party, but I like somehow Janasangh, Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani and all. He said, Janasangh? Yes. So he said, this is a North Indian party. Then he said, it's a urban party. Then he said it's an educated party. Then he said it's a Brahmin Banya party. Then he said it's a vegetarian party. I laughed at him and told him, sir, there is no such thing. So I became MLA in 1978. In the election, there was a Indira wave. 10 seats went to Congress in my district. I alone won on behalf of Janata Party. I was very active in Assembly. And then in 83, second time, the Congress people wanted to defeat me. Indira Gandhi came all the way to my constituency by a helicopter. They could not succeed and I won with double majority. In 1985, I was made state president of the BJP. There they wanted to make somebody from South as All India General Secretary. Pramod Mahajan and all suggested, why not Venkaya? In 96, when first BJP government came, Vajpayee became Prime Minister. all my other colleagues went to government. At that time, there was a discussion, who will look after the party? I volunteered. Again, when BJP government was formed in 98, then also the issue came, who will look after the party? I volunteered. In 2000, Rangaraj Kumaramangalam, he died. So Atalji and Advaniji called me and told me, there is nobody senior from South in the central government. He asked me, you become power minister. Because Kumaramangalam was holding the portfolio of power, energy. I said, Atalji, I'm sorry. They said, sir, face passport. And I said, sir, I don't know anything about engineering. Then Prime Minister called me next day morning. He was looking, it is rescue. He said, Krushi. Then he called Brajesh Minister, why Krushi? He said, sir, Nitish Kumar is the agriculture minister. So Atalji said, he is our ally, we can't disturb him. Then our batao. Then I said, Gramin Vikas. As I hail from village, I thought, what about our roads? Because I used to walk 3 kilometers a day to go to school. The original idea came because the Prime Minister told us one of the days saying that he is coming out with a new scheme called as the Golden Quadrilateral. Then I discussed with my colleagues. They all said it's good, but how can you think of rural roads from Delhi? That has to be done by state government. We went to the cabinet with a proposal. It was not favoured, but there was a discussion. Then in the next meeting, I argued very strongly, emotionally. Then Nitish Kumar supported me. S1 Sinha, who was a little earlier firm that this should be done by state, he was getting reconciled. Then halfway through, Atalji said, "Bhai, isko bhi dekh lijiye na, acha hai." Some people like Chandrababu Naidu, they were of the view the money should be given to states. I was not in favor of it.
Within the Planning Commission, there was a lot of fear about this scheme, that this is too much of centralization and everything is being decided in Delhi. Why not just give money to the states and let the states decide and they will construct roads? And I said that, look, let us start with this.
Venkaya ji came all the way to Konkan, my constituency that time, launched this program. I can see the huge benefit that has accrued to the people.
ग्राम सड़क योजना ये अपने आप में अद्भुत और क्रांतिकारी कदम था गांव के विकास के लिए, समग्र विकास के लिए.
It has created very good impact. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana.
We have prioritized the entire scheme. In this scheme, naturally the poorer states got more funds.
In the 30 years up to 2003, agriculture production in Bihar was less than 0.5% per annum. 0.23% in fact, that was the rate of growth, which means it was almost stagnant. And between 2004 and 2014, it has been growing at 6% per annum.
We have come to this level can be solely attributed to such leaders like Venkaya Naidu, who just not only handholds you, but he also grooms you to take positions and responsibility.
The reform is a software which has to be marketed, has to be accepted, it has to be implemented in a manner that the reform will not be seen as a threat, but will be seen to be as an enabler for helping to do business better. So Venkaya ji understands that very well.
His foresight and his imagination has shown that a lot of poverty has declined because of BFSI.
There is not a district in the country he has not visited. There is not a people's issue on which his heart doesn't throb. I feel proud to see him as an efficient leader of national stature.
हर रूप में उन्होंने न केवल पार्टी की मजबूती और पार्टी की सेवा की, बल्कि देश को मजबूत रास्ते पे ले जाने का एक संकल्प और उस लक्ष्य को लेकर आगे बढ़े.
He puts up his 100% effort on that, make it a success. That time he was there as a rural development minister. He is responsible for all those programs of Vajpayee ji. Now as an urban development minister, he is doing all these urban housing.
In the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, there are three distinctive features. One feature is that the house, particularly if it's a new construction, it should be preferably in the name of a woman. The second important issue is we are making it mandatory that whatever the dwelling unit is going to be set up, it must have a toilet.
We are going to fund the housing for the urban poor in a big way, 6% interest subvention, something unheard in the history of the country. We are now coming out with this program of smart cities, where you are enhancing the urban facilities and also creating economic opportunities for the people. Atal mission for urban regeneration and transformation. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, uplifting the poorest of the poor.
For the first time, I would say there is emphasis on every household should have water connectivity, every household should have a sewage connectivity. So these are all fundamentals which need to be incorporated in our urban scheme of things.
Suddenly, my father became sick. Our relatives told, no, it's your duty to take care of our father. How can I take care of my father? So then they said, you better get married. In such a family, who will be taking care of your father? She has helped me to fulfill my responsibility towards her by that Pitru Dharma, whatever you call, and also enabling me to have the dream of my mother to study law.
ప్రజాసేవ చేయాలని నిర్ణయించుకునే ముందు నన్ను అడిగినప్పుడు తెలుసుకుని సరేనని చెప్పాను. మా తల్లిదండ్రుల సహకారంతో ఆయన నాకు దగ్గరగా పిల్లలు నేను ఇప్పుడు ఆలోచన లేదు. దేశానికి ఉపయోగపడే పనులు చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మా బంధువులందరికీ పిల్లలకు సర్ది చెప్పాను.
I must tell you, I could not do justice to her individually, to the family, even to the children also.
Myself and my brother, what we used to do is like we used to carry his clothes to the airport or to the bus stand or to the railway station, and we used to spend some time where he used to change his clothes and get ready and take the luggage again to go for another journey.
We used to see our father who was sticking posters of the party on the walls in the Nellore, this thing. From that stage, he has come to such a big stage. It is only due to his hard work.
With the support of my brother and my husband, we came together to work for the empowerment of the rural masses. And this happened when father was the rural development minister, because one day when we were discussing, we did this, that and all for Nellore or for the public. I said, Nana, fine, you have done this as a minister, but what are we going to do? How are you going to be remembered as an individual in the future? We are working towards education, empowerment and health in these three fields, and to support it, we have started a foundation called Mukvarpu Foundation, which is our house name, which supports the activities of Swarna Bharat Trust.
He initiated social service. It is going on very well. Number of centers is starting. This is where I appreciate him. Service is his motto.
His dedication to the people's cause stands truly exemplary. This dedication led him to launch Swarna Bharat Trust in his hometown Nellore and Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh. It is also imparting employment skills to women and youth, enabling them to get good employment.
మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాడు. తర్వాత వాళ్ళ అమ్మ నాన్నతో గమనంతోనే డెవలప్ అయినాడు, ఎక్కువచ్చాడు. ఈ ఆటో కూడా వాళ్ళ అమ్మ నాయన గమనంతోనే ఉన్నాడు.
పెళ్ళైన తర్వాత 2 సంవత్సరాలు లాజాతో విశాఖపట్నం పోయినాడు. 2 సంవత్సరాలు ఇందిరమ్మ జైల్లో పెట్టింది. అప్పుడు దాకా బిడ్డలు తల్లి మా ఇంట్లోనే ఉన్నారు. తర్వాత కాపురం పెట్టుకున్నారు.
9 years అప్పుడు వచ్చినప్పటి నుంచి 9 ఏళ్ల వరకు ఇంచుమించు పైనే ఇంకా ఎప్పుడు వచ్చినా నా బిడ్డలాగే పెరిగాడు. నా ఉద్దేశంలో ఒకే ఒక్క మాట చెప్పగలుగుతుంది. మాకు తెలిసింది తెలుగు తల్లి గర్వించదగ్గ బిడ్డ అంటారు పాట కదా, చాలా గొప్ప బిడ్డగా పెరిగినందుకు నాకు చాలా 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 హ్యాపీ.
This is a fulfilling journey. It's been 23 years since I joined him. I don't go to temples, I don't do puja, but he's a living God to me.
We have a hero and we call him Tatya.
My Tatya is a hero for me. Despite his busy schedules, he finds times to spend with us, takes us to movies, holidays and many more. He's too disciplined and wants us to be the same like him.
He's very youthful, energetic, and we play badminton regularly with him.
I love him so much that I cannot express in words, but if you ask me to say it in one line, I would say he's my center of my universe.
Born in a small village of Chavatapalam in the Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh. Having then moved to the Nellore town and becoming a school leader, and then to the VR college for further studies. But as a child, the loss suffered was beyond imagination.
My father had a friend by name Mr. Venkat Reddy. Both of them used to go to different places to purchase Ongol oxen for competition, etc. So he sent a vehicle to fetch my father to my village, Chavatapalam. And my mother called the Dhobi to fetch her his Angavastram. That fellow delayed, so my mother went to the backyard and started calling him. She didn't notice there was a buffalo. She just pushed it aside. While coming back, the buffalo hit us, and the horns have gone from this side to the other side. She was just carrying me in her arm, and she dropped me. Then my grandparents took me away to their native place. I was 3 months, 6 months exactly, I don't know. Though I asked my mother, earlier it was my grandmother, later my wife, then subsequently my daughter, who is taking care and substituting the role of my mother. I love my mother like anything because she has given me this beautiful life. I drew inspiration from my mother's wish, and then people used to say how my mother used to talk about me, saying that my son will become very great, he'll become a good advocate, he'll get a good name. Like that, you know, villages, they talk among the family members.
मैं नितिन जयराम गडकरी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
उस समय मुझे मेरी माँ की याद आ रही थी। मुझे हमारे पार्टी के लिए जब हम 2 MP चुनकर आए थे, उस प्रतिकूल स्थिति में काम करने वाले कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं का स्मरण हो रहा था। उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, उन नेताओं को मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता।
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया, बहुपक्षीय राजनेता, सपने देखने वाले और कड़ी मेहनत करने वाले नितिन गडकरी एक प्रतीक हैं जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के। वो एक प्रतिबद्ध राष्ट्र कार्यकर्ता और एक दूरदर्शी नेता है। नितिन गडकरी का जन्म 27 मई 1957 को नागपुर शहर में हुआ था। पहले हिंदी और बाद में अंग्रेजी मीडियम की शिक्षा सरकारी स्कूल में पूरी करने के बाद उन्होंने GS कॉलेज से M.Com और नागपुर विश्वविद्यालय से लॉ किया। लोगों की सेवा करने का भाव उन्हें अपनी माताजी से मिला।
मेरे जन्म के बाद परिस्थिति बहुत खराब थी। लोअर मिडिल क्लास की स्थिति में उस समय था। खेती थी, मैं खेती भी जाता था, पर परिस्थिति अड़चने रहती थी। पर प्रतिकूल से माँ का मुझे प्रेम मिला। माँ बहुत सोशल थी, गरीबों के लिए थी, लोगों की सेवा करती थी। मुझे याद है मैं लॉ में गया, मुझे लूना चाहिए थी। बहुत पीछे पड़ा माँ के कि मुझे लूना ले दो, लूना ले दो। पैसे नहीं थे। उसने अपने सोने के बैंगन, बड़ी जाड़ी एक पाटली बोलते हैं, उसको निकाल के दी और मैंने शिक्षक सहकारी बैंक के गांधी बाग शाखा में वो गिरवी रखकर, मुझे उस समय 4,000 साढ़े 4,000 रुपये मिले थे, उसकी मैंने लूना खरीदी थी, माँ ने मुझे दी थी। मेरे को माँ कहती थी कि लोगों को कहती थी कि ये अपना परिवार का नाम बहुत बड़ा करेगा, बड़ा होगा। उसके आशीर्वाद मेरे साथ थे।
देश में आपातकालीन स्थिति युवा नितिन के राजनीतिक जीवन में एक महत्वपूर्ण मोड़ था। वो भूमिगत राजनीतिक गतिविधियों में सक्रिय थे। उनका घर विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए भूमिगत आधार था। वे आपातकाल के खिलाफ पुस्तिकाएं मुद्रित करते थे।
और उसी के बाद में लोकतांत्रिक युवा मोर्चा करके जनता पार्टी की एक ऑफिशियल विंग तैयार हुई, उसका मैं फिर विदर्भ का प्रमुख बना और उसके कारण बाद में जनता पार्टी में एक्टिव था, जनता पार्टी के लिए काम करता था और वही मेरे राजनीतिक जीवन की शुरुआत है।
आरएसएस और एबीवीपी के साथ उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी और सहयोग ने उन्हें इस स्तर के नेता के रूप में विकसित करने में मदद की। राष्ट्र और समाज की सेवा करना उनका मुख्य लक्ष्य था। 28 साल की उम्र में उन्हें पश्चिमी नागपुर से चुनाव टिकट मिला।
चुनाव तो हार गया, पर मुझे बहुत लोगों ने कहा कि तुम बहुत अच्छे नेता बन सकते हो। मैं काम करते गया, दीवारों पर लिखने का काम मैंने किया, पोस्टर चिपकाए। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी और जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस दोनों का मेरे ऊपर प्रभाव था। अटल जी का स्वभाव, बड़ा दिल, स्टेट्समैनशिप, इनसे बहुत सीखने के लिए मिला।
मंत्री के रूप में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में उनका प्रवेश उनके दृष्टिकोण और सपनों को लागू करने का एक आदर्श अवसर था। उन्होंने विधानसभा में विधायी सदस्य और मंत्री के रूप में कार्य किया। बाद में उन्हें महाराष्ट्र का बीजेपी प्रमुख नियुक्त किया गया। अंत में वो पार्टी की वरिष्ठ जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने के लिए दिल्ली पहुंचे।
और इस प्रवास में मेरी कमिटमेंट देश के साथ है, समाज के साथ है, गरीब के साथ है और विचारों के साथ है। मैं एक बार मंत्री बनने के बाद टीवी खरीदने के लिए गया, कलर टीवी। फिर मेरे मन में आया कि टीवी अगर इंस्टॉलमेंट में मिलता है, एम्बेसडर गाड़ी मिलती है, तो टनल और ब्रिजेस क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। उसी से विचार करते करते फिर टीपीपी, बीओटी वो विकसित होगा।
वो ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास के पूरा होने में मुख्य रूप से संलग्न थे, जो बीओटी मॉडल पर आधारित देश की पहली सड़क थी। बांद्रा वर्ली सी लिंक, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे और मुंबई में 55 से अधिक फ्लाईओवर उनके द्वारा शुरू किए गए थे। उन्होंने इन परियोजनाओं को पूरा करने के लिए बाजार से भी धन आमंत्रित किया। उन्हें इस बात का एहसास था कि सरकार के पास पर्याप्त धनराशि नहीं है, इसलिए बुनियादी ढांचे का निर्माण कर टोल एकत्रित किया जा सकता था। नागरिक इन सभी सुविधाओं के साथ यात्रा में समय, ईंधन और पैसा बचा सकते थे।
मैं जब आया तो 403 प्रोजेक्ट 3,50,000 करोड़ के लगभग एनपीए की स्थिति में थे। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बर्बाद हुए थे, पर मेरे डिपार्टमेंट ने और मेरे सहयोगियों ने, हमने मिलकर इस देश को, हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। जो 2 किलोमीटर पर डे पर रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन आया था, वो 29 किलोमीटर पर डे और अगले साल 40 किलोमीटर का टारगेट पूरा करेंगे।
पिछले 67-68 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में 5,000 किलोमीटर का नेशनल हाईवे का नेटवर्क था। अभी गडकरी जी ने 15,000 किलोमीटर का एडिशन उसमें किया है और 5,000 किलोमीटर और
Good evening and welcome to the 83rd edition of SKOCH Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us Mr. Sameer Kochar, the chairman, founder of SKOCH Group, author and reforms historian. He has done 18 volumes and his contribution has been tremendous that each of his work has had a demonstrated effect and impact on the policies. Thank you very much, Mr. Kochar, for joining us this evening. And thank you for blessing us. I have the pleasure of announcing the recipient of the first order today, Dr. Dinesh Chandra, District Magistrate. Silver in Governance for Parali Prabandhan, District Administration, Bahraich.
थैंक यू सर, आपने मेरे इस कार्य को इस अवार्ड के लिए चुना। मैं पूरी जूरी का और अपने सहयोगी अधिकारियों का, विशेष रूप से एसीएस कृषि मुख्य सचिव उत्तर प्रदेश का आभारी हूँ कि उनके मार्गदर्शन में मैं इस कार्य को कर चुका और आपने इसको रिकॉग्नाइज किया। मैं पूरी जूरी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। जय हिंद।
जय हिंद। Ms. B. Gayatri Krishnan, District Collector, District Administration, Thuruvarur, Silver in District Governance for Scientific Water Conservation.
Thank you very much, sir and team. We are very grateful to you for having recognized our efforts towards water conservation in the district. This is highly motivating to us. Thank you once again.
Congratulations.
Next in District Governance, Silver to District Administration, Nanded for Decentralized Liquid Waste Management System, Dr. Vipin Itankar, District Magistrate and Collector.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Dr. Vipin Itankar, I would like to receive this award and thank the entire SKOCH for thank you very much for taking what we are doing in decentralized liquid waste. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Varun Ranjan, Deputy Commissioner from Pakur, Silver and District Governor for Guthu Galang Kalyan Trust, a micro enterprise of EVTG women.
Thank you very much, sir. We are really glad and honored to receive this. Thank you on behalf of Guthu Galang Kalyan Trust. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Mr. Vagmare Prasad Krishna, Deputy Commissioner from Lohardaga for bricketing plant at Tisia Kisco, Silver in District Governance.
नमस्कार सर, मैं अरुण कुमार सिंह, जिला योजना पदाधिकारी लोहरदगा बोल रहा हूँ। डिप्टी कमिश्नर सर किसी अर्जेंट वर्क से अभी इमीडिएट उनको जाना पड़ गया। मैं उनके तरफ से जिला का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा हूँ। तो स्कॉच अवार्ड टीम को, जूरीज को, सभी को बहुत बहुत आभार कि आप लोगों ने वनवासी क्षेत्र के लिए किए गए इस कार्य के लिए ये पुरस्कार इस जिला को प्रदान किया है। इससे जिला प्रशासन को एक नया प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा और हम जो अनुसूचित जनजाति वर्ग के लोग हैं जो जंगल क्षेत्र में रह रहे हैं उनके लिए और भी बेहतर काम कर सकेंगे। धन्यवाद सर।
Dr. Dinesh Chandra, District Magistrate for Parali 2 District Administration in now, Silver, District Governance.
Thank you, sir. I think name is there is some mistake in name. I am Ravindra Kumar, District Magistrate, and now
We will correct it, sir.
at that time, yes.
Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
So J. Meghnad Reddy, District Collector, Silver in District Governance, District Administration, Viruddhanagar. the promotion and nurturing of farmer producer organizations for farmers' welfare.
Thank you, sir. Thanks and gratitude to Samir Kocher, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks and gratitude to Samir Kocher, sir, SKOCH team, jury, and fellow panelists for recognizing our efforts. This will inspire us to do more. Thank you.
Congratulations. Mr. Mahendra Kalyankar, District Collector and District Magistrate, Silver in District Governance for Project Substitutory Program.
Thank you, sir. I am receiving this award on the behalf of District Collector Mr. Mahendra Kalyankar. Due to some unavoidable reasons, he could not join to the award ceremony. I thank SKOCH Group for nominating Substitutory Program for the Silver Award. It will motivate us to provide the better services to the people of the district. Thank you so much.
Mr. Prasad Sankhpal, Disaster Management Officer from District Administration, Kolhapur, Centralized Public Address System, GSM Operator, Silver in District Administration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. We are very thankful to you on behalf of our district administration, my district magistrate, Mr. Rahul Rekhawar, and we are very happy to receive this award from you. And hopefully in future we will get an enthusiasm to work better. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations. E. Jansunwai, District Administration, Shajapur, Silver in District Governance, Collector and District Magistrate.
Thank you very much, sir, for whole team of SKOCH Group, Mr. Kocher, sir, and Honorable Jury. Public address, sir. Honorable Jury, we thanks very much, and it will motivate us to do more good for the society and for the good governance. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Mr. B. Murugesh, Collector and Chairman, District Administration, Tiruvannamalai.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. I thank the SKOCH team, sir, for recognizing us, and this will motivate us to do more such initiatives in our district, sir. Thank you so much again, sir.
Congratulations. E-permission for Industry, District Administration, Kutch. District Governor, Mr. Kanak There, General Manager, District Industry Center.
Thank you so much. I sincerely thank Samir Kocher and Chairman Sri.
Congratulations to you. Mr. P. N. Sridhar, District Collector, District Rural Development Agency, Kalakurichi, Silver in District Governance. Dr. Jayashri Uzakra, District Collector from Kottayam, Stream Poverty Identification and Eradication Process, Silver in District Governance.
Yes, thank you, sir. This is a great motivation, the SKOCH Award. It is a great motivation to continue the services, and we are yet to proceed with the project. We have a lot to do with the project we have started. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Kirti Jali, Deputy Commissioner from District Administration, Kachar, for Water Conservation, Silver, District Governance. Ms. Kavita Ramu, District Collector from Pudukkottai, for RN Movement, Silver in District Governance. Gold in District Governance, goes to District Rural Development Agency, Dindigul, for rooftop rainwater harvesting. Dr. S. Isakan, District Collector.
Thanks a lot, sir. On behalf of our District Collector, we sincerely hope, sir, this recognition will take us to the next level and we will be implementing this rainwater harvesting structures in so many other structures. And we are trying to cover our entire Dindigul district, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Gold in District Governance for East Command, for Atmanirbhar East Command, Mr. Pravimal Abhishek Polumatla, Deputy Commissioner.
I'm so thankful to the SKOCH Group for recognition of this initiative. I firmly believe that this award belongs to each and every SHG unit that is working in Arunachal Pradesh. And I'm sure this will go a long way in encouraging them and further recommitting to the cause of Atmanirbhar. Thank you, Samir Kochar, sir, and the entire jury.
Congratulations. Ms. Kavita Ramu, District Collector from Pudukkottai, Silver.
Hi, sir. Good evening. Thanks a lot for the recognition, sir. Am I audible? This will help us, and this is a great motivating factor for all the departments that are involved in this convergence scheme, sir. I am definitely sure that the students and the youngsters will also be greatly motivated by this award, sir. Thank you very much.
Heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ujjal Kumar Jayanti Payatra,
Silver
Bike Express from Panchmahal, Gold in District Governance. We cannot hear you, sir. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Wish we could hear you. Move on to the next. And congratulations to you for winning gold in district governance. Mr. Jayendra Kumar, Chief Development Officer, Gold in District Governance for ODOP Alanamat Rice, District Administration, Siddharth Nagar.
Thank you, sir. Jayendra is not present here, sir, but sir, this will inspire us in future, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations. Next gold in district governance goes to District Administration Rajkot for Mukhya Mantri Bal Seva Yojana, Mr. Arun Mahesh Babu, Collector and District Magistrate. Mr. Ravindra D. Khatale, District Development Officer for Smart Anganwadi for Child Development from District Administration, Ir Somnath, Gold in District Governance. The next gold in district governance goes to District Administration Dahod for implementation of Integrated Command and Control Center and Smart Solutions. Harshit P. Gosavi, District Magistrate. Moving on to the next category, which is governance. First silver goes to Mr. Nitin Bansal, Chief Manager, Southern Railway Ticketing Data Center.
Thank you, SKOCH organization. We are grateful to the jury and to the panelists for awarding us the silver award, and this will motivate us to enhance further IT-enabled solutions in the railways. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Gold in governance goes to the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India for National Generic Document Registration System. I invite Mr. Hukum Singh Meena, Additional Secretary, to receive the award.
Congratulations, Mr. Meena. Excellent work. We can't hear you.
For some reason, we could not hear Mr. Meena. Well, congratulations to you. I now invite Mr. Naveen Jakar, Assistant Director General, to receive Governance Category Award in Gold. Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, Haryana LSA, Government of India.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate, pay my sincere regards to the jury, to Samir Kochar sir, and to everyone who is involved from SKOCH Group for recognizing the hard work that we have put in designing this innovative and indigenous solution, which has ensured the well-being of our citizens during the testing time of our pandemic. And I'm sure that this award will further boost the morale of our team to deliver more projects in the tech governance domain and for the empowerment of our citizens. Thank you so much, sir. Jai Hind.
Congratulations. Jai Hind.
Congratulations and Jai Hind. Mr. Jaskiran Singh Modi, Senior Technical Director from NIC, National Financial Reporting Authority, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Gold in Governance for NFRA AQR. Mr. Modi, you are muted.
Sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
Delighted to see, and I'm really grateful to the SKOCH team. Right now I'm outside, so could not able to express, but I'm really thankful to you and thankful to the SKOCH team and the team which worked on this project. I'm really thankful for recognizing our work.
Congratulations, Mr. Modi. Moving on to municipal governance. First one in silver goes to Pachora Municipal Council for Majhi Vasundhara, Ms. Shobha Bhagwan Viskar, Chief Executive Officer.
Good evening, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this giving wonderful award. And thank you all SKOCH team, juries and coaches, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations. Next silver in municipal governance goes to Dehradun Smart City for Boom Integrated Command and Control Center. Ms. Monica, Executive Officer.
Thank you very much for the honor, sir. We are highly grateful and honored, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Meghna Pal, Chief Executive Officer from Kolkata Green Smart City for Smart City. Silver in municipal governance.
Good evening. On behalf of Ms. Meghna Pal, I accept this award and I thank the jury for giving us this award. We will definitely work harder and this will be an inspiration for us to work harder in future. Thank you.
Congratulations. Silver for Tumakuru City Corporation. Implementation of energy efficiency project and centralized control and monitoring system. Renuka B. Commissioner.
Good evening, sir. This is Vinay Kumar, Executive Engineer. On behalf of Commissioner Ms. Renuka, I'm accepting this award happily. And I dedicate this award to all the stakeholders of this project, right from all engineers and ground level workers and also the contractors and all the other agencies involved in this project. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Silver goes to Pune Smart City Development Corporation for Integrated Command and Control Center, and I invite Dr. Sanjay Kolte, Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of Pune Smart City and Pune Municipal Corporation, I thank the SKOCH Group. We feel honored and motivated. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dr. Kolte. Mr. Chetan K. Nandini, Chief Executive Officer from Rajkot Smart City for Smart Bus Silver Governance.
चालू हो गया कहाँ चालू हुआ है उसको
In Police and Safety, first silver goes to East Godavari District Police for Grijana Mitra, Mr. Ravindranath Babu M, Superintendent of Police. Mr. A.V. Ranganath, Joint Commissioner of Police from Hyderabad City for ITMS, Automatic Number Plate Recognition Cameras, silver, Police and Safety. Mr. Yuvraj Singh Anirudh Singh Gohil, ACP, Crime Branch from Surat City Police for Cyber Sanjeevani, silver. Police and Safety, the next silver goes to Dadra Nagar Haveli and Daman Diu Police for EAB. Mr. Hareshwar V. Swami, Superintendent of Police.
Thank you, sir. I am accepting this award on behalf of SP, sir. And the whole efforts and goes to and credit goes to our team, DNH Police. And thanks to jury and Samir Kocher and all other panelists. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. Silver in Police and Safety. Next one goes to Baddi District Police for Jagrati. Mr. Mohit Chawla, Superintendent of Police.
So thank you, Team SKOCH for acknowledging our endeavors in women's safety and security, sir. So as I sit here, I sit with 25,000 smiles and counting, so that is indeed gratifying. And this is to get this honor is again motivating for us. So thank you so much for acknowledging our efforts. Thank you.
Congratulations, wonderful work.
Thank you, sir.
Amita Ketan Banani, DCP Traffic for Surat City Police for Project I Follow, silver. The next silver in Police and Safety goes to Surat City Police for ECO, Mr. Sagar K. Bagmar, Commissioner of Police.
Thanks a lot. On behalf of Surat Police, I thank SKOCH team for this award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Now invite Mr. Ashutosh Pandey, Additional Director General of Police Prosecution from Uttar Pradesh. Gold in safety.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And I am really thankful to the SKOCH Group and the jury for recognizing the gallant effort of our young prosecutors. And this was possible only because our Honorable Prime Minister has launched Digital India Mission, giving the ICJS and e-prosecution a platform to work upon. And I also thank our Honorable Chief Minister for regularly monitoring and prioritizing the works of prosecution so that in each district of UP, all the district magistrates, all the SPs are giving priority to prosecution. And because of that, the UP has become the #1 state with the highest conviction rate of crime against women. So our young prosecutors have got convicted the maximum number of criminals who have done crime against women. So hats off to our young prosecutors and thankful to you for recognizing such effort and giving us such honor. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you. Narsima Kumar, Additional Director General of Police Law and Order from Gujarat for Trinetra, a state level command and center goal in police and safety.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Task Force on Vishwas, I thank Shri Samir Kocher, Shri Guru Sharan Dhanjal and the SKOCH team for recognizing the efforts of Gujarat Police in setting up of this integrated command and control center for improving safety, security, and mobility in the state. You have created a wonderful platform for showcasing administrative and technological innovations in district and divisional and urban and state levels. And basically, it is an inspiration for all the officers and the teams who are participating in this event to learn from the innovative efforts of various units and to emulate and replicate wherever possible. I thank you once again for recognizing the effort made by Gujarat Police for adopting technology for innovations and improving law enforcement in the state. Thank you. Thank you, team. Thanks.
Congratulations.
Police and Safety Gold goes to Hyderabad City Police for integrated e-challan database management. Mr. A. Evula Venkatar Ranganath, Joint Commissioner of Police. And this brings us to the end of the announcement of SKOCH Awards for the current round. I congratulate everyone for having won the SKOCH Award, been through the painstaking process of over 6 months. And Mr. Kocher, would you like to say a few words to encourage everyone who participated in it, those who won, and those who are again invited to join next time and do even better? Not that they have not been found worthy, it's just that the others took precedence over the ones who...
I would simply say that, the hard work pays. Congratulations to all of you. You're not always in the limelight. In fact, most of you have never been in the limelight. And it is our job to, discover you, document the good work that you've done, the positive impact it is having on the people of India, on the country of India. And that is what keeps us great as a nation. So the only hope that we have of economic revival in India becoming high middle income country by 2047, as envisaged by the Honorable Prime Minister, that hope comes from the collective work that all of you are doing. Congratulations and all the best.
I will take a minute and re-announce the award for now with the corrected name of the district magistrate, if I may have your permission.
Yes, sure.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Ravindra Kumar.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
District governance for you for your work in Parali Do, Khadlo from Unnao.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Congratulations. I also compost all my waste myself.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So if I may ask everyone to switch on your cameras for a group photograph. Kindly switch on all your cameras. With all the awardees and the SKOCH Order of Merit awardees. Dadra Nagar Haveli. So Mohit, you are logged in at 2 places. All right, here we go. Capture one more. And yet another one. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for joining us. And it was an eventful day. We had some very good discussions, very deep insights into how to improve the state of governance. We had a learning experience both from the districts, municipal corporations, smart cities. I said both, lots, even from the police system. And we look forward to interacting with you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.